Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow them which way.
Consequences.
What you talking about?
I'm staying in the race.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even blink. Yeah!
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch! How rude!
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
That's hot.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You can fool me, king, and fool again.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny, you are not funny.
We have
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
I see that you know your judo. Facebook, Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Hey, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the resistance.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Wasn't that just like my wife's vagina?
Feel hot right now.
here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to make sense of it all. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so we had better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. We do not have abyss retrieval insurance, I'm afraid. Well, good to see you, Space Fams, on this Sunday fun day. Better do some shout-outs before we do anything else. HBX Frizzla and The Lucky Minute 123 in the YouTube chat. EDC coming in a close fourth. Michael Reich also here. Hermit Horologist. Mozart. Moanoip, Narwhal by Nature. Morbius Dragon. And George Waters as well. Bob Carmody here too. Alright, I think I got everyone. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Anyway, you might have noticed on your calendar. Today is a Sunday Fun Day. Which means we're going to attempt to bring even more valuetainment than usual. Try and find a way to decompress from the difficult week behind us and prepare ourselves for the most likely difficult week ahead of us. What do we got to talk about today? Donald Trump wants Andrew Cuomo to win, involving himself in all sorts of ways in the New York mayoral race. Got some Zoran stuff. Zoran appearing on the I've Had It pod with the YouTube wine moms. Anna Kasparian goes to war with Hasan Piker over his treatment of his uncle. Pro-Palestinian movie featuring the voice of Hind Rajab gives standing ovation in Venice, and much, much more for us to talk about here on the Sunday Fun Day. It's a packed Sunday Fun Day, 132 videos for us to get through. We're going to try and do that. Let's start off with something that people are not doing for fun very much anymore. According to new studies, fewer people are reading for fun. Aww. Let's go to CBS with Minnesota from 5 days ago.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
People can pick up a book for enjoyment or spend some time while they're relaxing.
But a new study by researchers at University College London and the University of Florida show fewer people are reading for fun.
This is, I guess maybe it's not all this surprising, but this has really been in decline, reading, since the 1940s. You think of the rise of television, but it's really taken a deep decline over the past 2 years. So I thought these numbers were nuts. 28% of people said back in 2004 that they were, on any given day, they were reading. And we're talking everything, books, magazines, e-readers, comic books, whatever it is. That's down to 16%. 16% reading on any given day.
And I mean, when you think about it, a lot of how people are communicating, it's changing. They're on text message a lot more, just the availability of information is different. And then they're working a lot more too in some cases. And so you don't have the same sort of leisure time available at times.
Or you're spending time.
Look, everybody's trying to figure out the reason why people aren't reading more. The reason is because I think, if anything, people are, now I don't know if this study included people reading things on their phone. I think many people have switched to reading on their phone. They're not picking up a copy of the latest book at the bookstore around the corner. This is all sounding very antiquated now that I'm saying it out loud. And instead, opt to read things on the interwebs. Perhaps download a book, read an article, rather than reading a newspaper. Or maybe you get, also, mediums like this certainly probably cut down on people's reading. But here's a way for us to all read. A Connecticut person of unspecified gender has put up signs, which we can now read at our leisure outside of their home. Now, these signs are sparking a debate in this little Connecticut town.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here at 4. I'm Kevin Nathan.
And I'm Amber Diaz. A battle over free speech is unfolding in the Dayville section of Killingly. The person who lives there has a slew of anti-Trump signs on his home and lawn. Some.
All right, since we're talking, people aren't reading anymore for leisure. Let's read for leisure. How's that sound? You wanted the felon in all black, big letters. That's the most prominent part of the sign. But then you got in littler, smaller letters, in purple, sort of mixed in between the felon, lying piece of. Then it's blurred out. I think that's probably doo-doo. That's probably poop. Lying piece of shit makes us all, and then they switch to red suddenly. Less safe. All caps, if you're not watching this with your eyes. Hashtag FDT in pink. A lot of different colors involved in this. This is quite an interesting work. It's like a work of art as well as like a poem. It's like a sort of avant-garde poem. All caps, crying, big red letters at the very bottom. Hashtag vote. Okay.
The person who lives there has a slew of anti-Trump
and another
signs
sign.
on
Rage
his
against the
home and
regime.
lawn.
All red. This one looks spray painted to me.
With vulgar words and shocking new
Look at us
photos
reading for
show
leisure.
him with a firearm in his front yard.
Smile, and then the little orange sign that says smile, you're on camera.
Don't be creepy. Setting some people in town, and that home is right near a middle school. NBC Connecticut's Amanda Pitts picks up the story.
Wait, what does
from
that
there.
one say? What does this one say? Liberty and justice for all. Suck something. Not clear what we're supposed to suck. That's been cut off by the news. I don't know why. I'm sure it was perfect. I'm sure it was perfectly reasonable.
That home is right near a middle school. NBC Connecticut's Amanda Pitts picks up the story from there.
They're not your typical political lawn signs. These homemade ones have some vulgar language that we've blurred.
I see it right coming down Route 12 on Run 1 too.
The signs we can show you say
The
you want
signs
a felon,
we
rage
can.
against
The signs we can show you. Ah, come on. We want to see all the signs.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We are being repressed.
and Trumpstein released the evidence.
Free
they
speech.
sit on and around a
Free speech. Wait. What was this
rage
one?
against the
I
regime.
gotta read this one.
And Trumpstein.
Trumpstein. Blank's kids.
Illegal.
Just like yours. Release the evidence. I like how just like yours. Once again, their attention to detail in these signs is pretty incredible. Using different fonts, different colors. Trumpstein, you can see Trump is in orange. Steen is in blue. Very dark blue. Then you got this blurred out word, I can't describe what this word actually is. Although since it's blurred out, it certainly makes it easier to guess what this word is. No way to say what the font is. And there seems to be, but what I can say is the first letter appears to be a different color than the rest of the letters. They're really using their artistic skills here. Just like yours. In a thinner font. More contemporary font, but in rainbow colors, pastel rainbow colors, actually, it would seem.
Release the evidence.
Release
they sit
the
on
evidence.
and around a home on Upper Maple
And
Street.
then there's another one over here. Oh, you know, we read that one. Oh, and then here's the other. Here's that sign that they've blurred. They've completely blocked out parts of this. They have just. You can see that they've just. inexpertly blocked out all of, what is this, Testament? I can't read it. This is the part that said, I remember this sign. I mean, we could see part of it. This is where it says suck something. We still can't see what we're supposed to suck.
How rude.
That is his lady. You can see this definitely says lady here. I'm fairly certain. Something. It's hard to read. It's making my casual reading very difficult, and to be NBC Connecticut. All right. Let's keep this moving. Let's keep this puppy moving. And actually, before we do anything, because I'm starting later than I wanted to, I'm just going to start the goal early again. Don't worry if we don't finish it in time. We still have a full 4 hours before I start thinking about it in stream. Okay, goal has begun. Feel free to super chat away, space fans. Of course, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal donations all contribute to the goal, which I have just started. The goal, which, once completed, will ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet Sunday Fun Day content that I have prepared for us tonight. I kind of want to watch the rest of this one because it gets funny. It actually gets funnier now that I think about it. We should listen to some of the community reactions. Let's go back. Let's go back to Connecticut. I've been too hasty.
The Dayville section of Killingly.
Definitely not respectful.
They've got people in this quiet town.
At the end of the day, it's their property. It's their right.
The house is a few hundred yards from the Killingly Intermediate School. School buses pass by it every day.
Wait.
If anything, it shouldn't be.
Wait.
Intermediate school. School
We
buses
can see the
pass
sign better now. Public graffiti board. Public graffiti board. Okay, I love that. So this is actually not even the doing of the owner of this property. They've just merely provided a space for others to use their First Amendment to say whatever the fuck they want. Brilliant. This is brilliant. Blank you, MAGA blank. Have a great day at school. P.S. Get smart. America needs you. Then much of this is way too small to read. This entire section is just blurred out by the picture. There's no way to know what it says. Norm still sucks. Calm your lady. Mean liberty and justice for all mean something with arrow pointed back at all. Think about it. It's not clear if this was all the same people. Maybe this may have been one person. This may have been a second person. The third person may have come in here and said, think about it. I don't know. Hard to say. That's the beauty of a public graffiti board. It's like a communal art project.
it every day.
If anything, it shouldn't be around the schools, anywhere around the school.
Now, the town manager said the police department and zoning department has received multiple complaints about these signs, but ultimately it comes down to this resident's First Amendment right. In a statement, town leaders wrote, after thorough review, we must clarify that the content of the sign is protected speech under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution.
I'm being
the
repressed!
First Amendment guarantees the right to free expression, including political speech, even when it is controversial or offensive to.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Well, there you have it. Apparently this is constitutionally protected free speech. And it's a fun way for us to engage in the act of casual reading, something which is apparently going out of style. I think that's a good way to bring it back. Here's another great way for us to engage in reading on this Sunday Fun Day. Here's a book. A book entitled It's Not Easy, Being Marjorie Taylor Greene. Aww. Don't ask me how I found this. This was recommended. YouTube said, I think you'll like this. And in fact, they were
It's
right.
Not Easy Being Marjorie Taylor Greene by Landon Reed. Warning, not a book for snowflakes. Marjorie was born in the Georgia heat, a stomp baby with restless feet. She fussed and she shouted, she made quite a scene. It's not that easy being Marjorie Taylor Greene. She grew up on gossip, on anger, on spite. Learned yelling feels better than being polite. In high school, she ranted. In college, she fought. And the truth was a subject she never much sought. She married, sold houses, and flexed at the gym. But loyalty slipped every night on a whim. She juggled her lovers, kept beds running through till she swore she found truth in a tantric sex guru. Late nights she went scrolling where lies make their rounds, where logic goes missing and madness abounds. She shouted, the Democrats conjured up weather. They punish red states by storming together. She harassed a survivor who spoke of his friends, insisting conspiracies never quite end. With venom she babbled of Rothschild's reign, and muttered of Jewish space lasers again. Then off to the Capitol, Congress at last. She charged in with fury, half-baked and all crass. Over COVID vaccines she grew angry and grouchy, sneering at facts, shouting, hang Fauci! One fought with knowledge, with purpose and aim. The other spread panic and fanned the flame. She tried to impeach on Biden's first day, and at the State of the Union, a hot mess all the way. Fur coat and fury breaking all the rules, turning solemn proceedings into playground duels. Owning the libs with her base, strikes a chord, a performance that merits an AKKK Atomy Award. In the midst of a tantrum, a legislative pout, she waved Hunter's photo, his ding-a-ling out. She cheered January 6th, claimed they fought for the free. Political prisoners, patriots to me. She mocked Jasmine Crockett with lashes and sneers, but Jasmine shot back to resounding cheers. You bleach blonde, bad-built butch body, she said.
Oh,
then
girl,
piled more
baby
barbs
girl.
till the chamber turned red. In Trump's next term, she was eager to dance, dreamed of VP Marjorie if given the chance. She flattered, she schemed, she begged for a glance, but Trump slammed the door and picked J.D. Vance. Then quietly, slyly, she traded with glee. Her stocks, always timed far too perfectly. Insider advantage, corrupt on the scene. Greasy palms, polished, shameless, and obscene. So back to her shouting, her havoc, her screams, her circus of cruelty and crackpot routines. The bottle blonde brawler, loud and obscene. The patron saint of the spiteful and mean. A traitor, a trickster with bluster so odd. All swagger and barking, that bad-built butch bod. Still fueling the chaos of perpetual machine. It's not that easy being Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's not easy being Marjorie Taylor Greene. And other little golden toilet books available on Amazon.
Do you know what we're here for?
Do you know what we're here for, Space Fams? Sunday Fun Day. The Valuetainment.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Hope you appreciated that one. I know that I liked it. I had that when I saw this. I was like, wow, YouTube really on point today with the recommends. Thank you very much for that. That's exactly up my alley. I've been holding on to that one for a couple of days for this Sunday Fun Day. Now let's talk about people who don't like reading. The province of Canada. You may have heard of it. It's called Alberta.
Oh, Canada.
Here's CBC News from 3 days ago with the Alberta book banning saga.
Illegal.
Hi, I'm Jamie Poisson. So earlier this week, we recorded an episode about the Alberta book ban saga. It was about how this list from the Edmonton School Board had been leaked, a list of all of the books that the board had decided to ban in the wake of a government order to take books with sexually explicit content from the shelves. This would apply from kindergarten all the way to grade 12. A massive uproar ensued because the list included beloved classics like Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, Maya Angelou's autobiography, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, and A Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, ironically, set in a world where books are banned. Well, just before we were wrapping up for the day, the province paused that order, and we had to throw that episode out. This doesn't usually happen to us, but here we are. So today, we are bringing the Investigative Journalism Foundation's Brett McKay back to redo this conversation. Why? Because the story is not over, actually. The province says it is working on a new order. And how we got here in the first place is super interesting. So let's get into it. Brett, hey, it is good to have you back for a second try at this. Thank you very much for your generosity.
Yeah, happy to be here and talk about this.
We are talking at 2 p.m. Eastern time. As of right now, this new rewritten order the province says they are working on has not been released, though we do have some details on where they say they are headed, the direction that they're headed. But I am time-stamping this. So why don't we start with the original order from Alberta Premier Daniel Smith's government, okay? The one that resulted in books like The Handmaid's Tale and A Brave New World making this banned list from the Edmonton Public School Board. Can you walk us through what this first order was actually about?
Yeah, this first order, which came out in July, specifically bans explicit sexual content for K-12 schools. It applies across all grades, as well as putting restrictions on what they call non-explicit sexual content.
Under the new standards, school libraries are not permitted to include material containing explicit sexual content. Non-explicit sexual content may be accessed to students in grades 10 and above, provided it is age appropriate.
And so in this order, it includes written passages, illustrations, photographs, digital images, video, audio, anything for all grades. And it describes explicit sexual content as a detailed or clear depiction of a sexual act, includes masturbation as well as sex. For non-explicit sexual content, this means containing a depiction of a sexual act that is not detailed or clear. And so the distinction here is that prohibition on non-explicit content applies for grades 9 and younger, and there are exemptions being made for materials that might appear in health class, biological functions, menstruation, that sort of thing.
And so I
It's
remember
science.
when the education minister started talking about this publicly back in May, one of the many criticisms and concerns people had when they first heard about
Weak.
was that it would target LGBTQ plus content disproportionately.
Yeah, in May, the government minister Nicolaides only named 4 books, 4 graphic novels. 3 of those 4 were either written by queer authors or deal with LGBTQ plus characters or themes.
Oh, shocking. That all the people who said that this was going to affect LGBTQ people more than, cisgendered straight people, were right. That's shocking. That is shocking.
What?
Who could have guessed that banning books based upon these puritanical lines of normalcy, would somehow lead to that? Wow. Who could have guessed?
In 2022. And what they found was that the strongest predictor of whether or not a school district or a county had put in some sort of new book ban was a decline in voter representation for the Republican Party in those counties. And so you're looking at counties that have historically been strongholds that were guaranteed wins that lost ground in the 2020 election. And so they interpreted this as book bans being a form of political action to win back support from the base to the party, right? And so it is not a great form of censorship. The same researchers noted that when books are banned, there's a surge in interest in them. They sell more copies. I looked at the Google Analytics for the 4 books that were named in Canada and Alberta, and the highest points of interest in them are immediately following the ministerial order and immediately following the first press conference in May. And so in terms of keeping kids away from this content, it's not very effective, but as a political action to drive voters into your party, I think it's proven to be effective. And you mentioned, this being a hot culture war topic. And I think part of that too, you need to look at how effective grassroots organizing has become and how important it's become to mainstream parties. And so with the US media ecosystem already focusing on this, I've seen this bubbling up in Canada gradually. And so from a political perspective, you can look at what are people already talking about? Is this an actionable item? They get some groups coming to them directly. And from that perspective, I think it makes sense that this would be seized on as something that already has a built-in base of support, right? That people are already talking about and upset about, which then you can present yourself as providing a solution to it.
There you go. Conservatives in Canada apparently using book bans as ways to gin up support for them. Wow. Wow. Well, book bans aren't just happening in Canada, they're happening in the United States. And of course exist in other places as well. And maybe that's part of why. Could be why that statistic at the beginning is a thing to some degree. We're disincentivizing people from being curious. Now, of course, to some degree, like they said, it increases people's interest in the books, but that's usually people who are already active readers, right? And the important thing is we need to get young people who are not reading, when you think about it, right? Like hopefully as many, not hopefully, but like we probably have as many adults reading as we're going to have, right? Probably difficult to encourage adults into reading, but it's very easy to get the kids reading, get them to form some sort of a habit around learning and things like that. Now let's go here to a very strange story about another book. This book, very strange, reveals a partnership between a psychic and an FBI agent. Let's go here, ABC News from yesterday.
Can psychics help solve crimes?
You see something bad?
Sounds like a Hollywood thriller, like The Gift, where Cate Blanchett plays a seer, helping investigators find a missing socialite. Or Solace, where...
Okay, I'm already offended that in the first 15 seconds there hasn't been a single psych clip. If anything, that is clearly the, top-tier psychic detective franchise.
Psychic Anthony Hopkins helps the FBI stop a serial killer.
John, what are you seeing? I'm not sure.
But these two men say their story is better than a Hollywood script, a real-life, often frowned-upon partnership between law enforcement and a psychic medium.
I didn't work with the FBI or for the FBI. I worked with an agent who happened to work for the FBI.
He was just that one thing sometimes that just gave me that little edge. I never tried to prove him.
This is so fucking stupid. In no way should FBI agents be using psychics for information. It's stupid.
This is ridiculous!
I don't care about this book. I was just using it as a segue. That's right. It was a ploy the whole time. This is my way of switching from talking about reading and books to talking about the FBI. As of course, the FBI has not been handling the Epstein files very well, according to most people. And there is something of an internal civil war going on within the Republican Party over those Epstein files. Donald Trump turning on all and any Republicans who criticize what's going on here. Here's CNN from 10 hours ago. Epstein fight turns personal as Trump plots Republicans' ouster.
President Trump demands unflinching loyalty from Republicans. Otherwise, it is viewed as an act of betrayal. And now the Republican who has become perhaps the most disloyal is about to endure MAGA wrath. That's Congressman Thomas Massie, who has led the charge to release the Jeffrey Epstein files in defiance of the president. New this morning, brand new reporting with my colleague Sarah Ferris about how Trump has met with a prospective Massie primary foe as a Trump-aligned group plans to spend millions to defeat him. And Speaker Johnson and GOP leaders don't plan to stand in harm's way.
Mr. Speaker, do you think that Thomas Massie deserves to be reelected?
Thomas Massie has to make that decision himself. I mean, he is actively working against his team almost daily now, and seems to enjoy that role. So he is, deciding his own fate. My way is to reach out an olive branch to everybody and try to be a peacemaker, and some people make that very difficult for me.
The battle's back. I mean, typically, a leader defends.
Why are people making little Mike Johnson's job so much harder? And so mean.
How rude. In their conference, because they're a member of their conference.
Yeah.
This situation is different, and Johnson is very clear where he stands.
Yeah, absolutely. GOP leaders are just going to let him hang himself here. He's such a pain in the side for them that they wouldn't mind if he's gone, and it would be a red district regardless. But look, this whole thing it's a case study in whether a Trump antagonist in Congress can survive. And I mean, Manu, we've covered the Hill for a long time during the Trump era. The answer to that question has always been no. I mean, think Liz Cheney, Jeff Flake, Bob Good.
Bob Good, yep.
History just sort of strewn with the bodies of, political folks who criticized Trump and then lost, their seats. The difference here is that Massie has such a strong brand in his district as this sort of libertarian, independent thinker. And Trump has gone after him before, saying he should lose a seat in 2020. He won that primary by 60 points. But the difference now is that you have people like Chris LaCivita who are jumping down his throat, helping organize and raise money and come after him.
Trump campaign aide.
Yes, and that guy doesn't like to lose, so it's going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, and this is just a taste of what people are seeing in the district. Look at how much money that's already been spent by this Trump-aligned super PAC. $1.6 million by MAGA Kentucky. Massie spending just $418,000, and that is just to defend himself, in a sense. Just to what viewers are seeing back home.
Help! I'm being repressed!
What happened to Thomas Massie? When did he decide to start voting with the radical Democrats?
I'm sure you've seen the attack.
When did he start voting with the radical Democrats? Yes, those radical Democrats like Nancy Pelosi, who wants to kill your grandma.
When did he
Those
decide
Obama
to start
death
voting
panels.
with the radical Democrats?
I'm sure you've seen the attack ads by now. I'm not folding, I'm fighting, and I'm just getting started.
The message you're trying to send here is that if you stray, like the way Massie did, you're going to see that in your district. That's the message from the Trump team.
Yes.
To anyone who wants to break from him.
Absolutely. And Massie is unique in another way. On foreign policy, on votes around Israel, he has attracted for years the enmity of pro-Israel groups. There was money on the air in Kentucky last cycle. But before any of this happened, a lot of people want to beat him. His message has been, no, I'm with the base. The leadership might change based on what Trump wants, but I'm with you. On the Epstein thing, he is with the base on that. on foreign aid increasingly with the base. Can he get through that? Because the rest of the ad, that the MAGA PAC ad you were showing, says that because he voted against Trump, he voted for sex surgeries for minors, and it makes him look like a liberal. The bet is that the rest of the Republican base can go along with the party in Congress and say being a true conservative means supporting the leader, not diverging on your own issues.
Yeah, and that's the key point here is Massey is with the base on these issues that leadership is mad at him about. They're the ones who split with the base on Epstein.
On the debt and deficit, he voted against the One Big Beautiful Bill Act because of the deficit. The base.
We've been saying for years we were going to cut the deficit. That's what MAGA has been saying for years. And so, I mean, and there are people like Marjorie Taylor Greene who are with Massey and not necessarily being attacked by Trump. And we can talk about those dynamics being a little bit different. But what they're saying is, hey, we are not afraid. Matter of fact, the threats that came from the White House saying it would be a hostile act to support the discharge petition, they did not like that messaging at all. And to them, I think they think they're on more solid ground. Massey says, hey, come at me. He's kind of saying, come at me. I can stand it. I can withstand it. So it'll be interesting to see, because this is a split in the Republican Party. We talked about the split with the Democrats. This is a clear split in the Republican Party.
Yes, indeed, a clear split in the Republican Party right now. And it may just grow larger and larger as Donald Trump continues down this path. But maybe it's just about communication. Maybe they're just not getting the right message out. Or maybe it's the medium in which that they're delivering the message. Maybe too much Truth Social, not enough actual action. Well, some parents seem to think that too much social media not good for their kids. In Maine, a trend taking place, a very strange and vintage trend. People communicating on landlines.
In South Portland, Maine, 10-year-old Molly Morse is dialing into something completely bizarre for most kids her age.
Hello.
An old-fashioned landline with a curly cord. Before she got one, this was just a mystery.
What did you think it was? A toy. I didn't get the fun of it because I didn't know how to use it.
But Molly found out it's not a toy on her 10th birthday after asking her mom for a cell phone.
She was hopeful, but we pivoted and we surprised her with a landline.
Karen Morse is a mental health professional.
Were you worried about the amount of screen time?
Yeah, absolutely. So I knew what I wanted to do at home was a little bit simpler.
That meant putting one landline in the dining room to keep all conversations in the open.
Hello?
Soon, Molly got the hang of it. So did her 8-year-old sister, Piper.
I think it's terrific.
They both love the independence.
I kind of get the advantage of scheduling my own play dates.
The only drawback at first, their friends didn't have a landline.
I only could call my grandparents.
Anyone else?
But Mom got busy spreading the word. Today they have a landline pod of about 24 people, including Molly's best friend, Scout.
Hello. Hi, Scout. I was really excited because I had wanted one after I heard that I couldn't get a cell phone.
Now, Scout's dad says something wonderful is happening.
I feel like we are holding on to a bit more innocence for longer, and I'm letting them be kids.
Cell phones will come, but not right now.
Hi.
Well, there we go. Some parents in Maine taking to outdated form of communication. The landline. Look at those cords. My God. Haven't seen one of those puppies in a while. Now, one guy you might be familiar with has a hot take on the divide in America. Man you might be familiar with played the dad on what was it? I can't even Third Rock, right? As well as perhaps more notably somehow Walter White. That's right, Bryan Cranston, TV star, went on to the podcast of another TV star, the man who plays Dwight Schrute, or played Dwight Schrute on The Office, Rainn Wilson, who apparently has a podcast I was unfamiliar with. This was recommended to me. I was like, I gotta listen to what Walter White and Dwight Schrute have to say about America's divide right now. So I've been holding on to this for a few days.
I believe in inclusiveness and anything that's not like let people be who people want to be and love who they want to love and be around who they want to be. And if someone's intolerant of that, I'm not a part of their conversation or their religion.
You ever struggle with the idea of shut up and dribble, which is like, when they had NBA players or athletes talking about Black Lives Matter or social justice issues? I often get this a lot. I get this a ton on social media because I speak up about issues that are really important to me. Ones like racism, like climate change, income inequality, like, corruption in the U.S. political system, etc. It's like, shut up, Dwight.
Yes,
it's shut up, sitcom actor. And it's like, well, I'm more than a sitcom actor. And guess what? In my belief, everyone gets to have an opinion. If you're a bus driver, you get to have an opinion about God and life and sex and morality and and politics and
those same people would probably tell the bus driver to shut up.
Yeah, shut up and drive a bus. What do you know? Like
it's just that you have.
We're
a
only supposed to
soapbox.
listen to people that have advanced degrees or something, but then those people are hated for being elitist because they got degrees. So who do you listen to?
So the cure to that, just like not reading reviews,
don't read social media.
Never
Don't
do
read the comments.
I never do.
Oh.
So I'll put
have you had troubles around that?
Yeah, because my publicist would tell me, "Ooh, yeah, they're kind of coming after you for it." And I go, "What?
What have they come after you for?"
I would make comments like I made a comment. I had an interview with Chris Wallace, and he was talking about race relations and things. And I said I thought that critical race theory should be taught in schools. I think it's essential that we become honest as a country and look at our race relations.
Look at that. Walter White wants CRT taught in schools. Like, wow. When I heard this from Bryan Cranston, I was like, great job. Good job, Bryan. Way to go, buddy.
Become honest as a country and look at our race relations historically.
Yeah.
Unequivocal. I mean, you cannot deny that this had an immense influence on industry and banking and government and social services, real estate and jobs and then doing research to play LBJ in a play on Broadway and then a movie, doing all that research in 1865, Emancipation Proclamation, 100 years before the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Arguably the greatest
Finally
work of
made
nonfiction
it
of
a
the
law.
20th
You
century.
cannot do this. You have to allow people to eat where they want.
Not going to do it.
Sleep
Wouldn't be
where they
prudent
want.
at this
To
juncture.
vote.
Yeah.
To
It was a year
have a
before I was
job.
born. Yeah.
It's insane that it took so long. In my lifetime, my parents, I was born in 56, and we were taking a family trip to visit some relatives in Texas in, I think it was 64. I think it was 63 or 64. And
before I was born.
Yes, you were a child. Yes.
Before I was born.
Yes. Was it before?
66 born. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, okay.
Yeah. So I remember my mother telling my brother and I,
staying in the a race.
Now, listen, we're going to be in Texas, and I want to just say that if you see a water fountain, drinking fountain, that says colored, don't drink out of it. In my lifetime, my mother is telling me this.
This is ridiculous.
Of course, I was 7 or so, and I'm thinking, are you kidding? Of course I'm going to drink out of it. Is it like rainbow color? Is it flavored? Is it, the
It's
innocence?
raspberry?
Is
Yeah.
it innocence of a boy going, colored?
Why didn't I think? Why don't they have that in California?
They should have that everywhere. I want to, it's like, yeah. But it didn't dawn on me until late. I went, oh, wait a minute. I remember my mother telling. So it's like we haven't come to recognize the importance and embrace our past in a way that allows us to step forward into a brighter future. And until we do, we're always.
Yeah, but there's a lot of folks who think, well.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point to remind us of just how close this history is to us. That civil rights happened in the lifetime of people like Bryan Cranston, of his age. Grew up with segregation.
Emancipation Proclamation was 1865. Get over it. Slavery's in the distant past. Like, will you just get over it? And I've talked about it on the show before, but you're absolutely right that the reverberations went well through the 20th century and exist to this day. I don't know about critical race theory specifically, which has become this kind of straw man, boogeyman, and it's a very specific way of teaching race inequality on a graduate level to a certain set of people, but it's become this kind of, like I say, this kind of boogeyman. But to teach America the reality of the fact that we stole this land from a whole bunch of people that were living here before us, and then we imported millions of people that didn't want to be brought here to do all the work to build this great nation. That's just part of our reality, and we live with that right now. And what are we going to do to rectify it?
I don't want reality.
How do we learn from the past, not repeat it, and seek to create ever greater ripples of justice?
The first step is.
There we go. I mean, maybe we should hear what the first step is. But both Rayan Wilson, a.k.a. Dwight Schrute, and Bryan Cranston, a.k.a. Walter White, two big Hollywood stars, agreement on the fact that we need education, that we need to reckon with this nation's sordid history, to even attempt to properly appreciate what America is today. And they're important contexts. Heisenberg. Yes, Heisenberg. Yes, a.k.a. Heisenberg. Great Heisenberg. All right, let's keep this puppy moving. Now, one thing that's definitely dividing this country, for sure, is a man by the name of Donald Trump, who has, of course, implemented martial law in D.C. and called for war in Chicago, with Chicago. It's not clear how you're supposed to put that. But, yeah, let's see what Donald Trump had to say about crime in D.C.
How much growth do you think is reasonable for us to expect economically next year?
Well, I heard, and we were on a very downward path with Biden, and I heard that the most we could do is 1% GDP, and now I'm hearing 3.2% and 3.5% and all. And our big year won't be really next year. I think it'll be the year after, because when these plants start opening up, it takes a period of time to build them. We're going to have tremendous job growth. It's unprecedented. We have unprecedented in history. There's never been anything like it, because we're going to have more than $17 trillion invested.
70
There's never been
trillion,
anything like that.
$700 trillion.
If we did $1 trillion in 1 year, and this is 6 months, 7 months.
15,000 quadrillion dollars. 40 million quintillion heptillion dollars.
Because we really focused on it over the last 6 months. But we're going to be doing, nobody's ever seen numbers like this. When this stuff starts opening up, our country's being rebuilt. And by the way, Washington, D.C. is being rebuilt. You know, in addition to the fact that we have a safe city now, and our National Guard was fantastic and worked with the mayor, worked with everybody, we're also doing a refurbishing of Washington. We're going to redo some of the roads, the surfaces. We're going to redo the medians. We're going to take the broken tiles off the tunnels and put brand new tiles up. And we're going to regrass all the parks. They're going to be regrassed by people that build world-class golf.
We're going to have all of the grass in all of DC redone by golf course groundskeepers. They are going to do it nice. It's going to look like the U.S. It's going to look like Augusta. It's going to be like the great. Or it could even be as good as Doral. I don't know. We'll see. Trump National Golf Course. Heard of it?
Regrass all the parks. They're going to be regrassed by people that build world-class golf courses and not necessarily people that work for me, because I don't care about that. I just want to, I'm very good at grass.
I just want the best.
You know, grass has a life, just like you have a life, right? It has a life. Well, this grass has been up longer than, it's like 4 lives, okay? That's why there's a lot of areas where there's just no grass. But we're going to regrass all of the parks. We're going to, in a year from now, you won't even recognize it. Graffiti's gone.
You cannot. You are not even prepared. Okay, look. I know you're asking this question. I mean, you're very stupid. I can tell. But look, we are going to regrass all of. I'm telling you, you're not even going to recognize it. Okay, you're going to be going down Pennsylvania Avenue, and where the fuck am I right now? Am I on the golf course? No. No, you're not on the golf course. You're actually just in D.C., where every patch of grass in the entire city is covered in beautiful, beautiful Kentucky bluegrass sod maintained by the very best groundskeepers on the planet. We'll have putting greens, practice, chipping. You know, you can get in your bunker shot. You can do a little work on your bunker shot. It's going to be great. So much grass, you are not going to believe it.
Tents are gone. The medians falling into the roads are gone. The potholes will be gone. The marble's going to be polished and beautiful. It's all going to be beautiful. We're working with Clark Construction, who's, you know, one of the, well, definitely the biggest here, one of the biggest in the country. And they've been great. And we're going to do about a 10-mile radius from the White House, from the Capitol. Looking sort of at both of them, go right in the middle of both of them and start drawing circles. And everything is going to be spit-shined. You know, when the head of Poland came here last week, and when other leaders came here, a lot of them have been here over the last 8 months. I said, what do you think? And they said that we're a little surprised at the look, the filth on the road. Now it's much better. We've got it much better, but we have to do some construction things. I mean, you know, you have medians that are all broken and rotted and rusty and disgusting. And they're all going to be changed. You're going to have a very different look. You're going to have the look of prosperity, not the look of poverty. But the big thing right now, initially, is we have no crime in Washington. We literally have no.
There we go. Washington. None of us will ever recognize Washington ever again. It's just going to look like Donald Trump, like a fever dream. It's just going to be one big, like everything will be covered in gold, and there'll be putting greens and practice bunkers on every corner of every street, perfectly manicured grass. Maybe there'll be like little cart girls going around, you know, they got the cart where they sell like the lemonade, like I sell you a beer and like some peanuts. You know, that is going to be DC. And thankfully, no crime. So it's going to be really easy to practice your putts with no crimes happening. That's a bonus. 0 crime. That's the number one thing. Everybody needs to remember there's no more crime in DC. It's all done. Never again will there be crime. Unless it's me and my family and my henchmen doing crimes, because there might be some of those crimes. But aside from my administration's crimes, no more crimes. I wonder how much that's going to cost to turn DC into a golf course. What do you figure? 5 billion? 50 billion? I don't know. It's a big place. It's pretty big. It's a pretty big area. Then you got to cut it, right? Like, you got to cut the grass very specifically. Like the edges, that has to be the rough, right? And then you got the fairway, right, in the middle of every space. So you got to have the entire swath of possible grass. Now let's go to Chicago, where of course Donald Trump has declared war.
Immediately, if not sooner.
People in Chicago attempting to celebrate this weekend. Mexican Day parades overshadowed in Chicago by Donald Trump's threats against the city. Here's the AP from yesterday.
Son como talismanes del amor de mis amores.
What does that mean? Anybody speak Spanish? Fuera Trump? Is that fire? Is that fire Trump?
Illegal.
Well, there you go. People attempting to celebrate amidst the oncoming martial law coming to Chicago.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go here to Al Jazeera, talk about that war Donald Trump is threatening.
Church bells rang in Washington in support of the city's first mass protest against President Trump's attempted takeover of the local police force and deployment of federal troops.
It's almost like a war state. Like, what's going on? Why is this being allowed to happen? This is our home. We need to fight, and we need to resist.
More than 2,000 National Guard soldiers have been patrolling the city's streets since mid-August, in addition to a surge in immigration agents and other federal law enforcement. Trump says he sent them to fight crime in the nation's capital.
Washington, D.C., it was the most unsafe city anywhere in the country, our capital.
The number one most unsafe.
12 days, it became known as a
Even
city.
though the numbers don't play out, we know just how unsafe it was. Don't listen to fake numbers.
Violent crime in D.C. indeed surged after the pandemic, but had fallen to a 30-year low prior to Trump's intervention. Protesters, who flooded the streets by the thousands on Saturday, said Trump was only searching for an excuse to exert control over the nation's capital.
We don't have a home rule. We don't have our own senators or members of the House of Representatives. So we're at the mercy of a dictator like this, a wannabe dictator.
Washington is a liberal city run by Democrats and where residents resoundingly voted against Trump. Now other large cities with the same characteristics are in Trump's crosshairs. I love the smell of deportations in the morning, Trump posted on social media on Saturday.
This is just fucking asinine. This is full dictator shit. You know, and the fact that Republicans now have AI so they don't have to find people to do this ridiculous art for them is really a detriment to society when you think about it. Shy apocalypse now. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Helicopter, helicopter, helicopter emoji. This dude is deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War, referencing his newly renamed Department of Defense. That elicited this response from the governor of Illinois. The President of the United States is threatening to go to war with an American city. This is not a joke. This is not normal. Donald Trump isn't a strong man. He's a scared man. Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator.
Weak.
In Chicago, protesters quickly took to the streets in response to Trump's threats. New Orleans, Baltimore, and Portland have also been mentioned by Trump as places he'd like to send federal troops. In D.C., the local government has asked a federal judge to deem the deployment illegal, arguing that the military has no role in playing police.
And that's already been ruled that way in California. The LA, as it relates to the LA protests, those are already deemed illegal. The deployment, not the protest, the deployment of the National Guard. But it needs to be done on a nationwide basis. It can't be county by county. Otherwise, he's just going to keep doing it. We've seen it already. They've been doing that. Whenever a ruling comes down that doesn't come down from the Supreme Court, they just say this is a wicked Obama judge, a leftist, woke leftist activist judge, a Marxist, communist, leftist judge.
I'm staying in the race.
Let's see how people in Chicago are already fighting back against Trump's threats. A march was held through downtown yesterday. Here is some footage from that march. A lot of good signs here. We could do some more reading. Stop the Trump agenda. Defend and expand immigrant rights. Stop police crimes.
Illegal.
Defend LGBTQIA and reproductive rights. Defend education and academic freedom. Occupation is a crime. Free Chicago to Palestine. Resist. Ice out of Chicago. It's pretty good signs out here.
First, I want to say to every single one of you, on behalf of our community, thank you for standing with us. We sense your love and we sense your care for people who might be your neighbors nearby or your neighbors far away from you. Every single immigrant is a human. Every single immigrant has every single right to have their families stay together. Go fight to abolish ICE. We're going to abolish ICE. In your neighborhoods.
Melt ice. Nice. Well played. Well played, man. Okay. Let's keep this puppy moving. One last one on the deployment of the American military troops to cities across the country. We're doing this story one more time. Fox 29 Philadelphia, 2 days ago. Why were military helicopters flying in downtown Philadelphia. That's right. Black Hawk helicopters seen flying in the city of brotherly love.
Okay, let's get into this because apparently I'm the only one who knows about it and the people who live in my apartment. So did you hear and see Black Hawk helicopters, no lights on, flying? I live on the 9th floor, okay, over by the old roundhouse. I live on the 9th floor. These Black Hawk helicopters were below the 9th floor. They were landing around the old roundhouse. This is a video I shot during the game, trying to watch the game. Listen. This went on for an hour with big bangs going off. You know, flash bangs when they have a hostage situation. If you would magnify that by 100%, 1,000%. So giant bangs going off. It rattled our whole apartment building. The paintings on my wall.
This is ridiculous.
I go out on the balcony. I see this Black Hawk helicopters flying over the city.
And you were concerned.
Did anybody else see this or hear this? Please leave the building. Please. Old City is under attack. But so
they were saying
I
that.
call everybody I know. No one knows what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah, but did you see the spit? Please leave. Old City is under attack. It could be aliens. We don't know. There are Black Hawk helicopters flying very low and landing in Old City.
Oh, you literally texted during the game. Hold, the military is doing an exercise. It's an emergency.
No response. Yeah,
well,
but did you see the spit?
Yeah, I was like, well, there's a lot going on at the game right now.
So and I apologize as a TV.
Seriously though, this is ridiculous. I mean, the fuck. They're causing like a literal disturbance. You have a news anchor who didn't even know about this happening, like losing his shit. I mean, can you imagine this? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. Where are all the don't tread on me people? Where are they, goddammit? We're being treaded upon. We are being treaded upon with the military. Just playing war games on our streets.
Station. We should have warned you about this every day this week. We only did it once, I think, in the 7 o'clock hour Monday. We told you that the U.S. military was going to conduct exercises. Does anybody remember this? Mm-hmm. One day this week. We don't know if it's today or into the weekend, maybe Saturday or Sunday.
So it's our fault.
We don't know. We don't know. Well, we just had to. It's going to happen sometime this week. Just say it over and over. Don't be freaked out. That was my comment Monday morning. Mm-hmm. Don't be freaked out. This is a military exercise. I forgot about it too. Boom! Bam! Black Hawk helicopters. I didn't know we were. No. Please. Old City is under attack. Yeah, but did you see about the spitting?
North Philly Reese tweeted me, and she says, "Give Mike some grace. Those darn helicopters were in the way. I hate when y'all treat Mike like he's irritating. He's the only reason why we watching this."
Aww. Well, apparently the viewers are appreciating this anchor's nonsensical. Where the hell did he get that megaphone? The tiny megaphone. I kind of want one of those. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want a tiny megaphone. Speaking of personalities, let's go here and talk about two big online personalities getting crazy with it over at the JRE pod, the Joe Rogan Experience. And of course, the only true way to navigate the Joe Rogan universe. This is a man by the name of R.M. Brown. Let's see what's going on between Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon.
Hey guys, what's up? I gotta show you something. Check out this picture I found. Look at that. He's on his way to work. He works in an office. Anyway.
Toilet.
Anyway.
We'll be right back.
Joe Rogan, I urge you to check this goddamn thing out, man.
What? Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Come on.
You're me. No, but great. Okay, we gotta check in with the king of all media. Joe Rogan, what's he got there? Well, what's he got there? A la-doo-doo? What's he got there? A la...
Toilet.
What is that? A la... Okay. Dude, why am I not in the YouTube algorithm anymore? I wonder.
I just think, Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist.
Who?
Yeah, that seems odd. 4-part. Well, here's what's really
Let
wild
that guy
to me.
talk, Joe.
4 parts.
Right.
It's not just one. One lecture on the Antichrist would be insane.
You might say that it's
the beginning.
I feel like I'm taking crazy
When I look
pills.
at this news, I start having an anxiety attack, and it makes me cry to even look at him.
Okay, this is a funny part in this Joe Rogan Tim Dillon thing because they're both like, man, these guys, man, what the hell is with these guys? These guys are a little weird. These guys are a little. Go ahead, man.
Weird.
That's funny because Joe Rogan has had all these guys on his show, and he's like, that's fascinating. He just talks to me. That's fascinating, man. Wow. But this is where I get my news from the Joe Rogan program. So I was like, oh, I didn't hear about that. That guy, Peter Thiel, he's giving a... What the hell is a goddamn stupid thing? Oh, he's giving a lecture. I think I might check this out since San Francisco. Oh, it's sold out. What the hell?
What?
Oh, man, it's sold out.
She spit on them.
She spit on him on that one. Important. This ticket includes all 4 events. Oh, to check out this event here. You are warmly invited to a series. Is it a warm? It's on a website. That's not that warm. You are coldly and technologically invited to a series of 4 lectures by Pete Thiel, addressing the topic of the biblical Antichrist.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist, and it makes me cry.
Don't cry about it, man. Peter is a technological... What is he? He's a technology entrepreneur and investor. Spent much of his career writing and speaking about how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world.
Follow the rich way.
Oh, I'll check that out, man. Religious thinkers upon whom Peter will draw include René Girard, Frank Bacon, Jonathan Swift, Carl Schmitt, John Henry Newman. Oh, John Henry Newman. That's the guy from Butch Cassidy and the stupid joke. Who's going to this? Who did this sell out to? Oh, I think I see why it sold out. Drinks and small bites. And then drinks and desserts. They're just there for the food, man. This is me walking around this lecture. Hey, what the hell is that? Some kind of little amuse-bouche or something? This is pretty good. Oh, there's a tracking chip in that. Oh, god damn it. I ate 10 of those already. Wait, let's look at these goddamn Joe Rogan comments right here. What does this say? Tune in. What the hell does this son of a bitch right here say? What does this wretched pendejo jeez right here say? Oh, he do like, tune in next week for my episode with Peter Thiel where we don't mention any of this. Hey, shut up, man. That Joe doesn't do stuff like that, man.
Lay off Joe, man. Hey, lay off Joe. He's doing his best.
So yeah, in that, like, I think this appears to be the official invite to this thing they're talking about. But what does it say again? Religious thinkers upon whom Peter will draw include all of these guys, including Carl Schmitt. Oh, who?
What?
Huh? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot of these kind of tech guys, they want to be seen as like public intellectuals or something. Or they're just trying to convince people of... So, they're calling this guy, they're like, that's kind of weird, man. That guy kind of seems like the Even Joe Rogan's like, that guy kind of seems like the Antichrist. That guy who came on my show. And I was just going like... Guy kind of looks like him. Seems like him. It's kind of weird he's doing a lecture on that. And then you look at that thing and he's like, he draws upon religious thinkers like blah, 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 and Carl Schmitt. And you see something like that and you're like, okay, this guy thinks he's some kind of public intellectual. Maybe he's doing something where he's like, oh, look, we got to examine all these thinkers, all these philosophers and all this crap. Or maybe like, oh, we gotta like critique this or so, you know. But from what I've seen, what I know about Carl Schmitt, he was like one of the main, you know, like Nazi philosophers and legal architects kind of. He's like the president should have full power including media kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, you can bring up any thinker, philosopher you want or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean you agree with everything on this guy, but in this case, it does seem like the guy that they're talking about, Peter Thiel, who they're also like, he might also be the Antichrist. I've had him on my show, by the way. Like, he agrees with a lot of that stuff. So that's it's a bit of a red flag there. Anyway, okay, but before we get into the more, what would we say, substantial parts of this, how many views on this? 250,000 in 5 hours.
Cut your meat.
Oh man, with those kind of numbers, you could
cut your meat.
What does that mean? Okay.
Didn't O.J. Simpson write a book called If I Did It?
Yeah, no, he didn't.
So this is Peter Thiel's version of that. His lecture on the Antichrist is If I Did It.
I think his wife threw it out.
Joe Rogan had a copy of If I Did It, and then his wife sensibly threw it out.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Of that. His lecture on the Antichrist is If I Did It.
I think my wife threw it out, honestly.
No!
Yes, she's known to do things like that.
I get it. As a woman, you would see it and go, he doesn't need this.
Well, she thinks it's for because I go, somebody gave it to me for fun. It's signed.
Right.
It was a signed copy.
Amazing.
And sometimes she will throw things like that out if they gather dust for a little too long. I understand.
Okay, this is not a very important part, but I did think this was one of the two funniest parts of this, an 8-hour podcast.
Let's be real. Who cares if it's signed? It doesn't matter. It doesn't. And also, what? One day, Joe's gonna be down on his luck. He's gonna have to sell his signed copy of O.J. Simpson's autobiography. Right.
Joe Rogan's wife throwing stuff away.
He had a signed copy of If I Did It by O.J. Simpson.
By O.J. Simpson?
She's like, Joe, are you going to read? It's just a little insight into Joe's family life. Joe, are you actually going to read this? Yeah, I want to see what how he would do it if he did do it, which he didn't. Come on, Joe.
Illegal.
They get into a whole argument. You're really going to read it? I said yes.
Like real old school, like waspy.
Didn't you get invited to have lunch or something, or dinner with Peter?
Give him a break.
Yes, I said no.
Did you?
I said no. I'm a little wary of that circle of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying there's anything inherently evil about them, because obviously there's people in there. I don't know that I want to go to a dinner with someone who's going to talk endlessly about the Antichrist.
But yet you'll go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, of course.
And perform.
Hey.
She spit on them.
Hey, give that guy a break, man.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Both of she's kind of spitting on them in this one. Kind of going back and forth a little bit here. This is what comedians do. They kind of give each other this.
Boom, 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 boom.
This is just like the weirdest possible version of that. Okay.
Of course.
I've been to Peter's house twice.
Yeah.
I went once with dinner with Eric Weinstein. I forget who else.
Oh, I love
and
that
then
guy.
the second time he brought me in.
I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Like Peter Thiel. People
He's a
that
nice
know
guy.
him
I've
go,
had
he's
him
a
on the
nice guy.
podcast.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I don't.
Except for the Carl Schmitt thing.
I get invited to a lot of dinners and a lot of things. And what I try to do is I try to say to myself, I need to be able to criticize people and make fun of them.
Okay, yeah, man.
I've been seeing the stories about this all over YouTube, and Joe Rogan is giving a little bit of she spit on him, which do like this.
She spit on them.
If you weren't aware of that, it goes like this.
She spit on them.
For doing this comedy festival in Saudi Arabia. Okay, let's check out this breaking points. An individual breaking points video is called a breaking point. Cut that out. Cut out what I just said.
That's on YouTube.
Crystal, what are you taking a look at?
Well,
leave her alone.
In just a few short weeks, a who's who of comedy will board international flights bound for Riyadh for Saudi Arabia's massive comedy festival. Billed as the largest comedy festival in the world, the star-studded lineup includes the likes of Dave Chappelle, Tim Dillon, Bill Burr, Aziz Ansari, Whitney Cummings, Pete.
and Arun Brown.
And the headliner,
Paul Davidson,
featuring
Hasan Piker.
Wow, what a lineup.
Pete Davidson, Kevin Hart, and a whole lot more where those came from. You got your right wingers, you got your left wingers, you got your relatively apolitical, all coming together in a shared appreciation for the shower of Saudi cash that lured them to this event in the first place. What about Saudi's imposed starvation of Yemen? What about their authoritarian speech suppression and vicious approach to dissent? What about the brutal murder and dismembering of Jamal Khashoggi? Their rampant abuse of migrant workers, including allegations of human trafficking. Well, as Tim Dillon makes plain, the payouts were enough to get everyone to look the other way.
They're paying me $375,000 for one show.
Right.
Now, a lot of other people are getting
Joe Rogan
1.6
spit on him
million.
about that.
That's not me. I'm not...
Tim, come on, man. I get it. You're the headliner, but am I allowed to speak? This is not the Comedy Store where I have to work the door. Whatever. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. Shut up for a second, man. Joe Rogan spit on him about this. Okay, anyway.
Not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point. Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Look the other way. That's a 4-word.
Yeah, do look like a lot of the fans are pissed off about this. What does this say? Tim sold out for...
It's easier if you know...
I don't want reality.
Just avoid the reality. It's fine. It's easier. Normal by nature with a sweet, sweet super chat. I imagine that the servants that had to hear the conversations happening at Versailles felt similar to how we do right now. Just oof. Thank you, Gnarl. That broke the ice. That was the first super chat of the night. We are now at 1 of 10 on the goal. And somehow we've already gone an hour in that. Oh, right, but we do have full 4. So technically we have 2.5 hours left to complete the goal. Officially.
Seafood tower. Why are you even surprised about this? So that is one of the jokes, okay. Bill Burr being in this sucks. I guess everyone has a price. Hey, give that guy a break, man. Bill Burr threw a fit when golfers played in a league funded by the Saudi. Okay. Hold on. Let me check this out. Here's another guy who's pissed off about this. Kyle. Let's check out what Kyle has to say. Oh, 70,000 views. Okay. Let me check this out.
But he makes millions of dollars a year already.
Right.
You're going to sell out for an extra $375 in fucking blood money from one of the worst regimes on the planet? Oh my God, this is so low.
Getting 1.6 million.
Hey.
That's not me. I'm not in that bracket.
She spit
Others
on
are
him
getting
too.
150.
Come on, man. She spit on him too, I said.
She spit on him.
You know, I don't know if you should go, Tim. Maybe it's time to
cut your meat
on this one. Yeah, man. You know, that's what most of us don't get about this. I don't get it, you know. You're already like a bajillionaire. Even Joe Rogan's like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, Tim. But you look at the lineup, it's like a lot of my favorite comedians up in that piece too, you know? Pete Davidson. No. You know, my favorite comedians like Kevin Hart. But you know, they have all this oil money over there. They were looking around. They were walking around and then they saw some of this. And then they went like this. You know, so they could pay these comedians like $4 zillion trillion to do like a night of comedy, you know? But I forgot about this.
Okay, all right. Let's keep this thing moving. Wow. Joe Rogan, Tim Dillon beefing over money that he took apparently from Saudi Arabia. Let's go from talking about R.M. Brown's favorite comedians to the number one fan of one supposed comedian by the name of Bill Maher. Don't ask me how I found this video. I was also recommended this by YouTube recently. Let's go to the number one fan of Bill Maher. See what's up with this guy.
My name is Steve Craigman. I'd like to pair a nice Cab Sav with a dark chocolate 98% cacao. I'm a smug cocksucker at dinner parties, and I'm Bill Maher's official woo guy.
Rebrand since Caitlyn Jenner. I tell you, it's tough out there.
Yeah, I'm the woo guy. I don't care that my wife left me. Epstein files. I'm still waiting for a re-release of the X-Files. God, I could use some black. Netanyahu is acting like a damn yoo-hoo. We don't work for Israel. Now that being said, I do think everyone in Palestine should be killed.
Illegal.
Yeah. Woo! Did you know Hamas is being run by babies? Yeah. Woo! Trump's lack of decorum is sickening, quite frankly. Did you know the leader of Hamas is a 9-month-old? I like to call him Agent Orange.
Did you know Hamas is being run by babies? It does sound like a Bill Maher fan.
Did you know the leader of Hamas is a 9-month-old? I like to call him Agent Orange. You see that thing on his fucking head? God, I miss my kid Denny. Yeah! Woo! God, I could go for some ebony pussy. It's got good legs. I'm an adult. God, I miss my son.
Illegal.
If you watch an episode of Real Time, you'll hear me. You'll hear me after every joke.
Just the word Cracker Barrel. They used to have a barrel, and quite frankly, a cracker. Standing next to the barrel.
Woo! Now see, Bill's joke was gonna fall flat there, but I came right in and I saved it with a swift yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! So I don't really listen to most people in my life. That's my son. It's my son Denny's grave. Yeah. He shot up a sorority and then killed himself a few years ago. He used to call himself a top G. Well, Denny, you'll always be my top G. Bye, son.
Jesus Christ.
Bye-bye. God, I can't wait for these black hookers to come over tonight.
Oh my.
See, they usually come straight from Bill's house, and then they tell me about what he's gonna do on the show next week. Boy, am I excited. They have such big asses.
There you go. There's Bill Maher's #1 fan. Seems like a sort of reprehensible individual, if you ask me. Not the sort of guy you'd want to spend a lot of time with. But I'm not the one calling him Bill Maher's #1 fan. That's the title of the video, okay? As the title of the video. He's the one who's claiming to be Bill Maher's. I'm not claiming he's Bill. I mean, I'll take him at his word. Most of it just seems to check out. All right, let's move it along. I'm going to start talking the mayoral election. Or should we take a break now? Should we take a break now and then I have a lot of stuff to cover on the mayoral election right now. No, we'll just keep it. We'll keep it moving. We're going to have to pause midway through it. All right. Speaking of elections, before we get to the New York City mayoral election, let's go to Los Angeles. Most specifically, let's go down to Orange County.
The Costa Mesa woman has been charged.
Hey, sir, I need you to shut your mouth. I'm in the middle of this. Let's go to Orange County, where apparently a dog is being accused. Wait, I'm getting this wrong. No. A woman. That makes more sense. A woman is being accused of registering her dog to vote.
Illegal.
The Costa Mesa woman has been charged with 5 felonies after prosecutors say she illegally.
I don't know. I think this. I mean, I don't know who this dog voted for, but I don't know. Kind of looks like he deserves a vote. So cute.
Illegal.
Registered her dog to vote and then voted in 2 elections. According to the Orange County DA's office, Laura Urex's dog Maya's vote was successfully counted.
What I love most about this is that she posted it all to Facebook. This is such a sophisticated operation of voter fraud that she posted it all to Facebook. Maya is still getting her ballot. The good news is Sammy is apparently off the voting rolls. Who is Sammy? I have no idea who that is.
2021 Newsom recall election, but rejected in the 2022 primary. The DA's office says Urex even posted a picture on social media in 2022 of Maya posing with an I voted sticker and her ballot. Another
Illegal.
There you have it. Massive voter fraud. One dog casting a vote. Who do they vote for? I do not know. Perhaps Barack Obama? Get it? Okay, that's it. No more dog puns for the rest of the day. All right, let's go on now to talking about the New York mayoral race, where most likely no dogs will be voting. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
That's what we call him. Went on to the I've Had It podcast with the wine moms of YouTube, Jennifer and Pumps. Pumps. How does she say it? She's a very particular way of saying that. Let's go there now.
So are we supposed to start the podcast?
Pumps.
Do it.
1, 2, 3. Ah, I'm so embarrassed. Okay.
All right. Patriots, gay triots, they triots, black triots, brown triots. Welcome to America's Top DEI podcast, live from New York City. And you guys, I don't know if we're cool or if the stars are aligning, but we are here with New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. How are you today?
I am doing great. It's such a pleasure to be here.
I mean, it's a big deal to be on America's Top DEI podcast.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I know I made it.
This is big league.
Regardless of what happens.
It's not the primary win. We're right here.
This is where it's all happening. Okay, we like to ask all of our guests what they've had it with. So, Zohran, what have you had it with?
I have had it with uncles asking me what's next. So everyone will be well acquainted with that moment in your life where you think you've done something, and there will always be an uncle who whispers in your ear, "Where are you headed to next?"
Yeah.
And so we've been doing photos, and there'll be an uncle who whispers to me, "Are you going to Senate, governor,
right,
president?" I'm like, this is a great place to be.
Right.
Why can't we just celebrate this moment?
Do they also ask you, like, are there any kids in the works?
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is a common question. But
Yes.
my parents are thankful that now the press corps gets to ask me the questions that they used to ask me.
They can just listen
They
in.
can just, when is he going to have his
no
first
more
kid?
get engaged. They're like, when are you going to have
When are you
kids?
get-
It's like,
yeah.
do I have to do all this right now?
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure for people that don't have kids yet. There's like this just constant promoting of breeding. You know, like the promotion, like, when are you going to breed? When are you going to do it? Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. All right, Pumps, what about you? What have you had it with?
Okay, I'm not
Immediately, if not
technologically
sooner.
savvy.
Okay.
Really?
Shut up. And what I've had it with is I always put in my wrong password, and then my computer says, "Do you want to save this password?" And I'm like, "No, because it's wrong." So then I have like 4 tries of different passwords, and I never get it right. So it's like, wait until I say save the password before you start asking me,
That is
because I'm always putting in the wrong password, and
Yeah.
I have to go back. So I've had it with that. Technology's not my friend. You're young, so
Let
you
me tell you,
understand technology.
I feel like I do, but even I'm already starting to feel a little bit out of it.
Like left behind?
Yeah.
When I started practicing law, there was no such thing as emails. That's how, or
Okay, well,
internet.
okay.
She's
We
a
are
lot-
different
she's a
persons.
lot
Yeah,
older.
yeah, I'm not gonna
So
say we're
like
in the same
Instagram
boat.
is like a huge. I remember on the cell phone. Remember doing like
Wait,
the AAA.
you had no email when you started practicing
When I started
law?
practicing law, there was no email.
This is
It was-
not only
This is like
America's...
pre Palm Pilot.
Yes. Yeah.
Apparently, Pumps practiced Stone Age law
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
back when they were, transmitting legal documents by Morse code.
BlackBerry, all of it. We had those little things you would get at Best Buy. I think then it was Circuit City, where you kept your calendar. Like, it was a whole thing. And I remember when I moved out of my house, it was in the attic, and I was like, it's a dinosaur. Yeah, the only computer game that they had was Solitaire.
Wow.
That's crazy, isn't it?
All right.
And I look so young.
Oh. There's nothing a little Botox and filler can't
That's right.
fix.
No injections that I won't take.
Okay. Let me tell you what I've had it with.
Please.
I have had it with politicians that think that they're badass and they act like they have courage. And in fact, I think they put on what I would call a profile in cowardice. One example would be Lil Marco Rubio, who, I don't know.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
A video record of him having clarity about authoritarianism, clarity about Vladimir Putin. And you can go on and on. You know, J.D. Vance, who we call Lil Smokey because of the smoky eye. And, there's a lot of these right now. But one particularly when I think of New York,
Donald
that
Trump
could
spent
put
a lot of
on
quality time with my
profile
wife.
in cowardice is your opponent, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes.
And I just cannot believe the 180-degree turn where he's trying to act like this manosphere tough guy.
Yeah.
And he has abandoned all progressive beliefs that he had before. Like so many people, once they open up to Donald Trump, once they capitulate, they become worse and worse and worse. And Andrew Cuomo has capitulated to Donald Trump. And the moral rot has just absolutely followed.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it just shows that he doesn't believe in anything
Right.
other
Right.
than his own power. And the fact that, he believes that's his God-given right is to forever be leading the city or the state.
I
And
did everything right and they
it's
indicted
quite
me.
jarring for many who spent, like me and like all of you, months hearing from someone about how they would be the best person to take on Donald Trump, and now have that same guy be the one who's on the phone with Donald Trump talking about how to stop our campaign.
Think about how failed as a politician you would have to be to call a man who clearly, in my opinion, I'm not a doctor, has full-blown dementia, who tried to give a microphone a blowjob on the campaign trail. Donald Trump did this. And he has to have a 3-hour meeting where everybody tells him he's so great because he's that insecure. So how much has Andrew Cuomo fallen that right now, currently, he thinks the best thing for New Yorkers to do is to call a demented man with muffin top cankles, bruises all over his hands, and an army of sycophants around him? I mean, how on earth is that going to help New Yorkers? And then
It's a great question, Jennifer. Great question.
we have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Okay. Now, it's true. We still have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America, but we do have to take a quick galactic intermission, everybody, because we have arrived. About 2 hours of stream time so far, so quick break. We'll be right back after these brief space messages with more from the I've Had It pod and Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and do not forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you do not miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Not only that, we have a goal going in right now that we have to complete. Otherwise, we might not get all the sweet content we deserve here on this Sunday Fun Day. Thankfully, we have a myriad of ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the very low price of $3 a month, you can get access to benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on the break screens. That's right, you could be sitting poolside with me and the other patrons during the breaks, or maybe sipping drinks at the bar, hanging out at the lake, or just walking in the Galactic City streets. All options for our patrons. You just tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I'll make it happen. That's not it, though. You also get a shout out at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. right, Space Fams, I am back. And of course, that sound that you just heard, of course, means it's time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the second half, which is beginning immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Also, PB using her membership message highlight. I'm crafting and listening, Space Fam. Well, it's good to see you, PB, even if you're just listening. Back to the Galactic News Desk. All right, right back to the I've Had It podcast where they are talking to Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
And that makes me question his judgment. It makes me question Andrew Cuomo's judgment, because I wouldn't call Donald Trump, if he were the last person on the planet, for advice.
And calling him not just for advice, but for help.
Right.
Because Andrew Cuomo's path in his mind is that Donald Trump intervenes in this race and makes what is a 4-person race into a 2-person race. And he does that by getting Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa out of it, such that it's a one-on-one with Andrew Cuomo. Now, it's difficult for Andrew Cuomo to understand, but he would also lose that race as well.
Right.
But still, he is trying everything he can do, not just to ask Donald Trump, but to say, can you help me? Can you actually make this a race that is easier for me?
But when you think about it, Donald Trump has a history of sexual abuse or sexual misconduct allegations.
Illegal.
Andrew Cuomo has the exact same history. Neither really believe in anything except for being liked. And there's no, again, it's a profile in cowardice. I don't see either one of them standing for anything. They just accept who has the biggest check right now. Who can write me the biggest check? And it's so obvious once you open up your eyes to it. But when you think about all the people surrounding Trump, it's almost like by design, it's a prerequisite that you have some sort of moral collapse in your background to be able to even talk to him. And I think Andrew Cuomo has this.
I mean, he has often surrounded himself with the people who are quickest to say yes to any idea that he has. And when Andrew Cuomo entered this race, we put out a video standing in front of Trump Tower talking about the similarities between the two of them, because it's not just the allegations. it's not just believing in power above all else. It's also a record of cutting Medicaid. It's also a record of claiming to fight for working people and then selling them out to the highest profile donors. I mean, before Elon Musk was running Doge at the behest of Donald Trump, Andrew Cuomo was giving Elon Musk $959 million in tax breaks here in New York.
Yep.
The stories have a lot of parallels, and that is part of when people ask me who's my biggest opponent in this race, I say it's not any one of the candidates on the ballot. It's the disaffection and despair that most New Yorkers feel when they think about politics, because that is what keeps so many home. And I understand where they're coming from, because if you've seen this, and we're talking about, in one hand, a Republican, in other hand, technically a Democrat, as it pertains to Andrew Cuomo, why would you continue to have faith? And our job now is to reckon with those betrayals and say that politics can be something else. It can be more than just this complacency, just this sense of looking at a cost of living crisis that's spiraling out of control and pretending that we're just spectators to it, as opposed to actors who are either choosing to stop it or exacerbate it.
Right.
Okay, I have a question on this. I'm from Oklahoma, so I'm way far removed from this. But I've never heard of anyone that's been a New Yorker that's like rah Donald Trump. So I find it odd that somebody who is so deeply unpopular in New York City, that Andrew Cuomo would go to him for help. That makes no sense to me.
Well, first I have to say that the first play that I started in middle school was Oklahoma.
Really?
Where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Yeah.
I was Curly.
Really?
Jumping toadstools. That was one of my lines.
That's amazing.
They put a lot of makeup on me.
Yeah.
But I do remember that.
It's a completely white production, as is everything in Oklahoma.
Whiteface you?
I think I was pretty close. But I think, I think Andrew Cuomo is going to Donald Trump, not because Donald Trump's endorsement would swing New Yorkers, but more because Donald Trump has the ability to narrow this race and to take a Republican candidate or a ostensibly Democrat, now Eric Adams, it's hard to know how to describe him, out of this race.
Corrupt.
That's one way, and that's accurate.
And to bully you.
Yeah. And
intimidate you.
And I think that what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is that him and Donald Trump, they're two sides of the same coin that New Yorkers want to throw away into the dustbin of history.
Now, the fact is, I don't watch all of their shows or all of their clips, so I wasn't sure what they felt about Zoran Mamdani. I had a feeling. But they seem to be very pro-Zoran. They seem to be on the Zoran train.
Right? We want a new kind of politics. We had the option to elect our own bully, and we chose not to do that. And why would we not make the same decision again in November? That's what he's having a hard time understanding, because he just doesn't understand that no means no.
I think something that's so interesting, and this doesn't get, a lot of people don't realize this, but one thing that Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump have in common is an affection and adoration towards authoritarian right-wing strongmen. And Cuomo has an affection and adoration for war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu and volunteered to be his attorney. And, this is really, it really rocks the conscience when you think about it, that somebody who, when you live in flyover states like we do, when you think of New York, you think of it as progressive, on the cutting edge of human rights, on the cutting edge of acceptance, on the cutting edge of tolerance. And we aspire, as blue dots in red states, aspire for that type of freedom that you have here in New York. And when I think about a politician like Andrew Cuomo representing Benjamin Netanyahu, who is killing journalists intentionally because they're reporting on the famine and the starvation in Gaza. And then I think about what it means to be an American, specifically a Democrat in American, and the value of free press and the value of human rights. And so I think that there's a lot more in common with Donald Trump and Cuomo than just the surface stuff we talked about, but this adoration and admiration of strong men that want to oppress people seems to be something that is really getting contagious in the United States, and it's really freaking me out. And that's why I think they're so threatened by you, and they're
Yeah, I think all of us are pretty. I mean, not all people, but I think certainly all of us watching right now are very disturbed by this creeping authoritarianism that we are living in right now. I know I am.
Talking about weightlifting or other stupid shit because
I've had it with bench press.
Yes. I've had it with pull-ups.
I've had it with going to the gym.
are just way overrated.
No, I'm glad there's not a single New Yorker who voted for me on the premise of upper body strength. So we're feeling good about our chances in general. We're just where we were. But I think, to your point, it feels like this idea of values or international law or anything that we can hold on to has just been thrown away in view of a politics of might is right. That's just what people seem to be comfortable with. And I think, this is not a intellectual or ideological concern for New Yorkers. I met a New Yorker who had more than 80 members of her family in Gaza killed by the Israeli military. How do you speak to that New Yorker, understand their pain, and then answer the question of how a leading candidate for mayor volunteered to defend the leader that effectively killed those family members?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. You can't do it. You can't do it. And the fact is, stuff like that is so unpopular right now. Actively defending Israel at this point is such a toxic thing to do. For whatever reason, people like Andrew Cuomo just have not realized. PB getting us to number 2 of 10. Sour Hour engaged. Little lemon lime action. High five in it. Okay. Making some progress on the goal. We've got about 2 hours left to complete it. Slightly behind pace, but I think we'll make it happen. It's Sunday Fun Day. It's Sunday Fun Day. Anything can happen on a Sunday Fun Day.
And you mentioned it's a famine, right? We've just been certified by international experts that at least 500,000 Palestinians are in immediate danger of starvation, of acute malnutrition, of death. And since then, just, in the little more than a week, we've now seen the Israeli military bomb a hospital and then bomb those who are coming to assist in the, recovery right after the double tap strike. I mean, it is an affront to the conscience. And what is so painful for us as Americans is that we are enabling this genocide.
Right.
It's not something that we're simply watching.
Illegal.
We're not witnesses to it. It's a continued decision by our federal government to allow for this. And the only position one has to take is to bring this to an end. And yet here I am running against someone who, after having to resign in disgrace from leading the state, thought the best use of his time was to volunteer to defend Benjamin Netanyahu.
Pumps and I need to share with everybody that we have written a book. It's
Pumps
called
and I.
Life is a Lazy Susan of
Pumps and I've been writing books over here. Okay, settle down, Jennifer. We're not buying your book right now. Okay, Yay. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's a good book. But we're here for the Zohran, okay?
Zohran Mamdani.
That's why we're here. Wow, they got a bunch of ads. Oh my gosh. They must be making so much money. Holy Christ. First they do the ad for their book. Then there's a homes.com ad. And is that ASPCA sponsorship? Pet insurance? Yeah, ASPCA health and pet insurance. Quince.com. My God. The iHip ladies are banking over here.
Listener, important that I just want to add some fact here that even Israeli human rights groups confirm everything that Zoran just said, that this is a genocide, that this is aggression, war crimes by war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. This
Illegal.
is universally believed this way until you get into these far weird pockets of, this weird masculinity thing that's clutching the world right now. Where you see somebody like Trump and Cuomo, who used to be allegedly intellectually opposing, and now they're on the same side. But I want to talk to you about something that I think about a lot. And when you came around, we have one of our first guests ever on this podcast when we were baby podcasters, just less than 3 years ago, was a group out of New York, and they're called the Leftist Tennis Club. Is that what they are?
Leftist tennis.
They wrote a manifesto about pickleball.
Okay.
Against pickleball.
Okay.
And they came on our podcast, and the New York Times published their manifesto, and it is hilarious. It is like tongue in cheek, like pickleball is capitalism. We have to stand up for tennis. And they're very smart. They're very clever. So they messaged me before I was aware of that there was even a New York mayoral race going on. Like, hey, you need to check out this guy. I was like, yeah. We're too busy like monitoring Trump and all this other stuff. So then you really started kind of hitting the national news and stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I heard what you were saying. And I was like, oh my gosh, I love this guy. And then you win the primary, not just kind of win.
Right.
But like LeBron James,
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Started kind of hitting the national news and stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I heard what you were saying. And I was like, oh my gosh, I love this guy.
Equal parts.
And then you win.
Oh my gosh.
The primary, not just kind of win.
Right.
But like LeBron James, MJ style dunked on him. And I was like, oh my God, yes, we have a movement. It has a face.
Right.
And then I was like, the endorsements. And then you've got people that we've had on our podcast that I have found to be profoundly disappointing for not endorsing you. While at the same time, I hear people like Marjorie Taylor Greene having on a podcast with Steve Bannon, and let's not even joke around about this at all. Marjorie Taylor Greene is an anti-Semite. I mean, there's just no question about it. But she's finding an argument that the Democrats should be making right now because she's a grifter. But her argument is MAGA isn't America first. They're Israel first. Look at what they're doing. And for people that all of these flyovers.
What I found so incredible about this interview, when I watched this whole thing earlier this week, this was actually from 5 days ago. I think Monday this dropped, or Tuesday. What I found so interesting about this is that Zoran didn't have to come on here and make an argument for anything. They eviscerated Andrew Cuomo. They talked about Israel and how they're committing war crimes, and how Andrew Cuomo should be ashamed of doing anything even close to what he did when it came to Benjamin Netanyahu. And all this, they just go down the list of all this shit. And Zoran just gets to sit here and like nod. He's like, yes, actually, yeah, you're right. You're right, wine mom lady of YouTube. Thank you for saying that, so I didn't have to.
Spaces that hear that, we're smart enough to know that they hear this bit of news and that bit of news, and it's going to resonate. And I'm worried that the message that you have, which is obviously where the Democratic Party needs to be, centrist politics led us to this moment. And I'm worried that some grifters on the right are going to misdirect this whole thing. And I'm wondering if you had any thoughts on that and where the party needs to go, because you've got two women from Oklahoma here that are like, this is the message.
Thank you.
I mean, truly, it really is the message.
I think we've already seen an example of this very thing in Donald Trump's presidential campaign. He diagnosed a very real crisis of affordability. And when you asked a lot of people what his campaign was about, I would often hear cost of living, cheaper groceries. These were things that kept coming up. And when he won the presidency last November, we saw that in New York City that there was a real rightward shift in the results. And we saw that it actually was happening far from the caricatures of Trump voters. It was happening in many times in the hearts of immigrant New York City. And so I went to two of those places. I went to Fordham Road in the Bronx. I went to Hillside Avenue in Queens. And I asked New Yorkers, who did you vote for and why? And I heard Trump, Trump, Trump again and again and again. And when I asked why, I heard about rent. I heard about Con Edison, gas and electric. I heard about even Metro cards. I heard about groceries. I heard about childcare. I heard about how life was easier 4 years ago, how things seemed more in reach at that time, and how Donald Trump had this message of change. And now we know him to be insincere. We know him to be ridiculous. We know him to be horrific.
Right.
And yet, we also know that if you do not address the crisis that people are living through, if you tell them, in fact, that they are wrong, then they will not respond to you. You have to be able to have a politics that is responsive to people's everyday, not only needs, but concerns, anxieties. And we have run this race with a firm focus on what we think is the most pressing crisis, which is affordability. I mean, this is the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and 1 in 4 are living in poverty, all at the same time. And as you've said, if we don't address this, there will be others, especially in the Republican Party, who do. And instead of blaming the actual reasons that for this this lack of affordability, instead of saying, oh, Eric Adams raised the rent by more than 10% on rent stabilized tenants, or the fact that we continue to greenlight more and more gas and electric, costs going up, or that we have actually increased the water bill to the highest it's been in 13 years, that all this is from city government, state government, so much of our responsibility. If you don't take that on, someone like Donald Trump will come and say, this is happening, and you know who to blame? Immigrants.
Right. Those
That
drag queens.
This is who's doing.
Exactly. He will pigeonhole some group or multiple groups as being the cause of the problem. But yeah, no, this was a great interview with them, and the IHIP ladies certainly seem Mamdani pilled.
Zohran Mamdani.
Okay, just want to remind everybody that we are at 2 of 10 right now on the content goal of the night. You can, of course, contribute with YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. All viable ways of helping us ensure that we get all the content that we deserve. All right, I'm going to move on from the I've Had It pod to some of the other news on the ground with regards to all of this. It's mayoral race. Let's see what Curtis Sliwa had to say. Curtis.
Now we have 4 candidates. It's the second time I'm running. And yet I hear this term, the perpetual candidate. I'm actually a new figure in politics. But people know that I've been around for 46 years as leader of the Guardian Angels on talk radio for 35 years and always in the streets. Can he win with votes? Well, if I start with 28% and I get it up to about 33, 34, in this scenario with 4 people running, 3 of whom are Democrats, Zoran obviously is very unique.
Zoran.
He's way to the left. But then again, Cuomo and Adams, listen to it.
Zoran over here.
Zohran Mamdani.
Every single person who is like on the right, it refuses to pronounce his name correctly. It's not hard. But they intentionally make it hard.
Zohran Mamdani.
Like, oh, look how it's so hard to say this name. I understand it. Zoran? I don't even know. Him, Andrew, Cuomo. What am I gonna do?
The way they talk there, Zohan Light, I will be the alternative. And I know, I can feel it out there.
By the
My
way.
polls are going up, and we must back the blue. I intend on hiring 7,000.
Oh, God. Wait, I'll let him finish that sentence, actually. Hold on. We'll let him cook for 5 more seconds.
And we must back the blue. I intend on hiring 7,000 cops. We're down to 32,500 cops.
There you go. That's Curtis Sliwa, Republican mayoral candidate, founder of the Guardian Angels, and guy who claimed that he's currently at 28%, which is just a fiction that he's concocted in his mind. The man is nowhere close to 28% right now. Okay, he's not even close. He wishes he was close to 28%. I mean, he's just slightly half of that right now from the latest polls. Let's go to those. This is a perfect opportunity for us to just go to those polls. Where is it? Where? Where is it? Right. Here we go. Here, this is the New York Times. They published this. This is actually, I think this is from, I think this might be results coming from whatever it's called, 358 polling. But this is Siena College's poll right here. This is from the time between August 4th to August 7th. So this is about a month ago. It had Curtis Sliwa at 12%. So he's not even, in this poll, he wasn't even half of 28%. He's just dreaming. And Mamdani was at 44. You go up here, right now, the field is a little bit different, but still pretty similar. Sliwa with 17 points. At 17, I'm sorry, we should start down here. Eric Adams, 11, Sliwa, 17, Cuomo, 25, and Mamdani, 37. What has changed here is Sliwa's picked up 4 or 5 points. Eric has picked up 4 points. And Cuomo has moved not at all. And Mamdani has lost 7 points in the last 2 weeks. Also, the number of people who don't know has gone up by 2 points, or down by 2 points. And the thinking of someone else has gone down by 1 point. Also, Walden now has 2%. I didn't even notice that down there.
You've got to bring in.
You've got to bring in more cops. We need a cop on every corner. Get a coffee, see a cop. See a sister, another cop. Going to Yonkers, cop. Cop. That's Curtis Sliwa's plan. Okay, let's go here. Now, earlier this week, just a couple of days ago, Donald Trump came out on Truth Social to call for multiple candidates in this race to drop out. Curtis Sliwa, Eric Adams, Donald Trump putting his cards, he put the behind Andrew Cuomo. Here's CBS New York from 2 days ago.
Well, now to the New York City mayor's race, and President Trump calling on 2 candidates to drop out of the race so Democrat Zohran Mamdani can be defeated.
It comes as sources tell us Mayor Adams met with the top advisor to President Trump earlier this week. Elijah Westberg is live outside City Hall in Lower Manhattan. Elijah.
Mary and Chris, good morning to you. And I can tell you that a spokesperson for the Mayor Adams campaign is denying those claims that any meeting was had earlier this week with a Trump advisor. This essentially as the White House appears to be getting more involved in the New York City mayoral race.
We're 2 months away until the New York City mayoral election, and it's not just the talk of the city, but also the talk of the White House. President Trump making it known who he doesn't want in City Hall.
I don't like to see a communist become mayor, I will tell you that. And I don't think you can win unless you have one-on-one.
It's currently a four-man race with Democratic nominee Queens Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani leading the polls. Sources tell political reporter Marsha Kramer that Mayor Eric Adams met with Steve Witkoff in a recent trip to Florida. Witkoff is a New York real estate investor and close advisor to the president. A spokesperson for the Adams campaign denies the claim and said Mayor Adams was in Florida on a personal trip. He did not carry out any campaigning or governmental-related duties.
Just because a number of people ask you to step down or don't do what you believe you're supposed to do, you're supposed to succumb to that? That's not what I do.
This comes after sources told CBS News New York the Trump administration has been eyeing the idea of offering jobs for Adams and Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa to get them out of the race and make a path for former Governor Andrew Cuomo to defeat Mamdani.
You can't bribe me, you can't lease me, you can't rent me, you can't motivate me to lead this race.
But Cuomo insists he has nothing to do with what the White House is doing and would never accept a hypothetical Trump endorsement.
It makes sense that when you get to a point when you can determine who is the strongest candidate, the other candidates...
My God, this guy is so unlikable. How he has even 25% is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Now, in my estimation, this plan from Donald Trump is not going to work. It's going to backfire. You know, people are already accusing Andrew Cuomo of, you know, kowtowing to Donald Trump and looking to him for help on the race. And then Donald Trump comes in and helps him in a city where everyone hates Donald Trump. And if anything, it's just... If you can draw the line from Andrew Cuomo to Donald Trump as easily as it would be if Eric and Curtis both drop out of the race, like then it's clear. There's a clear line there that can be drawn from Andrew Cuomo straight to Donald Trump, and then really, at that point, all Zoran's got to do is say Donald Trump's name, and people will show up to vote him, let alone the fact that he has good policies. But in New York, that's going to galvanize people. If Andrew Cuomo is seen as being a Trump candidate, that he's being backed by Donald Trump, that is going to make him so toxic. You're going to have to declare a national holiday on November 5th this year just to get everybody out to vote. No one's going to go to work.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, let's keep talking about this Trump
to the race for New York
situation.
City Mayor. Election Day is now less than 2 months away, and candidates are trying some new tactics to stop the frontrunner, Zoran Mamdani.
Mayor Eric Adams and Republican Curtis Sliwa are downplaying reported calls from the Trump administration to drop out of the race altogether. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate is live outside of City Hall with the latest. Good morning, Phil.
Tanya, Shirley, good morning. We are just 2 months away from Election Day, and this is already turning out to be a blockbuster showdown between each of the candidates. But the big question is, will all these candidates' names even be on the ballot come this November? And could there be interference from the White House to narrow the field? Now, Mayor Adams says that he's in it to win it, and that is his re-election campaign, as he'd like to keep his job as the mayor of the city. Now, according to the New York Times, Adams told some of those closest to him that he would consider dropping out. Now, the president, in so many words, saying he wants Mayor Adams and Republican challenger Curtis Sliwa to step aside.
I would like to see.
All right. Now, Zoran hitting back in this race in a way I found to be fascinating, because it was kind of unexpected. But it was honestly, this next one's very well played. In the wake of Donald Trump calling for Curtis Sliwa and Eric Adams to drop out of the race, Zoran Mamdani called for a debate, but not with Andrew Cuomo.
I did everything right, and they
Turning now to the race
indicted
for
me.
mayor, where Andrew Cuomo steps up his campaign to clear the deck for a one-on-one race with Zohran Mamdani.
Political reporter Marcia Kramer is here with us now to tell us more. Marcia?
KJ and Jess. Cuomo's campaign to make this a two-man race comes amid reports that President Trump and the White House are looking for ways to entice Mayor Adams and Curtis Sliwa to fold their tents. While Cuomo insists he's had no contact with the president or the White House, that didn't stop him from endorsing the idea that those two men should step aside.
If you're not the strongest candidate, step aside.
Andrew Cuomo may have lost the Democratic primary to Zohran Mamdani by 13 points, but he still thinks he has the best chance of beating him in November. And that's why he wants Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa to exit stage left.
Mr. Mamdani is not supported by the majority of New York.
Mr.
There have been
Mamdani.
4,000...
زهران ممدانی.
Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani. And what was what was Curtis's today? I'm trying to remember what Curtis called him.
$182 polls taken in this race, metaphorically. Every poll shows he's at about 40.
It was Zorhan. Curtis called Zohran Zorhan Mamdani.
Every poll shows he's at about 40%. No poll has said a majority of New Yorkers support him.
The idea of a two-man race first surfaced after CBS News New York learned that the White House and President Trump have been exploring possible job offers to Adams and Sliwa. Cuomo insists he had nothing to do with that and would never accept a Trump endorsement. But that didn't stop him from trying to up the ante, challenging the Queen's Assemblyman and only him to a series of debates.
I challenge him to 5 debates.
5 debates.
One in every borough where we...
Why 5? I mean, it's such a stupid, this is fucking stupid concept. 5 debates between now and November. In 2 months, you're gonna put all that together. 5 different debates. You've already had it's amazing. Andrew Cuomo already had the opportunity to debate Zohran. He did it, in fact, and he did it really badly. We all watched it. And I was like, we need 5 more debates, 1 for each borough. Each borough that I never go to unless I'm doing political activities. Otherwise, I'm in the Hamptons.
Speak about the issues in that borough.
I asked Mamdani about the Cuomo challenge, and he responded with one of his own.
Let's cut out the middleman. Why should I debate Donald Trump's puppet when I could debate Donald Trump himself? If Donald Trump is serious about this, he should come to New York City. We can have as many debates as he wants about why he is cutting SNAP benefits for hungry New Yorkers just to fund tax cuts for his billionaire donors.
At this point, it's not likely that the other candidates are ready to call it quits. A spokesman for Adams saying, quote, Andrew Cuomo already spent $25 million in the primary and still lost by double digits. Polls told the true story.
Now, there we go. You know who also did not do well in the primary? Eric Adams. Really, really bad. He got like 5% of the vote. There we go. Zohran calling for a debate not with Andrew Cuomo, but instead with Donald J. Trump. I liked that. I liked that. That was a good clapback. Andrew's like, we need 5 more debates. Zohran's like, how about I just debate your boss, Donald Trump? How's that sound? Are you into that?
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Now, something has happened once again with Zohran. Something that we talked about before. But before I talk about the thing that we talked about before, I have to say thank you to Norwal by Nature for another sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 3 of 10 on our goal, which we still have time to complete. He's gonna take the FBI informant money fast, and I mean Trump. the FBI informant. Sorry, heartburn. Okay, I'm better. I'm doing good. All right. What was I doing just now? Oh, right. Let's talk about a thing that's happened before that is now happening once again. Zoran Mamdani has a plea to his supporters. Please, stop sending money.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, folks, we've done it again. We can't take any more of your money. Truly, you need to stop. Thanks to you, we've raised the maximum amount of money we can spend in this race, $8 million. And you've done it with more than 2 months to go until the election. So that means we got it in the bag, right? Wrong. You think Bill Ackman's gonna sit back and let us walk into City Hall? No! He's gonna write a very long tweet and then cut an even bigger check to one of our opponents. So get ready to see a lot more scary videos of this face on your TV. But just like we did in June, this movement can overcome their money in November. So we are once again asking, not for your dollars, but your time. Sign up to Canvas or Phone Bank at ZahranForNYC.com/events. Make it a weekly shift. And above all, do not send us any more money.
No!
What time is it, people? It's Zoran time. Time for you to donate your time to Zoran because he doesn't need any more money. He has got too much money, as it turns out. Somehow, people just love Zoran that much. If you love this show, do consider donating on YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, or perhaps becoming a Patreon member. Shameless plug. Okay, let's go here. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Mayoral candidates to appear at Labor Day parade.
Looking forward to it. This morning, Mayor Eric Adams says he's keeping his bid for re-election. This after a new report that the Trump administration is considering making him an offer to be an ambassador. Eyewitness News reporter Crystal Cranmore is live in Midtown as some of the mayoral candidates are set to make an appearance at the Labor Day parade this morning. Crystal.
Good morning, Shantae. Well, that potential ambassador role was said to be part of a plan to consolidate opposition to Zoran Mamdani. He's expected to be here to join hundreds of labor unions as they step off for the Labor Day parade here in Midtown Manhattan. But Mayor Adams has said that he is not stepping aside and he's continuing his bid for re-election, making that announcement outside Gracie Mansion on Friday. It comes after sources told ABC News a recent in-person meeting between Trump advisor Steve Witkoff and Adams in Florida was a clear push to get the mayor to drop out and accept a potential role as ambassador to Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
Now, the Trump administration reportedly wants Adams to drop his bid for a second.
There's some news for you people. Eric Adams and Steve Witkoff meeting in Florida, apparently. Steve Witkoff, the current U.S. envoy to the Middle East, or Donald Trump, who has been going around all over the globe helping Donald Trump with things, offering Eric Adams Saudi Arabian ambassadorship. Wow, yes, give the guy accused of taking Turkish money for political favors to be ambassador to a different Middle Eastern country. That's smart. Smart.
To give former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo a boost. All of this in an effort to hold the momentum of frontrunner Zoran Mamdani. Now, Trump denies offering Adams an ambassadorship, but had this to say when asked about.
I'll bet that job. I'll bet Eric is thinking very very strongly about that job right now. I mean, that's right up Eric's alley. I mean, my God. Middle Eastern ambassadorship in a country filled with corruption and oil money? Oh boy. Eric If you see Eric, we flying around on a G6. Oh my God.
City election.
I mean, the Saudi Arabians paid Tim Dillon $375,000 to do one show. What do you think Eric Adams will be able to get out of him? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Cuomo might have a chance of winning if it was a one-on-one. If it's not one-on-one, it's going to be a hard race. And we'll get used to a communist.
What's happened was, Andrew Cuomo, every friend he had, calling the White House, calling different places to try to take the mayor out of the race.
Now, Cuomo campaign has declined to comment, but again, the Labor Day parade is expected to step off at 10 o'clock this morning at 44th and 5th Avenue, and mayoral candidates, including Zohran Mamdani, are expected to be here. For now, we're live in Midtown.
One thing about this that I found fascinating is that all of the mayors decided to march in this parade, even though every single labor union that was marching had already endorsed Zohran. It was kind of amazing. It's like a walk of shame. Now this, with people like Donald Trump getting involved, this thing has become quite a national race. Everyone talking about it. That's for sure. Certainly in the coverage, it's become national. CNN, flagship of mainstream media-ness, covering Zohran Mamdani, who joined Bernie Sanders at the Oligarchy Tour Town Hall in Brooklyn, which we watched part of yesterday. Let's see what CNN had to say about this moment.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is in Brooklyn at a town hall with Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist running for New York City mayor.
Mamdani.
Just 2 months now until Election Day. President Trump is weighing in, which has many Mamdani supporters saying it's time for the Democratic Party in its entirety to get behind Mamdani and his campaign, considering he brought out so many new young voters to the polls. CNN senior reporter Isaac Dover has more from that rally. Isaac?
Well, Jessica, it's been a weird, wild week in the New York City mayor's race, and it is continuing with this town hall that Bernie Sanders is joining Zohran Mamdani for. They're at Brooklyn College, right in the heart of Brooklyn, Bernie Sanders' home territory, but also a place that Zohran Mamdani did very well in the primary and is hoping to continue that in the general election. Now, he's doing that as Eric Adams says he's staying in the race, as Andrew Cuomo is saying that things continue to look good for him. But it's Bernie Sanders trying to help galvanize people into seeing Mamdani as the next person to pick up the mantle of his kind of politics, of democratic socialism, but also just a new energy for the Democratic Party. They're going to do that by appearing together, not just in the Labor Day parade, as they did earlier today, but up on stage, really connecting with each other and with what voters here want to be talking about. Jessica?
Isaac Dover in Brooklyn, thank you so much. Let's bring in CNN White House reporter Elena Treen. Elena, you've been doing some reporting on President Trump's role in all of this. What did you find?
Yeah, it's really fascinating that we're seeing the president kind of insert himself into this race, though, of course, it is New York. The president's a New York native, so there is some ties there. But what we're learning, essentially, is that the Trump administration, and specifically people here in the White House, are wanting to clear the field so that they can ensure that Mamdani does not win the mayoral race and does not.
I'm staying in the race.
Zohran Mamdani.
All right, now let's go to the Labor Day parade. Happening yesterday, CBS New York.
New York City's Labor Day parade has been a tradition for nearly 150 years. Today, thousands of workers and union members marched down Fifth Avenue, and the city's mayoral candidates used it as a platform to reach voters. Christy Kalishian has more.
the city's hardest workers taking a well-deserved break.
We created the weekend, Labor Day, all the working people. Let's go.
Over 200 unions were represented at Saturday's Labor Day parade in March. Governor Kathy Hochul started the morning signing a package of bills into law that include protecting union wages over what's considered federal uncertainty.
New York will stand tall. Washington can't screw with us, and I'm signing to make sure that that never happens.
The city's mayoral candidates also using the parade as a chance to campaign.
I'm the working class New Yorker. New Yorkers know me and I know them.
Mayor Adams doubling down on staying in the race and continuing on his comments that Cuomo and Mamdani were born what he described as for spoons in their mouth.
I love about this is this photo. Eric Adams at the Labor Day parade, surrounded by people wearing white collars and what appears to be armed security potentially, and the cops. Okay.
Continuing on his comments that Cuomo and Mamdani were born with what he described as silver
Andrew
spoons
Cuomo
in
surrounded by literally no one. So Eric surrounded by white collars. Andrew Cuomo surrounded by literally no one.
That Cuomo and Mamdani were
Lonely Andrew.
born with what he described as silver spoons in their mouths.
All of them have lived elite lives. I didn't study poverty. I lived in poverty. I haven't listened to the anything the mayor said in a long time.
Every shot of Andrew, there is no one wants to be around Andrew. It's incredible. I can't believe he's still in this thing.
And by the way,
oh yeah.
neither have any New York.
What an unlikable guy. Okay, now let's go back to CNN, which was still covering the NYC mayoral race. This is from yesterday. CNN says that Mayor Adams is now confirming that he will be running. He will not be dropping out, even though Donald Trump is offering him the Saudi ambassadorship. I mean, Turkish money is just as good.
The fast-approaching New York City mayoral race making more and more headlines around the country, with even President Trump posting about it. The city's current mayor, Eric Adams, is denying he had any plans to drop out of the race. Despite reports this week, Trump aides were working on a plan to offer Adams a job in the administration as a way to get him out of the race, clearing a path, potentially, for former Governor Andrew Cuomo to beat the Democratic candidate Zoran Mamdani. CNN White House reporter Elena Treen is joining us now. Elena, there are so many layers to this. Of course, President Trump, a native New Yorker. This is your reporting. What did you find?
Yeah, I mean, this has really been a fascinating thing to watch, seeing how the White House is now potentially getting involved in this mayoral race. And look, a lot of it is because they do not want Zoran Mamdani to be successful in his bid to become the next mayor of New York City. And we reported that earlier this week, Eric Adams sat down with one of the president's top officials, his Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. They met together in Florida, and they talked about potential future positions for Adams in the Trump administration should he exit the race. And I will caution you that our sources said that there was nothing that was formally offered to Adams, but they did discuss a potential ambassadorship. One of the countries that came up in the...
There you have it. That's the latest on this situation. Nobody dropping out, which will inevitably lead to Zoran Mamdani winning unless something tragic or unexpected happens in the next 2 months. And that's going to end our... before we do that... Oh, wait, no, yeah. That's going to end our New York mayoral race coverage. But before we leave New York, let's go to Madison Square Park, where a pop-up is giving Taylor Swift fans the opportunity of a lifetime to recreate the now famous engagement photo.
Swifties had a chance to relive the moment Travis Kelce proposed to Taylor Swift. The wedding website, The Knot, created this pop-up resembling the backyard garden where Kelce popped the question. So fans showed up at Madison Square Park today to get their pictures taken under the canopy of flowers.
Close to 300 people come out today, and it was just such an amazing turnout. We had couples, we had wonderful guests, we even had people bring their dogs and their children.
These Swifties.
I wonder how many people actually like pop the question under that thing. It seems like it was mostly moms and their kids. Still cute though, still cute.
Aww.
Let's stay talking the world of music. Go here to Guardian News from Tuesday. Cardi B, who has been in court defending herself against allegations of assault, earlier this week was found not guilty. This was her first statement after leaving court. Whoops. This jury took less than an hour to clear Cardi B.
How does it feel to have that?
The rapper denied cutting the security guard's face with her fingernails and spitting.
I'm not even playing around. I would, even if I'm in my deathbed,
I really wish I had that RM Brown spit on him sound shot for that.
I'm not even playing around. I would, even if I'm in my deathbed, I swear to God, I will say it in my deathbed. I did not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl. I didn't lay my hands on that girl. And with that being said, this time around, I'm gonna be nice. The next person that try to do a frivolous lawsuit against me, I'm going to countersue, and I'm gonna make you pay. I do also want fans at home, though, not to find their social media, her family's social media, her social media, and bother her. I hope that this is something that I leave behind, that she leave behind. Don't go bother her. Don't be talking about her. Don't be talking about how she look. Don't call her no nasty names. Let's just put this behind, but I'm giving a warning. I am not that celeb that you're gonna sue and you think it's gonna settle. I'm not gonna settle, especially when I'm super, completely innocent. I know I got a little reputation, but I swear to God I'm innocent. I swear to God, like I'm really innocent for real. I'm telling you guys, when I say that my forehead is raw from changing all these wigs, raw.
So yeah, apparently Cardi B chose to wear a different wig every single day of the trial. And that's why she was referring to her her head hurting. Okay. Let's go to another person in the world of media. I mean, in music. John Legend, who talked about his new tour with ABC News on Thursday.
Here at Venice Film Festival, thousands have flocked to this iconic music venue, waiting for a legend to take the stage. John Legend, that is. With a groove that makes fans go wild. This set is special. He's marking 20 years of his groundbreaking double platinum debut album, Get Lifted, that shot him into the stratosphere.
A lot of the evolution of my music has just been me saying,
why not? Let's try this. Let's try this collaboration. Just being willing to try new things, push myself, challenge myself, and not want to stay in the same place.
Before his new nationwide tour, he's bringing some nostalgia to his biggest fans and revisiting the songs that brought his voice to the world.
It's a celebration. Feeling that connection with people all around the country, it's going to be special doing it at home.
At 46, he's a certified EGOT. That's an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony win, with 10 studio albums and 13 of those coveted golden gramophones.
Everybody remembers where they were the first time they heard Ordinary People.
It sounded so different from everything else on the radio. Just the fact that it was so stripped down and raw. People felt that it was speaking to whatever they were going through in their own lives.
From an ordinary person.
There we go, John Legend. Getting an exclusive sneak peek at the tour, which he's going to be doing, I believe, starting later this year. Come a long way, still doing music. 20 years after his beginning. Great career. Which is still, going strong, it would seem. Now, one man, is calling it quits on his radio career. Brother Weeze.
Just announced live on air this morning, today was the final show for Radio Hall of Famer Brother Weeze, Rochester icon. He spent much of the morning on 95.1 thanking all the many listeners who have been there throughout the decades and explained a bit more behind how he got to this point. Brother Weeze says his show is being replaced with music. He did say management offered him some other opportunities to stay on air, but in a different capacity and in different time windows, but he ultimately declined.
Get the right. Okay, well, there you go. An apparent radio host of many decades calling it quits. Signing off. All right, let's leave talking about New York radio hosts. Talking about this story, which I think I've seen some people in chat ask whether or not we had talked about yet, when we have not. We have not done this one yet. Maybe wondering to yourself, when is StreamLord going to talk about Anna Kasparian and Hasan Piker? Well, now, actually, as it turns out. Right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go here for TYT drama-related things. There's no better place to go than the Vanguard Pod. With Zach and Gav.
No, we're actually beefing. I think he treats his own uncle like shit, and it pisses me off. I love Jank, and he's such a kind-hearted, good person who's given Haas opportunities, which led to his career being what it is today.
Right.
The way that he trashes his own uncle is like not being pure enough. Like, it was pretty infuriating to me. His audience consists of that faction of the left that I was talking about, where you have to be 100% pure. If you don't fully accept birthing person terminology, then you must be anti-trans. Like, that's the group we're talking. By the way,
Who says that? Who is saying that?
Yeah, this is a little bit of an old school throwback, Vanguard. Just
Who is saying? I'm sorry. First off, sorry, but we gotta go back. Who is saying that? Either of those things. Birthing person? Who in their regular life is saying the term birthing person here, aside from when we're talking about specifically Anna Kasparian? Because I feel like that's when I hear the words birthing person, is when we're talking about Anna Kasparian. We're listening to Anna Kasparian. And nobody, literally nobody, is saying that not saying birthing person is somehow evidence that you are anti-trans. I've certainly never heard that one before. That is new to me.
This is ridiculous.
But if she wants it, she can have it. Let's find out what's going on with birthing person Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an old school throwback, Vanguard. Just couldn't resist the opportunity to weigh in on Anna Kasparian. Once again, throwing a pot shot at somebody who is, pretty much massively more successful than she is.
Yeah, definitely interested in this one. I'm not really sure about this podcast that she's on. Never seen an episode of it, but apparently Anna Kasparian went on this podcast, and Hasan Piker got brought up. This is some of the most intense, some of the most intense attacks I've seen on Hasan from Anna. She really, explicitly lays out her beef here.
Yeah, let's take a look.
You recently tweeted about Hasan being a slave to his audience.
Yeah.
Is this kind of like a big sister moment, like tough love, or are you guys actually beefing?
No, we're actually beefing. I think he treats his own uncle like shit, and it pisses me off. I love Cenk, and he's such a kind-hearted, good person who's given Haas opportunities, which led to his career being what it is today.
Right.
The way that he trashes his own uncle is like not being pure enough. Like, it was pretty infuriating.
Wow, so she credits all of Hasan's success to Cenk, huh? Wow.
How rude.
The way that he trashes his own uncle is like not being pure enough. Like, it was pretty infuriating to me.
And if we can pause it
and I
real
think
quick.
he does.
She's talking about his uncle like as if Cenk's not also someone in media and not also a huge figure of online media, the same space that Hasan is in. It makes it unavoidable. No, you can't just be like, oh, I refuse to say anything critical. I refuse to ever disagree with this other person because they're in the same space as me because they're related. Like, I guess you could take that approach, you could take that tact, but I don't think that it would make Hasan any more credible to be dishonest about the way he feels. And also, he said this stuff to Cenk's face. That's the other thing. I could also kind of see where Anna was coming from if Hasan was just pumping out anti-Cenk content, which he doesn't. But no, the most intense criticisms that he's leveled towards Cenk Uygur have been to Cenk Uygur's face at the Cenksgiving annual debate they have, where they literally like make a whole fucking event out of it, out of disagreeing with each other. They literally debate IRL in person.
And we're getting closer and closer to Thanksgiving. It's less than 2 months away. Wait, no. Well, it's like 2.5 months away. It's right around the corner. The galactic holidays are almost here, people. Thankfully, I saved last year's holiday sets.
30 minutes before Thanksgiving dinner. Like, they do it to each other's face. And Cenk's...
I am getting excited to put out, like, the corn husks and the pumpkins. I'm going to have to do it before Halloween. I'm just going to have to do it. Just to make things more, in the fall spirit.
Comes back.
Oh, 100%. The other thing that I'll weigh in on here is I know we all really like to lean into the whole Nepo baby critique of people. I know we like to come out here and be like, oh, who are you related to? I can't believe this guy made it in media. And of course, an element of that is undeniable when it comes to Hasan Piker, right? I think that because he was related to Cenk, he did get opportunities, but he was also exploited because he was related to Cenk, right? He came out and said that he was doing sales for ad reads and sponsorships, and that was his first big job. He was getting paid less than minimum wage in Los Angeles, and Cenk thought it was totally fine because it was his nephew.
I'll edit in the clip for the video of this.
So I interned there, and I wanted to move to Los Angeles anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And my uncle was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor regulations with his family." Like I was living in the kitchen of a frat house.
Yep.
Because like LA real estate is insane, as you guys know.
And his pit bull fish lived in your closet on the floor. I remember that.
I was basically just like living out of a frat house kitchen like the chef's quarters there, and I worked at the Young Turks, and I made like, I think my first year salary was like $21,000. Like it was under the. I got money back from the government. Like the government was like, "You're so poor." And tax season, I was looking forward to it.
That's how much you make tour. That's around how much my buddy made when he was in the Marines per year. It was like 21,000.
So I had to make my own accommodations, but that's how I started because I just had nothing else that I could do that I would enjoy doing. So I started doing ad sales at the Young Turks, and they needed someone to do like direct ad sales, and they had no idea. They had nothing. Like they had no program dedicated to like, you know, selling ads and inventory. So I basically built that out. Advertisement, sales, and operations in its entirety.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's because your uncle was letting everybody steal your sales deals too.
That's
His
true.
uncle would like let him massage a sales deal to the last thing, then someone would swoop it and close it and take the commission. And his uncle would be like, "Them's the break." So it's interesting because his uncle basically at this point like tries to whiplash this like.
It's like reverse nepotism. Rather than giving Hasan, you know, a bunch of perks, he abuses him like a slave.
They'd be like, "I did all this to motivate you."
Are you on good terms with your uncle?
Yeah,
I still love him.
He talks about how Cenk was stealing his commissions for the sales that he would tee up and give them to other people to keep them happy, even though Hasan was doing all of the work. And then finally, Hasan is like, "I'm tired of breaking my back for this dude and getting no recognition. I found an empty closet at the TYT studios where I'm already working. I'm going to set up an old camera and write my own show and do snippets for Facebook." And it blew up and got popular. And then his uncle realized he could commodify Hasan. He could use Hasan on screen to make money. So that's what he did until Hasan was like, "You know what? I actually think, Unc, I'm going to go out on my own and I'm going to work 8 to 12 hours every single day throughout the entire pandemic, build up a massive career for himself."
What kind of psycho streams 8 to 12 hours a day? Good God. It's weird.
Don't be creepy.
8 to 12 hours a day. That's such a weird thing to do.
The entire pandemic, build up a massive career for myself, revolutionize how live streaming is done in the lefty content creator space. So, and to have Anna come out after all of that, after all that Hasan has accomplished, and he's accomplished a ton more than Cenk has over the last 5 to 7 years, right? Building this up on his own, an audience of people who have no love for Cenk Uygur. For you to just sit there and be like, "Oh, he owes it all to his uncle," is crazy. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, that tale of vicious exploitation by Cenk truly even shocked me. Because obviously, you know, I've taken a lot of umbrage with Cenk's political talking points and his corrupt nature. But even I was shocked when I found out to the degree to which he was viciously exploiting his own fucking blood, his own fucking family member. Now she wants to turn around and accuse Hasan of not being a good family member. Go back and roll the tape. Go back and roll the fucking tape, and let's hear about how fucking Cenk treated his nephew when his nephew was under his employ. As I said, I'll put that video clip in this, you know, published version.
Do it because he is.
Okay. Now, we're not just going to stop at the Vanguard to talk about all this. No. I want to do a deeper dive than that. Let's go now. Oops, I just clicked the wrong video. Go back. Now let's go to the Serfs. See what Lance has to say about all of this. The Hana War. The Anna
being what it is
Hasan,
today.
right.
The way that
Fight.
he trashes his own uncle is like not being pure enough. Like it was pretty infuriating to me. And I think he does do it because he is afraid of his audience. His audience consists of that faction of the left that I was talking about, where you have to be 100% pure. If you don't fully accept birthing person terminology.
You still haven't let this go? Oh my god. Everyone except Anna has moved on from this so long ago. To the point, like, it was funny, like, what, 2 years ago?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Which led to his career being what it is today.
Right.
The way that he trashes his own uncle is like not being pure enough. Like it was pretty infuriating to me. And I think he does do it because he is afraid of his audience. His audience consists of that faction of the left that I was talking about, where you have to be 100% pure. If you don't fully accept birthing person terminology.
You still haven't let this go? Oh my god. Everyone except Anna has moved on from this so long ago. To the point, like, it was funny, like, what, 2 years ago? 3 years ago? Oh man. Yeah. Honestly, I think that she is the one true communist. The rest of you are all fakes because she wants to house the entire fucking birthing person community because they are living rent-free in her head 24/7. That's what's going on here, okay? So all of you, shame on you all. None of you have birthing person, the term, in your brains 24/7. What is this? Where is this mythical left? I've never encountered them. Not in real life. Not in, like, you know how you always hear, like, hey, there's online leftists. Sure, they're annoying, okay, and then they can, you know, get into really bad discourse and stuff like that. But it's the real left, the activists who are on the streets, who organize and who are trying to make change. I've been a part of that left. I try to do both. I am annoying online, sure, but you know, for a living, I do commentary on the internets and the interwebs and advocate for leftist shit. But I also do the IRL stuff. I do the volunteering. I go to the rallies. I go to the marches, and I try to actually get politicians who I believe in, socialists, elected into local government and higher government as well. So I'm one of those people you can say that actually touches grass. I am a grass toucher, and I'll be honest with you. I have never worked with, organized, or talked to anyone who has sat down and been like, we need to talk about priorities, all right? Sure, are we talking about ending all unjust hierarchies? That's what we're going to build towards. We will, but we got to put our priorities in order. Our first priority is, of course, birthing person. We need to talk about why the term birthing person or birthing people has to replace all women, all right? Using women.
No, that's what I do in real life. You know, I'm down on earth. I run into human woman and I think, wait, that's not a human woman, that's a birthing person. And I say, hey, how are you today, birthing person? Is your day good? Are you hopefully good day having you are doing? And also birthing people with your birthing hole. I hope that that's going well today. I just try to imagine like no one's doing that. Like, literally no one is doing that. My dogs are goth with a sweet, sweet super chat. The double super chat. It's going to count for 2. GSL, your holiday decorations were spectacular. Aw, that's sweet. That was 2 awes right there. I'm glad you thought the holiday decorations last year were spectacular. Even our avatars had costumes. Looking forward to the holidays at GNN. That's right, the costumes. I still have the photos for the costumes too. And I've been trying to just determine whether or not I give people the opportunity to do a new costume. Those costumes took a lot of effort. It really took up a lot of my time. I mean, new patrons who don't have costumes will have the opportunity to get a costume in general, but I don't know if I could do new costumes every year. Okay, at some point that's just going to be untenable. Like, I was thinking about it to myself. I was like, at what point is this going to become untenable? But we'll see what happens with that, whether or not patrons get new costumes. I'm going to have to make like a temporary I'll make like a temporary Patreon tier. The StreamLord, the Stream Mom tier, where I act like the stream's mom and I make everybody's costumes by hand. But thankfully, a lot of it
of the imperialist war machine. Part of this
But thankfully, a lot of it I still have saved. Like, all the costumes are saved. All of the backgrounds are saved. But then I have like a bunch of like pieces that have to be added in on top of the backgrounds. But it should be good. It should be good. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. Just thinking about it. The fall. I can smell fall in the air. Cider. And donuts. And turkey and gravy. Oh, God. Now I'm hungry.
Women is part of the imperialist war machine, part of the structures of the fucking core, and we must destroy it. Only when we abolish the term woman, replace it with birthing people, are we truly liberated, comrades. And everyone is like, here, here, yes, yes, it has been decreed. If anyone does not follow 100% of our fucking complete and total ideology here, they are not part of the left. Agreed. They will never be part of the left. I honestly, outside of Anna Kasparian, I've never heard anyone use this term.
Seriously, that's what I was saying.
Huge cause.
That's what I was saying. It's the only time I ever hear the term birthing person. It's either directly from Anna or it's when we're talking about Anna, and those are the only times that I hear it. Which is why Anna gets, like, honestly, we should just be calling Anna a birthing person. From now on, Anna is the sole birthing person of the planet. Okay? Because she's the only one using this term. Might as well get some more mileage out of this one. By the way, with My Dogs' super chat there, that gets us to 5 of 10. So we're halfway done. Unfortunately, the goal is almost over. 5 minutes left on the goal. That's not technically true. The goal is lying to us. We have a little longer than 5 minutes. We have about 45 minutes. Till somewhere around 3:30. Eastern Standard Time. What did I just do? Son of a
fucking bitch.
Okay, hold on. Gotta go back. This is not... No, don't you dare.
Fucking complete and total ideology. Here, they are not part of the left. Agreed. They will never be part of the left. I honestly, outside of Anna Kasparian, I've never heard anyone use this term. Since turning it into this huge cause. You have to follow the orthodoxy 100%. If you don't, shame on you. Also, to Hasan, I mean, their relationship is their business. They are family. Yes, it's true. He got to start working for TYT. You know, the people accused him of being a Nepo baby because of that. He also came forward to be like, there was a lot of fucked up stuff that was going on at TYT. I don't think we were getting a fair shake. You can start with the whole, you know, the union and the union crushing, and how can you guys be advocates for workers' rights and all this kind of stuff, that as soon as a union starts to form, you're basically trying to disparage that union. That part sucks.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Being like, I was generating what I consider to be a lot of original content, but like every other corporate capitalist media structured empire that was TYT, they own the rights to these ideas, and they got to determine what my share would be. If I generate way more money and I generate way more clicks and I generate way more ad revenue for the company, that's not reflective in the amount of money that I would see in my paycheck. That's not reflective in the amount of money that I would see in this whole structure. So because of that, that's kind of messed up, right? I think it's totally fair to call that kind of stuff out. He still brings on jank despite all of the weird fucking transphobic shit, despite them being like, no, we're right. You are the max left. We don't want to be part of the max left. We want to have beers with Charlie Kirk and Marjorie Taylor Greene and all those other fucking white supremacist pieces of shit. But you are the extremists. You are the orthodox.
You are not funny.
You demand total and complete compliance. And if one person is just 1% a little bit different, you destroy them. And it's like this, again, this fictional, weird max left corner of the internet's, like there is no such thing. Like, I've yet to meet it.
Then you must be anti-trans. Like, that's the group we're talking. By the way, sometimes Haas slips.
Sure.
And
he's streaming all the
Right.
time. You're gonna slip.
Yeah, but what I mean by slips is he'll slip about like, oh, these leftist purity chirpers, right? And
so
it's
he'll
like
say something that you agree with.
100%.
Doesn't that disprove everything then? Like, then what's your point?
Now it all makes sense.
Sometimes he actually does the naughty, and then when he does,
Hasan is a secret transphobe, and yeah, wow, shocking.
I mean, then you see his true colors. You know what the difference is that, yeah, a person who streams 8 to 9 hours a day, especially someone, you know, who happens to be cis, who happens to be advocating for another group that they don't happen to be a part of, they might fuck up. Like, it wasn't too long ago that he was reading a quote of someone else, and he had said the T slur because he was reading that quote out loud, and then in doing so, he admitted, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I know as a cis person, it's wrong.
I made a huge tiny
even
mistake.
if I'm reading it in context of a quote. This is not me calling a trans person that thing, but I'm trying to read it in a quote. But you're right. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize." There you go. It's not the hardest thing in the world. He was not the next day destroyed. He was not canceled. He did not lose his empire. His view count did not drop by like a fucking 100,000 subs. It was just like, hey, people slip, they fuck up. And do people get annoyed by other groups, even if those other groups are supposed to advocate for the same political journeys as them? Of course. Are you kidding me? Like, there's so many fucking times online when discourse is getting so wild that I think it has to be an op, like some kind of operation by the CIA. Like, I'm just like, we're not actually all fighting each other over this, are we? Because I don't think this is real. There's no way these people genuinely believe it. You know, you'll see strange debates and conversations where one person is like, you know, I think this is, I think like bikes are ableist, or I think like DoorDash is ableist, and someone else will be like, DoorDash is not ableist, actually. Demanding that we not have DoorDash is ableist because people with disabilities actually need to be able to get access to home delivery and food delivery, so you are the ableist. And then someone else will argue at them and be like, oh, well, that's because you're part of the imperial core and you're completely fine with the exploitation of people from other countries having to work for fucking terrible wages for these app economies so that you can have the benefit of having this delicious food delivered to your house. Oh, well, that's because you hate people with disabilities and you want them to die, so you're actually a eugenicist. And then all of this fucking battle is happening online. And at that time, you can sit there and be like, I don't know how much of this is organic. I don't know how much of this is benefiting people. And if someone calls that out or talks about that, that's not them saying that, like, I believe the left is some kind of ideological purity test, and anyone who doesn't follow the ideology will be cast aside. And I say this because I am the max left, right? As the maxist left, I am the most pure. As the most pure, I get to dictate what other people do or do not do. And then I get to...
Is that true? I didn't get the memo. I didn't realize that Lance was head of the max left space. But it does check out. It does kind of check out. Huh. I just, you know, I think I feel like I should have been made aware of this. Should have been paying tithings to the Lord of the max leftism universe.
Most pure. As the most pure, I get to dictate what other people do or do not do, and then I get to lord over them. That's the whole point of this. That's the entire point of being a leftist, is eventually to be the most pure and to lord over others.
Yeah. So it's like, whatever. I don't know. I have less respect for people who are caught in this like doom loop of audience capture.
Right.
You like, either you tell the truth or you don't. You either share what you actually think or you don't.
Yeah.
And the idea of throwing family under the bus to appease that mob, like, I don't know. I have this thing with loyalty, which is either healthy or unhealthy. I don't know. I don't care, but it is what it is. And especially when it comes to family, especially when it comes to someone who has helped me in some way, either in building my career or helped me in some other way, I'm not going to turn my back on them the second it becomes uncomfortable.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Did Hasan do a whole, I condemn jank, I condemn...
Yeah, he condemns Jank. He has him over to his house every Thanksgiving.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I condemn thee, Jank.
None of
Would
you
you
are
like
to mention his name
to
or
have some
ever watch
succulent
anything by him,
turkey?
or you are dead to me. And also, if that's the case, then do you believe in anything? Like, if you're like, I care most about loyalty, and I care most about family. And so even if your family is racist, or your family is homophobic, or your family effectively is trying to, you know, destroy a lot of the things that we built up, you can't talk about them. And it's like, why not? And it's like, oh, if someone has helped you, if someone has given you an opportunity, that's one of the reasons I think they got so pissed off at someone like me, because they felt in some way they had helped create me, because I was allowed to come onto the power panel a handful of times. That you know, they're like, all right, we're gonna do a power panel episode. We're gonna have these 3 people, Lance from the Surfs. That was me volunteering my own time because I already had an established, you know, face on the internet.
Aren't I a good guy?
And that I am getting an unpaid appearance on TYT. Now, does it help me as well? Of course. No one's going to say that, like, going on a bigger show that's going to have a larger platform where you will be exposed to more people. It's basically me trading labor for exposure. That old thing, right? Like, hey, can you do some work for me for free? But you get exposure kind of thing. It's like, yeah, okay. but that doesn't mean that you created someone or that they owe you complete and like utter devotion, or you can't criticize them, or when you're being fucking really transphobic and won't let that shit go. That is obviously going to be a lot of people being like, what the fuck are you doing? And that's, by the way, another reason I think, myself included, so many people didn't attack Anna and Jank the way they pretend we attacked them. Like, none of us were calling them Nazis. They're just like, oh, they said Nazi, 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 and then you're the most pure, and then the pure testing began, and they weren't purity, and all this other shit. We were in the most kindest.
Of course. They're always calling us Nazis. Literally nobody was calling, like, that's like they're just gaslighting the internet now. They have millions of subscribers. They've taken a ton of corporate money now, and now they're just full grifters. But no one's accusing them of being Nazi or calling them birthing persons. This is just more gaslighting, and it's ridiculous.
Just so we're completely clear, Anna, I believe that the term birthing person is actually part of a right-wing op. What they are doing is effectively trying to make people really concerned to find an entry point where they can expose and exploit people's transphobia. That's one of the reasons why a lot of these big transphobic accounts are the ones that are actually parroting and promoting these lines of discourse. It's kind of fucked up for you to be doing that, but so nice, so respectful, so kind. And then the response would be tenfold harder. What, they punch us, we can't punch back? We're gonna go hard. We're gonna go hard on those fucking assholes.
To support them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I disagree. I don't think Hasan ever did that shit.
How are they?
Me too.
Yeah.
And 9/11?
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. I love that we're covering this juicy drama here. Well, it's Sunday Fun Day, so we're going off the beaten path. We're getting in the weeds. We're covering all sorts of stuff that we wouldn't cover on a normal stream day. Trying to have some fun while we do it. When does he switch over here? Oh, yeah, okay.
9/11 out of it in totality. No reason to be adding 9/11. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, what is this, loose change? So apparently Jimmy Dore is now endorsing Nick Fuentes.
You are not funny.
Nick
Bonus
Fuentes,
vid.
boy, he's really stirring it up. He's been accused of being a CIA plant to divide to prop up neocons and take down people who are fighting the neocons. So Nick Fuentes is a firebrand. He's a young, I think he's 25 years old. He's been accused of a lot of things. He's been accused of being anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Who hasn't? He's been accused of being racist.
Gross. Gross, Jimmy. Really gross. The way that he does that there. I mean, what is the word for this? Because what Jimmy Dore is doing here is so, utterly reprehensible, right? Everyone's been deemed anti-Semitic. Like, and the fact is, like, he's using this sort of talking point that already kind of exists right now because of the current paradigm that we live in, and then assigning it to Nick Fuentes, who in no way should be associated with that, right? That, criticizing Israel is the same thing as being anti-Semitic. No, not even close. How does Jimmy Dore, a man who's been in this space for like 30 years, not know just how anti-Semitic Nick Fuentes? That's how far off the wagon this guy is. He used to talk like he was a leftist. He would work with, people like TYT, Majority Report, all sorts of people. He's so far off the fucking wagon at this point. It's insane. It's insane. Oh, Nick Fuentes, not a real anti-Semite, as it turns out.
Also, a lot of people in that boat. A little more evidence to back it up on his.
Yeah, a lot of evidence. Him. He's not shy about this stuff. He's a Nazi. He's very open about his hatred of Jewish people. He's very open about his hatred of black people. He said that he's had fantasies, dreams, in which he goes around killing black people with Adolf Hitler. He's a Nazi. Why are people doing this? If at first it was Glenn Greenwald, now it's Jimmy Dore.
Just crazy enough to work.
How long before it reaches some other fucking, member of the so-called fucking clown shoes left who consistently just be like, look, this guy, he's controversial and you might say unorthodox and, known for some pretty inflammatory statements. I would go as far as saying a firebrand. Yeah, certainly aggressive. But in this one clip that I did find that someone sent me,
downplays
he is
so much
Israel
at
bad.
the same time.
So
like it downplays the dangerousness of Nick Fuentes while simultaneously downplaying actual anti-Semitism. It is such a disturbing decision. I don't even, who the fuck is this? Is this his what? Who is this lady? And why is she involved? She's just there to chuckle at whatever Jimmy says or what?
Got to line with this.
There to this awkwardly smile.
Yeah, because again, like we are for the emancipation of Palestinians, and he is saying Israel bad. So is there an alliance to be formed here? Keep in mind, Jimmy Dore is the same person who said that there was an alliance to be made with the goddamn Boogaloo Boys when he knew nothing about them. He even admitted on camera, when questioned by Rod Weber later, that he actually didn't know anything about them, that he had simply heard this list of things where it was like, while they are anti-police, and they're anti-state authority, and so are we, so is there an alliance to be made here? There is no alliance to be made with white supremacists, anything, anywhere, ever. Ever. This actually damages Palestinian movements. This is one of the reasons why.
That's exactly right. Lance is 100% on point with this one. All right, I'm going to start a goal. This is the final countdown goal. We got 30 minutes to get this done. Otherwise, we are going to be in dire straits here, people. The potential of the galactic stream ending unsurreptitiously.
So many Palestinian movements go out of their way to not only condemn, but make sure that no event or organization or structure that they are participating in is in any way associated with actual racists, actual anti-Semites, actual fucking monsters and Nazis. Because as soon as you do that, it destroys the credibility of a movement. The movement is to end the oppression. These are people who want to oppress other people. There's no alliance to be made there. Like, Nick Fuentes is 100% someone who hates Jewish people, who spreads Jewish conspiracy theories, and does the anti-Semitic trope of conflating everything Israel does with all Jewish people. He reverses the way that the U.S. empire works and spreads a lie that it's actually Israel and the Jews who are controlling America. This is one of his tropes and one of the things that he's consistently pushing. That just because he occasionally, and you'll see a clip of him being like, Israel bad, that doesn't mean that anything else he says is good, right? Like of the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of horrifying things that Adolf Hitler had said, if you found a clip of saying something that you agreed with, you wouldn't then highlight that and be like, now this Adolf Hitler guy, he's a firebrand, all right? And he has been accused of a lot of really intense stuff. And he's even been accused of being racist. But nowadays, who hasn't, am I right?
Yeah.
But if you look at this clip
he's been accused of saying some anti-Semitic stuff, that Adolf Hitler.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
He's a real enigma, He's a unique guy.
Here's him talking about the roads and how we need to have more infrastructure built in Germany, and how he should be developing and building a highway system that'll benefit a lot of the working class. I mean, we care about the working class, and this Hitler dude is talking about the same thing. Is there not an alliance to be made here? I'm wondering, because at the end of the day, he seems to talk about a lot of stuff. Now, he's rough, I'll grant you that, okay? And he does seem to have some really weird ideas about the Jews, but I mean, these days, who is not being accused of anti-Semitism? So maybe we should be listening. Keep in mind, Jimmy Dore is the same person who said that there was an alliance to be made with the goddamn Boogaloo Boys when he knew nothing about them. He even admitted on camera, when questioned by Rod Webber later, that he actually didn't know anything about them, that he had simply heard this, like, you know, list of things where it was like, while they are anti-police, you know, and they're anti-state authority, and so are we, so is there an alliance to be made here? There is no alliance to be made with white supremacists, anything, anywhere, ever. Ever. This actually damages Palestinian movements. This is one of the reasons why so many Palestinian movements go out of their way to not only condemn, but make sure that no event or organization or structure that they are participating in is in any way associated with actual racists, actual anti-Semites, actual fucking monsters and Nazis. Because as soon as you do that, it destroys the credibility of a movement. The movement is to end the oppression. These are people who want to oppress other people. There's no alliance to be made there.
Exactly.
Like, Nick Fuentes is 100% someone who hates Jewish people, who spreads Jewish conspiracy theories, and does the anti-Semitic trope of conflating everything Israel does with...
But let's be real, okay? Let's be really, really real about who Jimmy Dore is. This guy's not a part of any movement. In fact, I'm not even certain that he has an actual ideology aside from making as much money as he possibly can. You know, this guy is... You know, he's honestly doing very well for himself, even though all he does is put out just misinformation or incorrect information or troubling information, conspiracy theories about, like, he's all over the fucking board. He's all over the board, and I feel like he has no idea what he actually stands for, aside from just saying whatever it takes to get his right-wing audience to give him more money. Okay, that was a little bonus at the end there. I'm not going to sit around talking about Jimmy Dore all night. I don't have it in me. Now, maybe talking about all that drama, you know, with Anna Kasparian, or watching Jimmy Dore talk about how maybe Nick Fuentes not an anti-Semite.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny.
Maybe that's causing you some stress. Well, guess what? There's apparently a cure for this. A video which I found, don't ask me how I found it, another YouTube recommendation. But when I saw this masterpiece, I said, oh my God, this is exactly what we need. Little instructional video on how to deal with cyber stress.
Let's take a relaxing break and leave cyber stress behind. Come with me to a clearing, a stream, a mountaintop, and finally to outer space. At each stop in our journey, I will share with you methods that may help you relieve the physical and mental stress that comes from long hours at your computer. Feel your serpent within, suspended now between the sky and the earth.
What's my serpent? Am I supposed to have watched a different video before this? I feel like this is a series. I don't know what an inner serpent. What's an inner serpent? Can anybody help me with that one?
Serpent within, suspended now between the sky and the earth. And imagine your favorite mountain. Could be a hill, any high place where you like to be. Around and around and around. Now reverse it, coming in, in. Tickling is a wonderful way to relieve tension.
Oh, God.
for moving with me from place to place. I hope you will continue to visit these places and incorporate them into your workday. And remember, relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks.
Well, remember, chat, to relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks. Relax, and don't forget to take a break at the end of that relaxing. Now, there we go. There we go. Hopefully that's helped you de-stress from your cyber woes, being at your computer desk too long, being stressed out by internet drama. Okay. It was quite a performance from that lady. I can't lie. Pretty impressive moves she had. Very unique moves. Speaking of performers, let's go here to CBC News from 2 days ago. Talk about 2 Canadian performers who are preparing for the premiere of a John Candy biopic. I'm trying to remember their names right now. I can't think of their names. My brain just broke. Ryan Reynolds and it's Levy. What's his first? Eugene Levy. There we go. I got there. CBC News from Friday.
The Toronto International Film Festival is back for its 50th edition, and it was Prime Minister Carney who helped kick it off last night at the opening screening of a new documentary about John Candy.
For half a century, extending the invitation to the world accepting, bring us your stories, and we'll share ours. You know, the role of Toronto's role as one of the world's cinematic capitals is a product of hard work over those decades. Thank you.
Prime Minister took the stage to applause ahead of the opening night screening. He joked he was there to take credit for the Trudeau government's financial commitments to the festival. John Candy, I Like Me, is a documentary in which Canadian icons Eugene Levy and Ryan Reynolds join forces. Ryan Reynolds is the producer. It tells the story of the beloved comedian. So many tributes from so many people who knew him. Magda Gabriel-Selassie was on that red carpet.
Heather, several famous faces popped up on this red carpet to celebrate John Candy, I Like Me, this documentary that explores the life and the legacy of the Canadian comedy icon. Now, the film takes us through his many highlights, everything in his career from his early start in SCTV to his memorable roles in several movies like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles and Uncle Buck. We also get a real look at the family man that he was. He was married and had 2 children. He also went through a lot of heartbreak in his early life. He lost his father when he was just a little boy, and we learn in the documentary that as an adult, Candy suffered from anxiety and panic attacks. But mostly, this documentary focuses on the joy that he brought so many people, and many of his famous friends contribute to it. Everyone from Bill Murray to Catherine O'Hara, and we caught up with some of his famous friends here on the red carpet. Take a listen.
He really had a way of making you feel like you were important and that he was interested in what you had to say. And that's a unique thing, and he made everybody feel that way, myself included.
The thing about John is it's still to this day, it's very hard to believe he's not here. You hear his voice, you kind of look up and you expect to see him coming through the door. His presence was kind of overwhelming.
Producer Ryan Reynolds talked about why TIFF is the right place for this film.
there was quite literally no other place for this movie to premiere.
Well, there we go. Documentary remembering the life of John Candy. People in the chat criticizing my pronunciation of the word biopic or biopic, however you want to say it. John Candy. Yeah, a sad loss for this world. Very funny man. Ryan Reynolds, Eugene Levy, a bunch of other people. Tom Hanks' son, Colin Hanks. Is Tom Hanks Canadian? Am I just now realizing that Tom Hanks is Canadian, or is he not Canadian and they're just trying to trick me into thinking that he is? All right. Speaking of another thing you might be able to see on your screens in the near future, Hamilton. That's right, the hit Broadway play will be hitting the big screen very soon. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York, from 3 days ago.
Alexander Hamilton. My name is Alexander Hamilton. There's a million things I haven't done.
Get it?
Just you wait.
Oh,
wait, I don't know if we're supposed to be singing.
I think it's okay. I think we can do anything we want
Why
to do
can't
on
we
this show.
sing?
History is happening on the big screen. Disney, the parent company of WABC TV, bringing the film version of Hamilton to theaters 10 years after its debut on The Great White Way. The film features the original Broadway cast. This is the first time the Tony Award-winning musical will be seen on the big screen. Yes. So, who was there walking the red carpet talking to
in the room
Mr. Lin-Manuel himself?
Like, you know, I was on the red carpet where it all happened.
Yeah.
This is so cool. So actually, have you guys seen this on Disney Plus?
Yes, many times.
So, okay, so when that happened, when they filmed it, the intention was to do it on the big screen, but then the pandemic hit, and but here we are, 10 years later, and so we had the film premiere last night at the Publix Delacorte, the Public Theater.
Which is
that's
where
a big,
it started.
Well, it started at the Public Theater downtown, right?
Right.
So, but it's so beautiful that it's coming back to its original roots. This was a dream assignment. I got to catch up with the original cast, and here's a little peek.
How does
It started with a question,
a Scotsman dropped in the middle of
a very long one at that.
grow up to be a hero and a scholar?
Hamilton, a hip-hop period musical about the life of the $10 founding father in 18th century politics, doesn't exactly scream Broadway hit on paper.
Just you
It's a concept album about the life of someone I think embodies hip-hop, Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. You laugh, but it's true.
But here we are, 11 Tony Awards, a Grammy, Pulitzer Prize, and now theatrical release later. Audiences are still hooked. 10 years ago, when Hamilton opened on Broadway, it shattered every rule. That's thanks to the genius of Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Do you remember your thoughts when he pitched the idea to you?
I said, that's a terrible idea.
I've never seen this before or heard anything like this.
Week. When we were singing through the show, and then I remember just being in the room, and the song that I left singing was, ooh, I do, I do, I do, I do. Right then I knew it was going to be something epic.
How did this show change things for you?
It actually changed the way in which I pursue projects. It was so successful, and it's very hard to get out of the mindset of I have to to every gig because the next gig might not come. Now I...
Well, there you go, folks. Hamilton, the musical, coming to the big screen. Prepare yourself for some 18th century banking. Okay, people. It's that time again. I know. Yeah. I know. Settle down. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry. Alright? Yes, we are taking another galactic intermission, and no, the show's not over. Of course, we will be coming right back after these brief space messages. Now, unfortunately, one thing I want to point out to you is that we have about 10 minutes left on the goal. We've made no progress on it since I posted it, which does put us in peril of not having the third half. We'll see where we're at when we come to it. But quick break. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so that you don't miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without donations from space fams and people who enjoy this show, we would cease to exist, and I would go floating off into the deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a myriad of ways for you to show your support and help keep this show on the air: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Low price of $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day will get you access to a myriad, a cornucopia, a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar, shoutouts, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. Anyway, everyone, enjoyed the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Yes, that's right, Space Fams. You're not losing your mind. You're not having a stroke. You are hearing the sound intended to alert your brain to the fact that the galactic stream is about to begin once again. Second break is over. Third half upcoming. Now we have 3 minutes and 14 seconds left on the goal right now. So it is a matter of great importance that if you have a couple of extra bucks, do consider contributing on YouTube, Cash App, or PayPal. Otherwise, the stream may end suddenly. And that would be bad. It would make me sad. I think it would make everyone sad if that were to happen. So I think we should do everything we can to avoid that. I may extend the break a little bit. I mean, not the break, the goal a little bit. Just because it's Sunday Fun Day. And it's such an important day for us, you know? We'll see. We'll see what happens. 2 minutes now, people. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Cash App, PayPal, YouTube. All really good ways to donate and help fund this stream's continuation. Let's go to Canada. Keep talking about film. Stuff like that we do on Sunday Fun Days, no doubt. This is unfortunately not the funnest of film stories. A legend.
You're wearing brand new shoes.
Of Canadian, a legend of Canada, Canadian film star Graham Greene passed away this week. Here's global news from Tuesday. God damn it.
Brand new shoes that are a little too tight in the instep.
Graham Greene was the kind of actor who left an imprint on every frame.
That part of the industry that is just so plastic, he took all of that away and he just made things real.
Like many actors he shared sets with, Michelle Thrush says Greene was like family.
Tatanka. Tatanka.
He rose to international fame as Kicking Bird in Dances with Wolves.
For Dances with Wolves, Graham Greene.
A performance that earned him an Oscar nomination. Even in moments of acclaim, he led with humility and humor.
Dances with Wolves.
Dances with Wolves, yeah. That's okay, I almost forgot it myself. No. Just kidding, just kidding.
Longtime friend and social activist Tom Jackson says Greene volunteered with charities for decades.
It was more paying it forward than paying it back, you know? And he had that spirit, and it was great.
Their friendship spanned 40 years, beginning long before Hollywood came calling, and Jackson was there for Greene's final award this past June for Lifetime Artistic Achievement from the Governor General. Jackson says the last thing he told him was,
I said, I love you.
Loving tributes are pouring in online. Actor Lou Diamond Phillips called him an actor's actor, iconic and legendary. Actor DeFaro Wunatai from Reservation Dogs referring to Greene as uncle, writing, "You showed us it can be done, trailblazing for every young Native actor just dreaming." The Actors Union, SAG-AFTRA, said he brought heart and quiet power to every role. And Oscar-nominated Lily Gladstone said he made everything he was in better, funnier, deeper, memorable.
I'm dying.
This is the last scene fellow actor Glenn Gould did with the man who inspired him.
It's something else to work with somebody who's such a master at his craft.
Based on all available information.
He made us human, and that's so lovely.
He was awarded the Order of Canada in 2016. The 73-year-old was more than a trailblazer. He was a storyteller who changed the stories we saw and who got the last laugh while doing it.
Yeah, I always thought he was really funny, really good actor. He was in so many movies. I'm just looking at him right now. I mean, it's an incredible list. And really, changed things, I think, in a way, for Indigenous actors. And I think it was an important part of film history. Dances with Wolves, Thunderheart, The Green Mile, Wind River, Die Hard with a Vengeance, Maverick, I mean, he was in so many things here. Atlantic Rim. The Last of His Tribe. Snow Dog. Sabotage. Lost in Delirious. Gray Owl. Transamerica. V for Vengeance. Casino Jack. I don't think this is even all of the movies he was in. I'm looking through this. Some of these, I'm like, a couple of these, they're like missing. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a long list that he was in. Wasn't he also in? Am I losing my mind right now? I guess I was wrong. Misremembering that. Okay. Either way, great actor. He will be missed by many, it would seem. Defiance, yes, Defiance. That's right. I never actually got to watch that show. A lot of people have recommended that to me. I never watched it. Maybe I should now. Good catch, Christopher Tablante. I didn't even go through all the TV shows that he was on. How many TV shows was he on? Oh, a bunch. Longmire, Tulsa King, 1883, Into the West, Defiance, Goliath. Jesus, oh my God, this is such a long list. Oh my God, look at it go. Okay. R.I.P. Graham Greene. All right. Now, of course, in acting, a lot of costumes, a lot of makeup oftentimes in Hollywood productions. You know what other thing that we do every year that involves costumes and makeup? Halloween. And people are already gearing up. Down in Universal Studios, to be specific.
Speaking of scary, it is that time of year already. Get ready, Kathy, to be terrified. Halloween Horror Nights back at Universal Studios, and it all starts tonight.
I love the first night, from 8 haunted houses to the terror tram, which is truly terrifying. There are plenty of opportunities for you to get scared.
NBC4's Macy Jenkins has been live all night at Universal Studios. She hasn't fainted yet.
Oh,
Macy,
yeah.
how you doing?
Robert and Kathy, this has been a pleasant surprise here at Universal Studios. At first, I was not ready to be scared, but I am in Plaza de los Muertos right now with some beautiful characters. Look at this loveliness behind me. It's scary, but it's also intriguing. Oh my goodness. And all the people out here, look at this crowd. Are we having fun? You're having fun. Of course you are. I've been through so many mazes that I never thought I would enjoy. And Robert and Kathy.
Oh my God, I got the coldest reception of all time. Are you having fun? And the camera turns and everyone's just like staring back.
Here, look at this crowd. Are we having fun? You're having fun. Of course you are. I've been through so many mazes that I never
I'm fairly
thought
certain
I would
2/3 of those
enjoy.
people are
And
working.
Robert and Kathy, I actually ran into Oliver Robbins, who played the original child in the 1982 Poltergeist film. You got to check this out. See what happened a little bit earlier today. All right. Okay, we're headed into Monstruo's Ghosts of Latin America. I don't know what to expect, but I'm ready. Ah! No! See? I wasn't ready.
Oh my God.
I wasn't ready for that one. Okay, we're gonna go into this house. Is this bringing back memories?
It's like a mini version of the actual house, too.
talented what they designed. It was terrifying. I was like, wow. Yeah, I was like, and I didn't expect it to be that good. I mean,
Deb, why do you love this? Tell me about it.
I love getting my heart pumping. It makes me feel like I'm like a teenager again.
So Chris, tell me about going through the Terrifier. What was that like?
So I've been to Halloween Horror Nights every year for probably the last 6 years or so. And in that time, I was fortunate enough to be in not one, but 2 Terrifier films. So when we found out that they were doing a Terrifier maze, asked us to come check it out and be a part of the opening night. It's amazing.
What a fun experience.
Well, there you go. Universal Studios already ramping up the Halloween action. And I'm gonna start preparing to put out the fall decorations around on the stream. You know, for those that were not here previously during fall of last year, we had fall decorations all over the pool and the bar, the lake, and the street. That's right, on all the break screens with the avatars, we had fall decorations. And actually, now that I think about it, I had fall decorations in here too, didn't I? In the office. It's been a minute since we did it. The news desk, this one right here, this one was also decorated for fall. I'm stoked. I'm stoked for it. Hopefully you are too. Okay, now what I'm going to do, because I'm feeling incredibly generous.
Aren't I a good guy?
I am going to extend the stream by a full hour. I'm going to create another goal in the hopes that people will donate and keep the Galactic News Network alive. Not only does it keep the content alive, of course, it also helps pay for the bills around here without contributions from space fams like you. We would just cease to exist. And it's true. I say it a lot, but it's actually true. All right, goal starting right now. Okay, extra hour added. By the way, I'm just gonna point this out to everyone. And this is some real shit. Okay, that video that we just got done watching was number. Let me double check. Number 40. Number 39. Number 39. Wow. We are currently only at the, really not even the halfway mark. We're at the 1/3 mark through the content. That was number 39 of 136 videos I prepared for today, because I was planning on doing a banger this Sunday Fun Day. Really, so when you think about it, like, we need to raise $25 right now between YouTube and Cash App and PayPal. All good ways to, of course, donate to this goal. With my math, I feel like we're like 8 hours left on this puppy. We'll be going until the majority report starts or something. That's like $3 an hour. Spread out among everybody here. Be like 50 cents per person. And no, you don't have to contribute in $5 portions. You can contribute $1 at a time. All of it helps greatly. Now, let's move on from scary Halloween things. Move on to a different activity that is taking certain places by storm. Something called urban sketching.
A what now?
Look, I didn't make it up. Let's go to CBS Evening News from yesterday. They can tell us about what the hell urban sketching is.
Finally, this evening, flash mobs started as a playful social experiment in the early 2000s. You remember, from dancing to singing or gathering full orchestras. Well, a new community is making a mark. In tonight's Weekend Journal, Itai Had shows us how flash mobs have evolved.
Eileen Goldenberg doesn't need much to create a little magic. Just a folding chair, a sketchbook, and a good spot for inspiration.
It's just so peaceful and relaxing, and it's just wonderful.
Today, that spot is under the Grand Dome at the
Thank you, Soul Life, for the $1 super chat. This is exactly what I'm saying, people. With your dollars combined, we can keep this stream going all night long.
Palace of Fine Arts in San Francisco. So picture perfect. It almost paints itself. At first, it's just her pen, her moment. Then, out of nowhere, someone pulls out a chair and a pad. Then another, and another. Soon, the entire pavilion is overtaken like a flash mob with pencils.
What's it like sketching
Immediately, if not
with 80
sooner.
other people?
I love it.
Welcome to Urban Sketching, a global movement with over 500 chapters in more than 70 countries that's turning sidewalks into studios, parks into pop-up galleries, and everyday people into illustrators. The only rule, draw only from location, never from memory.
I owe everything to this.
A college counselor once told Matt Wills he'd never make it as an artist, but thanks to Urban Sketching, he's back at it.
Finding this group has completely changed my
actually
life.
quite a
It all
nice looking
started in 2008
painting.
when Seattle journalist gave but
It's actually really well done.
to Urban Sketching, he's back at it.
Finding this group has completely changed my life.
It all started in 2008 when Seattle journalist Gabriel Campanario started posting his sketches on Flickr, and for some reason, it caught on.
So what am I doing?
All right, so look at that shape right there.
Goldenberg says the best part is anyone can do it.
Show them the painting. There you go.
Well, almost anyone. After a few hours of doodling and scribbling, it's time for the throwdown, when sketchers lay their drawings on the ground for all to see.
You get out, you express yourself. Even you drew today.
And if you're still not sure, just pencil it in and draw your own conclusions. Itai Had, CBS News.
There we go. A new trend taking sidewalks by storm. Urban sketching. Really is like urban watercolor and sketching. Sort of a combination. Okay. Let's move on now to discussion around competition, you know, sports, gaming, things of that nature. Let's start off with chess. Here's an informational video, one which I don't know how and why it was recommended to me, but a recommendation nonetheless. I watched it, not gonna lie. Let's talk about how to play chess properly.
And so the World New Chess Championship begins. Kasparov makes the first move. That's the classic Rasputin opening. How will Short respond? He's chosen the Jonathan response. The Humperdinck shrug from Kasparov, quick as you like. Now, Short appears to be inverting his rook, and that's had the desired effect. He's confused Kasparov's pieces there, some of them wondering if gravity's been reversed. One of the pawns has fainted. Oh, a bishop there, vomiting out of pure confusion. So a good move there from Short. Short again. He's made one of his knights into a unicorn, so obviously playing the long game. Kasparov there slipping a spy into Short's ranks.
Illegal.
It's looking like Short's bishops are having a disagreement about same-sex relations. Yes, I can confirm it, there is a schism in his church. So half of his bishops have created the Reformed Church of the Truth of Christ the Lord, and will be leaving.
This is
Still,
ridiculous.
diagonally, some
Jesus,
traditions
I say
die
that.
hard. Kasparov. Kasparov trying to convert one of his rooks into a unicorn. That hasn't worked at all. And that bell means it's Christmas. Isn't that beautiful? They're playing football in the middle. Oh, that's Christmas over. Shorts left to take down the decorations.
I'm not sure that is how you play chess correctly. They're telling me that this is how you're supposed to play chess, but I've played a couple of games of chess. This is going very differently from anything I've ever experienced, but perhaps I've been playing wrong all this time. Very strange. Very strange. All right. Let's go on to some more serious gaming. The FIFA World Cup, which is, of course, coming to the United States next year, and they have announced ticket prices and sale dates.
Immediately, if not sooner.
NBC LA from 3 days ago.
Now, FIFA will soon roll out tickets for the 2026 World Cup, but it does come with a strict set of guidelines.
That's right. The process gets started next week, but NBC4's Brittany Hope is getting started now. She's going to help us through it. You're live at SoFi Stadium. There are a lot of things we need to know about. So check, and check.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Yes, so the tournament, it's 10 months away, but we are thinking about it right now, right? Because it's coming to LA, it's coming to SoFi Stadium. So the ticket hype is happening. And yes, we have new information on how it all works. So here is your step-by-step guide. First, at least for this first phase, you have to have a Visa credit or debit card. And that is because the first phase of ticket sales, this kind of pre-sale time, is for Visa members only. The entry period for the draw starts next Wednesday, September 10th at 8 a.m. and ends on September 19th at 8 a.m. To register for that draw, you have to create a FIFA ID on the FIFA website. That's super important. And then starting on September 29th, you'll then start getting an email about the randomized selection process, how it happens, letting you know if you got a date and a time where you can buy your tickets. Now, the prices starting as low as $60
to $6,000. I wonder what the 100 times difference in price accounts for. You come in, you get the $60 ticket you can spit on. Come in, $6,700 ticket. And you get carried to your golden box filled with caviar and slaves, I guess. I don't know. So who has $7,000 lying around to just go watch the FIFA World Cup?
This is ridiculous!
This marathon was a waste of your time. What marathon? I'm highly confused. All right, let's go from talking football to talking football. From Los Angeles to Philadelphia, where the Eagles fans are back and louder than ever for the season opener of the Philadelphia I cannot talk, but the Philadelphia Eagles against the Cowboys.
It's only the first day, and the fans are already talking about another championship.
That's right, Gray. Eagles fans are already talking about a Super Bowl repeat. We were celebrating with them earlier today in the parking lots before they brought the party inside the link. But no matter where they go, their Eagles pride is loud and clear. It's the popular chant heard across Philadelphia and beyond. Eagles fans pumped up the volume outside Lincoln Financial Field on Thursday night ahead of the NFL season opener.
Eagles! My family's at home. They know better. They'd rather me come here by myself. And it's all my friends. I've been doing it since like 1996. And I'm going to keep doing it until I can.
The Eagles are up against their rivals, the Cowboys. But the division did not keep this couple apart.
We were married 11 years yesterday.
Kate Briggs soars with the Eagles while her husband Tim cheers on the Cowboys.
I'm not one of those fans that really get into the hate and all that stuff like that. I just enjoy football. So...
And all your favorite people are Eagles fans?
No.
as Eagles fans sang their favorite songs. Flags throughout the parking lots proudly flapped in the wind.
It's just a good God.
A leaf flapping in the wind.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, God. All right, one more football story. On the other side of the country. Let's go to Washington State, where the Seattle Seahawks 50th season brings a surge of visitors to Pioneer Square and the waterfront.
Now, throughout Seattle, city leaders and entire neighborhoods are ready for a spike in football fans. The Seahawks kick off their 50th season on Sunday. King 5's Jim Nelson live at Lumen Field, where the finishing touches are now underway. Jim.
Yeah, Greg, that's what everybody's talking about around here. They've been doing their audio and visual checks and hauling boxes around just to make sure they're all set for Sunday. Of course, we're on the edge of Pioneer Square, where so many of the 12s wind up on game day. Just one of the neighborhoods around here that has seen so many changes over the last year or so, and now they're ready to show it all off. It's almost game day. At the Seahawks party at the pier, the diehards and the hard to describe are ready. I don't know who or what that is.
Dave Williams, Dragonhawk.
There you go. Dave the Dragonhawk is definitely ready.
On a Sunday?
The Dragonhawk.
There you go. Dave the Dragonhawk.
Dave the Dragonhawk. Look at this guy go.
Definitely ready.
On a Sunday? You better call me before 9 a.m. If you don't, you won't get a hold of me until Sunday evening.
Williams,
Not gonna
Mike
do it.
Kendrick,
Wouldn't be prudent
and
at this
everyone else
juncture.
at Thursday's celebration along the now-finished waterfront are all ready for kickoff.
Oh, I feel great, man. You know what I'm saying? For the Seahawks and what is happening to Seattle right now, you know, and it's wonderful, man.
A few blocks away, Lumen Field is all dressed up. The countdown to Sunday is winding down.
The Seahawks games have just a few more people coming in, so there's definitely that very excited crowd on game days, and it makes for a really exciting environment all across the neighborhood.
Lisa Howard is executive director of the Alliance for Pioneer Square. The neighborhood is basically the key corridor for fans before and after games.
Getting that many people moved around is always a challenge, and making sure we're giving feedback or pointing out opportunities to improve the systems overall to get people to and from where they're going faster.
There we go. People getting ready for the football season across the country. And that's really the football that Americans care about. Although people have been caring more about the other kind of football in recent years. Has been picking up viewership of soccer. All right. Now let's go to New York for some boating. Here's some CBS New York from 3 days ago. Designs unveiled for the 79th Street Basin.
It's been a role that we played for a long time now.
Here we go.
New tonight, we're getting our first look at plans to revamp the 79th Street Boat Basin, which has been closed since 2021. It will have 190 individual docking spaces for boaters. The new building on 77th Street will also house bathrooms, showers, laundry services, and an area for educational programs.
The design of the project is really exciting because it's an opportunity to connect the city literally and symbolically to kind of our maritime heritage. So the design of the building, which has this kind of diagonal pattern on the side, like almost like a truss, connects to trusses that you see on the Brooklyn Bridge.
There you go. That's a rendering of it, I believe. I don't think that's an actual picture. I believe this is just a AI rendering of the plans. Very exciting. My gosh. Showers. Very fancy. Now, down in the Delaware River, seniors at Doane Academy have gone on a bit of a trek. CBS Philadelphia from Tuesday.
Well, forget riding the bus or driving to school on the first day back to school. Seniors at Doane Academy paddled their way to school. Jumper 3 over the Delaware River as seniors shoved off from the Bristol, Pennsylvania canoe launch. The head of the school and other chaperones accompanied the students. School says the tradition is a moving reminder to seniors that this is the beginning of their final year at the school.
There you go. Seniors in high school crossing the Delaware quite literally
President Trump's attendance here at the
as a symbolic moment in their young lives. Seems fun. Seems fun. I mean, we're running out of time to do it now. Getting colder and colder. And school has started. Speaking of sports, outdoor activities, Donald Trump went to the U.S. Open earlier today. And he caused a security nightmare.
President Trump's attendance here at the U.S. Open men's final causing a security nightmare for thousands of fans. For many of them, it took more than an hour and a half to get into Arthur Ashe Stadium. How long have you been in line?
Oh, over an hour. I'm a season ticket holder too. I've been a season ticket holder for over a decade, and I've never seen anything like this.
I don't know. I kind of
A season ticket holder for the U.S. Open. My God. How much of a rich prick do you have to be to have a decade of season tickets for U.S. Open tennis?
I kind of want to sit on my couch and watch the TV instead.
Expecting me a little security, but we already had security over there. I don't know what they expect us to do between that security and this security.
I can't stand Trump, and this is just another reason to not like him.
Did you know that it was going to be enhanced security today when you came?
No idea. No idea.
Yeah, we've never had an issue with this getting into the Open before, so this is kind of crazy how long it takes. We thought we'd come in, get us a bite to eat, and then go into the game. It only take 30 minutes. Nope, it's been crazy.
Pretty crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Pretty crazy, according to one woman. My God, I just blasted my own ears out with that sound check. The footage was so quiet. Here we go. Here's the president receiving mixed reception at the U.S. Open. I think that's Scott Bessent back there. Yeah. Mixed reception for the president. Boos and cheers, apparently. Susie Wiles is there too, huh? Is that Ivanka? Oh, there's Caroline Levitt. Pam Bondi. I think that might be Kai. Is that Kai? I think that's Kai Trump. You got Kai Trump, you got Pam Bondi over here, you got Caroline Levy, you got some random lady who I thought was Ivanka for a second, but is definitely not Ivanka. Never ceases. Never stops. It never stops. I think is that Jared? I think that's Jared Kushner right there. It's hard to tell with the AP logo in front of his face. Donald Trump never fails to salute during the Star-Spangled Banner for some reason. Dude is such an embarrassment. Just want to remind everybody we still have the goal going. I should check my Cash App to make sure nobody's donating over there, but still need to get 5. Oh, 4. I take it back. Somebody just donated over on Cash App. John, lurking but contributing to the goal. Much appreciated. That gets us to 4 people. We've made progress. We have made progress here. Now only 4 left needed to ensure we get all of the sweet Sunday Fun Day content. All right. Now, maybe watching sporting events not your vibe. Maybe you'd rather go to an arcade. Here's CBS Philadelphia from 5 days ago. Popular arcade Zelke's North to temporarily close as hotel is built. No.
Well, a popular arcade on the Rehoboth Beach Boardwalk is temporarily closing.
Zelke's North, it is shutting down to make way for construction on a new hotel at that site. The arcade will then reopen in about 2 seasons inside of the new hotel building. Zelke's is planning to auction off every arcade game on.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm very sorry, but if you were hoping to go to Zelke's arcade, can't do it. It's closed.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Perhaps a vacation is more your style of entertainment. Well, for one family, a vacation led to a very unfortunate situation. Dream Japanese vacation for this family from Alberta led to a real-life travel emergency.
My granddaughter does the Lego ones. This is called a labubu.
If it isn't clear, Dion Amundsen is quite the Disney fan. Whether in her...
Everyone knows what a labubu is, ma'am. Thank you.
A labubu.
Although I did not know they had a Mickey Mouse labubu. It's kind of cute, not gonna lie.
Isn't clear, Dion Amundsen is quite the Disney fan. Whether in her kitchen, the living room, or even in the bedroom, Mickey Mouse is there.
It's just been something that I've always loved, right from when I was a little kid.
She's been to the parks in Florida and California, and Japan was next on her list. So when her 19-year-old son, Peyton, unexpectedly asked her to go this past July, she went.
I love traveling with my mom and just being able to make new memories and experiences. Japan was on my bucket list.
The plan was to do Disney and Disney Sea. So we did do that. We did end up doing those in our first couple days. So.
On the 4th day, something else unexpected happened.
My mom had a pop.
Wasn't sure what was going on, just that it was uncomfortable and it continued to get more uncomfortable.
Dion had perforated her intestine and became septic. She was put on antibiotics in a Japanese hospital, but it wasn't working.
So they did emergency surgery later that week, and then it was just steps from there to rehabilitation and getting her home.
Their 2-week trip now unexpectedly turned into a costly month-long hospital visit, and everything from booking hotels to rebooking flights, and even the surgery needed to be paid up front.
They wanted me to pay either in one payment on my credit card or in cash. And I said, my credit card cannot physically do that. And I don't know what bank will give me over $40,000 in foreign cash.
We just joke and call it our $100,000 vacation.
Dion has insurance through her work and hopes to get around 80% back from those unexpected costs. One local travel agency recommends always getting travel insurance because without it, you might get stuck with a massive bill.
There you go. A warning for those traveling. Get traveling insurance. Those emergency situations come up when we're trying to have fun. That fun could be ruined by thousands of dollars of unexpected expenditures. Now, maybe a Japanese vacation, a little too much for most people. You could just go to a festival instead. Like the one happening in Hawaii. The Aloha Festival of 2025.
We're just weeks away from the Waikiki Ho'olaulea and the 77th Annual Floral Parade.
It's all part of the month-long Aloha Festival celebration that began Saturday with the Royal Court Investiture Ceremony honoring Hawaii's ali'i. That starts at 4 p.m. at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel's Helemoa Gardens. And then the opening ceremony just a few steps away at Center Stage at the Royal Hawaiian Center for hula and musical performances.
The 2025 Royal Court will be wearing regalia worn only by ali'i of the highest rank. This year's king is Edward Kupao Kunipo from Lualualei, Oahu. The Queen, Mary Meliana Manuel, hails from Volcano, Hawaii. This year's prince is Sean Kaleohano Kekahuna Jr. from Ho'olehua, Molokai. And lastly, Jenny Kapomai Lani Saldana is this year's princess. Aloha Festivals will award a scholarship.
There you go. The Aloha Festival 2025 in Hawaii. Revealing 2025 Royal Court. Maybe you prefer to get a little tipsy. Well, that's possible. You go to Halifax in Canada for the International Wine Fair.
How would you like to travel the world in 2 hours? That is possible. We got our friend Mark DeWolf here. You can do that at the Halifax International Wine Festival coming up on September 6th at the Halifax Convention Center. It's true, you get to taste 250 wines from around the world.
Well, we hope you won't taste 250, but you have the opportunity that 250 will be in the room for you to try.
Challenge accepted.
Wow, dude's underselling the wine over here. Well, maybe you probably shouldn't taste all of them. You might die.
To do that, because you don't have to drink the whole glass, you can actually just taste it.
No, and we just recommend people to have little sips, and then it's all about conversing with the agents and the wine food vendors there, talking about their businesses and learning about their product, really.
Well, there is so much to learn, and there are going to be lovely culinary pairings, too. We have a couple of producers who we'll get to chat with in a second. Yeah. But let's set the stage. What actually happens at this event?
So you're going to walk in, and it's crazy. It's such a huge event this year. We have, in addition to the 250 wines, what we're really excited about, we have organic chocolates from Ecuador. We have food vendors. We have a Canadian pavilion showcasing Canadian cheeses and wines from Ontario and New Brunswick. And we have a Nova Scotia pavilion that's showcasing that we're partnering with NS Loyal, Nova Scotia Loyal. And that's about showcasing off our great local wines and great local.
There you go. If you're anywhere near Halifax, get your party on at the Halifax International Wine Festival. Some fancy snacks. And a boatload of wine. Or maybe you are more of a fan of sweets. That's on the table. That's on the table. We got that for you. Let's go to the 4th Annual Butter Tart Festival. How's that sound? CTV News.
The 4th annual Butter Tart Festival is coming up Saturday, September 13th, and we have 3 of the competitors joining us this morning. First, we're going to start with Tom Burnett from Atomic Tom's. How are you this morning?
Very good, Will. Good to be here.
Oh, it's so wonderful. It's always a good day when you got Butter Tarts in the studio.
Nothing better.
Tell us a little bit about what you guys do.
Well, I'm Atomic Tom's, and our focus is on creating a thin crust Butter Tart. People love the crust, but they like it to be thin, so that's what I focused on over about 6 months, developing a thin crust Butter Tart that people love.
And what are some of the flavors that you got with us today?
Sure, so I have original, I have pecan, raisin, and then I have pecan and raisin together, which is my sister's favorite. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Mary Liz.
Yay, happy birthday!
Yeah, so raisins, I fought it for a while, but people wanted it, so I brought raisins in.
I mean, I feel like, you know, you're the owner of the Butter.
Okay, this one's making me too hungry. Those are looking delicious. Now, sometimes you are just, you're fighting the hunger, like I am right now. You're thinking to yourself, God damn it, I need food. But as a child, it may be difficult for you to feed yourself. And in the case of one young man, decided to take it upon himself when his parents were sleeping to go get some chicken.
A what now?
Some kids sneak candy or cookies, but one Florida 5-year-old had bigger dreams.
As we walked in, we see a little kid sitting at the table eating his breakfast with one of the managers.
Police in Jacksonville sharing the story of William, who snuck away from home one morning to grab breakfast at his local Chick-fil-A. As his parents were sleeping, little William slipped through the front gate of the house and walked barefoot to the restaurant, where he was greeted by staff and was treated to a breakfast sandwich.
I have children, and the first thing, you get that knot in your stomach because somebody else who's a parent is missing their child. Are you going to show us where you live? Yeah. Okay. Say thank you.
Here's a cow for you.
With a full belly and a new stuffed animal, William realized he was probably in trouble.
I walked him to the back of my patrol car.
I'm going to get you in jail.
No, I'm not going to put you in jail.
Well, not that much trouble. William was able to lead the officers back to his house, where he was reunited with his very stunned parents.
Are you kidding me? No, we have him in our police car.
It's kind of scary, actually, because...
Illegal.
Now, of course, I have some serious problems with the Chick-fil-A franchise for their ridiculous ideology, but I just thought this story was too freaking cute. That kid doesn't know better. Fucking hilarious. He's like, oh, parents are asleep. How do I get food? I know. I'll walk down the street. Oh, God. But they gave him food. They brought him home. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was fucking hilarious. And when they're taking him to the car, and he's like, oh, are you taking me to jail?
Illegal.
Oh, my God. Yeah, son, you're going to jail for chicken theft. Now, one food trend is taking over the internet. Let's go here to PBS NewsHour. Talk about a tiny internet sensation.
He's a little guy with a huge following online. Tiny Chef, the Instagram sensation, who also happens to be animated, has gained millions of fans of all ages while whipping up vegetarian meals with a side of heart. Stephanie Tsai has our report. It's part of our arts and culture series, Canvas.
He makes a mean vegan taco without missing a beat. His DIY projects are legendary. And he loves to share beachside snaps while on vacation. In many ways, he's like another social media influencer, sharing the minutiae of his daily life and occasionally baring his soul.
I'm home.
But Tiny Chef, A furry, green, 6.5-inch tall puppet who lives in a tree stump strikes a different chord in a sea of noise. It's not hard to see why.
Don't blame yourself, Whoopi.
He's not cynical. He's just so genuine and like optimistic, and he sees good. He just sees good.
Tiny Chef is the brainchild of co-creators Rachel Larson and Aslam Akhtark.
We made it actually, like, we made it for us. And every time we laugh about a topic or want to do this, it's because we test it on ourselves. Yeah, it kind of is true. Like, you kind of make something to your own taste, and like, you're gonna hopefully speak to people who have similar taste or like the same humor and kind of get it.
A lot of people get it. The Tiny Chef Show Instagram account has almost 6 million followers. Today, a team of 11 in this Los Angeles studio work to bring his universe to life. Everything in the stop-motion animated videos is custom-made, from the tiny sets built and designed by creative director Jason Kowalski.
Everything is purely functional, you know, doors open for Chef, windows open for Chef.
To his belongings.
The first video we ever shot of Chef.
This is some pretty incredible stop motion stuff, and that's absolutely how this is created. It's so intricate, so many little props. It gets me excited. I don't know why. I just love this stuff. Something about it.
This was the banjo he's playing.
Oh my God.
So cute.
Yeah.
It's a labor of love that started as a hobby, say Larson and Akhtark. The creators met in London, working on the animated film Isle of Dogs by Wes Anderson.
We're a pack of scary, indestructible alpha dogs.
Larson worked on the stop-motion animation, a process which involves painstakingly manipulating physical objects to be photographed frame by frame, creating the illusion of movement. Akhtark was part of the film crew.
We became really good friends, and we were just like, we should do our own project at some point. So that's where the seed kind of got planted.
That seed sprouted in 2018 when Larson started sharing images on Instagram of tiny food she sculpted for fun. Aww. That gave Akhtark an idea. She remembered a green puppet Larson had shown her years ago.
And I was like, he has to be the chef. He's perfect for it. I have to contact her and tell her we need to do a stop-motion cooking show. And she loved it. And in an instant, we figured out the name, The Tiny Chef.
Credit for the pint-sized performer's pipes is due to Matt Hutchinson, Larson's brother-in-law. He sent them his rendition of a classic by Queen.
Once he sent the song, it all came together, and we were laughing, and we were like, we have to animate it. So we just like animated him packing up a pie to that voice, which was on his phone. It was so lo-fi.
Their early animations, created in a makeshift studio in New Zealand where Larson was working at the time, took off on Instagram.
We went from like 0, you know, to 20,000 or something. It was like, it was 50,000. Was it? Okay, yeah.
When Penguin offered the duo a book deal, they decided to work on their tiny green character full-time. Since then, his followers have watched Chefy move to Los Angeles and score his dream job, hosting a kids' cooking show on television. But Chef is more than that to his fans.
We get a lot of messages from fans who have kids with speech impediments and say that Chef has given them self-esteem. Chef has made it not a bad thing, and that is like very meaningful to us because we just always felt like Chef is from a different place and this is his second language, and we shouldn't try to hide that or fix him or do anything to him. He's perfect.
He's relatable, perhaps never more so than in this clip from June, when he learned that his cooking show on Nickelodeon wouldn't be renewed.
Bloody me, cute. Bye.
Aww. Who hasn't felt that? The moment when he starts trying to go back to work and then it hits him.
Yeah. I honestly feel genuinely bad for Chef. We have more practical, logical, like, okay, what's next? Like, how do we keep going? You know, but when I think of his experience of someone who just wanted to have this cooking show for so many years, it's like, oh, that would break his heart.
The cancellation made headlines, and the video inspired an outpouring of care and donations from his worried followers. Dionne Warwick was downright livid. Are you proud of making this thing cry? Who's in charge over there? I want a name.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Yeah. How do you even think about canceling this cute-ass frickin' green blob? There we go. Heartwarming, inspirational, times sad story about a culinary blob that has won over the hearts of the internet. Oh, God. Now this show is in danger of being canceled. We are only 16 minutes away from the end of the extra hour. We are still 4 short on the goal. All right, well, a lot of crafting goes into making Tiny Chef. Now let's talk about a particular kind of crafting that has got scientists all confused. That's right, the physics of knitting. What's going on there?
Oldest knit objects in the world is a sock that's about 800 years old. It was a simple thing, a pattern of knots in the shape of a cylinder with a bend toward the end for the heel. But it was also the start of something revolutionary, a technology that could take a simple string and transform it into a useful 3D object. Now, perhaps knitting doesn't fill you to the brim with excitement. I get this, but you know who is excited about knitting? Physicists. Because by decoding the patterns of stitches that create different shapes, they can figure out how to knit all kinds of complex 3D fabrics. And I'm not talking about fancy toe socks. They're designing fabrics that could transform medical bandages, soundproofing materials, and a whole lot more, and they sent us some to show you. So stick around for that. In the 800 years since that sock was made, knitting has spread everywhere. In fact, you're probably wearing a knit fabric right now. T-shirts, sweaters, socks, underwear, basically anything made from a stretchy fabric is probably knitted. And making these fabrics is simple, at least in theory. All you do is create loops in a piece of string and pull one loop through the next, one row at a time. You can either pull the loop from the back to the front to create a little V-shape, which is the knit stitch, or from front to back to make a little bump, which is called a purl stitch. Knit and purl are the two basic stitches that make up the vast majority of all knitting, and you can mix and match the two of them to create all kinds of fun fabrics. It's actually a little like programming, but with yarn. You have two kinds of inputs, and you can combine them in an endless number of ways to make fabrics that look and behave totally differently. Certain patterns of stitches naturally like to curve in specific ways, and they do this consistently. For instance, if you make anything with all knit stitches on its front side called stockinette stitch, the top and bottom will curl toward you, while the sides will curl away. But even though centuries of knitters figured out how to make all sorts of patterns through trial and error, how it all works was mostly a mystery. I mean, why do certain patterns of knits and purls create folds and zigzags or rolls? The answer, of course, lies in physics. Researchers have figured out that the way a fabric naturally curves has to do with a sort of force field created by all the knots in it. Now, normally, we think of force fields in the context of things like gravity or magnets. Like here, all of these iron filings show you the shape of a magnet's force field, essentially the area where the magnet's force can be felt. And in a way, knitted yarn creates its own sort of force field. This happens because wherever two pieces of yarn cross each other, each one wants to be in the same spot, but they cannot be. So one strand gets pushed down while the other gets pushed up. And each section of the yarn naturally resists being bent and stretched around the other, so the strand that's being pushed down reacts with a small upward force, and the strand that's being pushed up creates a downward force. Ultimately, the yarn settles into the position where it's under the least amount of tension. In other words, it relaxes into the lowest possible energy configuration, just like a ball coming to rest at the bottom of a driveway. That's why once you have made your stitches, you can stretch out the fabric however you want, but the tension in the fabric will generally pull it back into its original shape. And usually that original shape is not perfectly flat. As you knit together patterns of knit and purl stitches, you create a field of different forces that really sculpt the fabric.
Okay, we're not gonna watch Hank here go on and on about knitting all day. Let's just go to the end, the conclusion, if you will.
Squeeze gets thinner, and the sides bulge. Just think of what like a pillow does when you pop your head onto it. But auxetic fabrics do the opposite. When you squeeze an auxetic fabric, there is no bulging out of the sides. Instead, the fabric actually scrunches up in all directions, so the part you're pressing on gets extra dense instead of thinning out. This makes auxetic fabrics really good at absorbing energy. Whenever something compresses the fabric, there's just more material at the point of impact to help absorb the energy. That has all sorts of useful applications. I mean, go back to the idea of using it as a packaging material. Something that bunches up when it's compressed is basically reactive bubble wrap. And researchers have also found that auxetic fabrics are really effective in soundproofing, because the way that soundproofing materials work is by absorbing lots of invisible impacts from sound waves. Researchers have already tested out some different knit patterns to figure out what designs and materials would work well for keeping the noise down. They have not made it into the real world yet, but they could one day replace some of the foam panels that we use in this studio today. Auxetic fabrics aren't the only knit fabrics that scientists are interested in, though. Some other researchers are eyeing this technology from the field of wearable electronics. Wearable electronics can be anything from an Apple Watch to a form-fitting shirt that picks up information about your body in real time. The ones that are integrated into clothing need to be able to stretch and bend in really precise ways, and simple knit patterns could help engineers level up these designs. So soon, knitted materials might not just be keeping us warm, but also protecting packages, absorbing noise, and helping doctors monitor their patients' bodies.
Oh, there you go. The future of science is knitting.
It's science.
Who knew? There you go, people. If that's not Sunday Fun Day, I don't even know what to tell you.
Are you not entertained?
We are now in the full final countdown, people. We are less than 10 minutes away from that goal timer going down to 0. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. This is disastrous. Now, you know who cares a lot about knitting? Fashion, people. Fashion. And Anna Wintour, the owner and the founder and owner of Vogue magazine, head of its publications, is, of course, as we've mentioned in the past, as stepping down, has named in recent days a replacement, what do you call it? An heir, I guess.
We're going to talk about the big shoes or heels to fill. Do you know what I'm talking? Do you know what I'm mentioning?
I do know what you're talking about.
Yes.
It's awesome.
I am talking about the heels of Anna Wintour, fashion industry icon and Vogue editor-in-chief. Now, after months of speculation, Chloe Mahl has been named Vogue editor, aka head of editorial content for American Vogue. Mahl currently leads digital editorial for Vogue and also hosts the Run Through with Vogue podcast. And you might recognize her parents. She is the daughter of actress Candice Bergen and director director Louis Mao. But Anna Wintour is not going anywhere. She remains global editorial director for Vogue, overseeing all of the publication's global editions, including the U.S. version, and also continues to work as chief content officer for Condé Nast. Yeah.
Well, there we go. There is your future editor of Vogue magazine, Chloe Mal, whom I've never heard of before until today. Okay, well, Sunday fun day. Let's keep talking fun and stay in the world of business. Let's go to Iowa, to the Disney World of truckers. The trucker Disney World? What does that mean? Let's find out. CBS Sunday Morning.
Sometimes even truckers need to go somewhere for a little pampering. And Luke Burbank knows just the place.
We could tell you the exact address of the world's largest truck stop, halfway between Chicago and Des Moines, but honestly, you can't miss it. It's the size of more than 150 football fields, 900 parking spots for trucks, and a staff of almost 600 people, and a bunch of merch calling it the world's largest. So who are we to argue?
Is there some sort of governmental body that verifies these things?
Unfortunately not. And we have contacted Ripley's Believe It or Not a couple times, and they're like, oh, we don't know how to measure that.
A really cool part about trucks versus cars.
Delia Moon Meyer is the senior vice president of the Iowa 80 truck stop, which her father, Bill Moon, took over in 1965, just as construction of Interstate 80 expanded, which meant lots more trucks that needed lots more fuel and other things from a growing truck stop. But always on her parents' mind, says Maher, were the drivers themselves.
My parents loved truck drivers. They thought it was cool. And for whatever reason, they just really got captured by the trucking culture. And they loved taking care of people.
Her father died in 1992, but as the truck stop grew, so too did the family belief that truckers, the humans, needed as much maintenance as their trucks did. So, next to the 24-hour gym, they added a barber shop where Angie Clark spruces up long haulers and TV correspondents alike.
You know, you can't pull a semi-truck just into any shopping center and jump out and get a haircut. So you want to make them look good and feel good. And you know, sometimes they don't get to talk to many people either.
I'd never thought about that, but you're sort of part hairdresser, part therapist.
We're a therapist.
And just down the hall,
it's 99% emergency care. They're looking for pain relief.
Yes, this truck stop has a dentist, Dr. Thomas Romer.
They must be really grateful to roll in here with, because, you know, when you're having tooth pain, it's the only thing you can think about.
These guys, when they can't sleep, they can't eat, they can't function, and then when they walk out of here pretty much pain-free, they're very, very appreciative.
70% of all U.S. freight is moved by truck, which means a lot of sitting.
All right, here we go.
Which is where Dr. Justin Seifert, in-house chiropractor, comes in.
A little looser. Nice. The general population, they just don't believe that a chiropractor would be out here, but it makes perfect sense with truck drivers sitting all the time, and low back pain and mid back pain are their main problems just because they slouch from time to time.
Maybe you need something for your rig.
So what did you come here to get today?
Lug nut covers.
Perhaps something in chrome?
Who doesn't like a chrome shop? A store, you know, for your big rig.
It feels like a mall in comparison to, like, I don't know, like a convenience store.
There you go, the Disney World of truckers, providing everything that a trucker could dream of. Joe 47-771 getting in a super chat. I guess it's to 6.5. We only need 3.5 more super chats, people. We're getting very close, but we only have 3.5 minutes to get this done. Please, people, any dollars would help. keep this thing going. All right, now let's go from the Disney World for truckers to the Disney World for the mega rich. The Hamptons. The place people will probably be spending less time in now that summer is coming to an end.
It's not the affluent community that most people think of when they hear the Hamptons.
John Bon Jovi and Paul McCartney roam freely among us.
Barack Obama, Mr. Trump was in town.
There was a witchcraft case in East Hampton in 1657.
Money is power. Gucci doing a collab with somebody who makes ice cream.
People don't understand that there is poverty in the Hamptons.
We used to do real witch hunts.
Yeah.
When we were country.
Yeah.
The Hamptons, the far-reaching tip of Long Island where New York's business elite and the world's celebrity overlords escape to rub moisturized elbows in idyllic beach towns and gargantuan backyards. The kind of place where you could find Justin Timberlake.
Hermit Horologist, keeping our hopes alive with a sweet, sweet super chat that gets us up to 7. That's absolutely, count that as 7. Don't have tree fitty. Here's $2.50. Well, thank you, Hermit. Much appreciated. Technically, that gets us like a skosh over 7. We're very close, people. Very, very, very close. We can still do it. 1.5 minutes left to go.
Drunk driving from a Paul McCartney concert to a Diddy party, all before 5 p.m. But my sources tell me that beneath this moneyed paradise, the area is facing a housing and affordability crisis.
The cost of living is getting nearly impossible.
The level of rich is gone through the sky.
$400 melons, a vending machine for caviar.
It seemed clear that the Hamptons were Hamptoning too hard, even for the Hamptons, spurring questions like, who can actually afford this? And is anyone doing anything about it? These are daunting queries, but when I get whiffs of a story that's occurring close to where I live in a beautiful...
What in the fuck was that a... Why is there an unattended... what do you call that? I can't think of it. Baby carrier. I know there's a word for this thing. I cannot think of it right now.
Daunting queries, but when I get whiffs of a story that's occurring close to where I live in a beautiful locale, I will drop everything to get to the scene. So get in, bitches. We're going to the Hamptons. Before this collection of Long Island towns that the guy getting hammered before pickleball calls their happy place became the glitzy Hamptons we know today, this was just a quiet, rural strip of land. It was settled in the 1600s by English folk who made friends with the Shinnecock and Montaukett people by promising them that their names would one day be on bars and golf courses. A couple of centuries later, it became an artist settlement, with American Impressionists arriving in the 19th century and pop artists coming in the 1960s. But its deadly combination of bucolic beaches and close proximity to the world's capital of capitalism meant that it couldn't stay a hippie secret forever, which is how we got to today, where the Hamptons are a summertime epicenter for expensive bar food, private chef influencers, John Hamm sightings, and circle driveways of imported gravel. To learn more about what to expect from a wealthy beach community in 2025, I hit up Dion Searcy, a veteran journalist for the New York Times who currently covers wealth and power. What are the Hamptons?
Well, I like to call it Planet Hamptons. It's just a place where a collection of some of the world's wealthiest people, not just New York's wealthiest, but the world's wealthiest people hang out in the summer. It reminds me kind of when those cruise ships dock and people pour off, but all these people are like wearing all white and or have really toned, shoulders and abs and that kind of thing. It's sort of the epicenter of where everything happens. There are political fundraisers, there are galas, there are just cocktail parties. A lot of young people go out there. It really feels like a pilgrimage of, the wealthy that go out there.
In the Hamptons, do they pronounce it gala or gala?
They say gala.
They say gala.
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, I had everything I needed to know. So I set off for the Hamptons.
Dude, it's ridiculous. Blue Tomato donating 25. What is that? Krona? What is that? NOK? What is? I don't know what that currency is. Either way, I think it's like $2 US. I'm not entirely sure on that, but thank you. The first ever super sticker? It's the first ever super sticker that you've ever donated before? That is incredible. Incredible. Much appreciated. Glad that the Galactic News Network is the place that you are doing your first ever super sticker. That says something. I don't know what it says, but it says something. That gets us, I think, to 7.5, a little over 7 3/5. I think, if I'm doing the, I don't know if I'm doing the math right now. Hard to say.
And was then immediately hit with bumper-to-bumper traffic. I should have anticipated this. The traffic is a common Hamptonian complaint, as I've heard from the Real Housewives of New York's Bethany Frankel.
I'm the one who is glued to the Hamptons, and you can't drag me out. This summer, all the videos people are posting about the Hamptons being off, the traffic is suffocating.
Huh. Preach, Queen. And while I can't confirm that the traffic does actually blow, I did eventually make it to the land of abundance, where I immediately went for a stroll on the beach with Vanity Fair and New York Magazine contributor Stephanie Krikorian.
That was my big story for Vanity Fair that got picked up. Rich people of the Hamptons have a new headache, even richer people. You can buy trees for $150,000 to $200,000 per tree. It's 50% of that to plant.
The rich people are being repressed by the even richer people.
Follow the rich white man.
That tree. So you're looking at $250,000 for a tree.
A money tree of sorts.
It is essentially a money tree, but the reverse.
But is that a new thing, or has that always been the case in the Hamptons, where you're like, look, yeah, of course we got rich people, and then we have like royalty.
The level of rich is gone through the sky.
The roof?
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. There's nowhere for people to live.
Stephanie made it clear, outside of the ritziest folks in town, people were struggling to keep their head above water. I simply had to burrow deeper into the community's business circles. And folks, you burrow deep enough, you're gonna find a guy like Gavin Menu, the chair of the East Hampton Chamber of Commerce and co-publisher of many local newspapers.
We don't throw around the word crisis or disaster lightly, but that's exactly what it is. I think that the crowds here this summer, we have a joke that we say it gets worse every year, but it actually does. And I think that
Are you referring to us visiting?
Partially, yes. There's always been sort of a tension that our population booms like it does, and there's so many people here and our roads are overcrowded, and at the same time, it's what supports our economy. So, you know, a business owner might say, boy, the roads are busy, but so is my restaurant, or so is my store, or so is my business. So the tension has always existed. I think that it's gotten worse over the last decade or so because of that cost of living is making it that local people feel they can't stay here any longer.
I got one question for you.
No, Dan. No. You and your goddamn surf shark advertisements.
The official town crier.
God damn it.
Crier of East Hampton, a former teacher, and a lifetime resident of the area. He says that the affordability problems out here are only going to get worse.
The pandemic, accelerated some of these people leaving the city and then getting a house out here instead of renting, buying. And of course, they could afford the extremely high prices.
In 2019, the median price for a Hamptons home came in at around $960,000. After the pandemic, it was $1.3 million, and today it's over $1.9 million. And it wasn't always this hard to get housing here.
I was getting a haircut in Augie's barbershop on Newtown Lane, okay?
I mean, it's kind of wild. Look at how tiny that house is. Maybe like a little 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. It's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath with 600 square foot for $2 million.
Get housing here.
I was getting a haircut in Augie's barbershop on Newtown Lane, okay? Guess what happened? I bought a building lot in Springs for $2,500 and had to pay him $50 a month. And that's how I got my first house. We need apartments here, and we're not going to get them. It's too late. That ship has sailed.
Why is it sailed? I mean, is that just because of zoning laws? Or?
Yeah, zoning laws. There's no land left. If you look in the stores, you go all around, what's the one sign you see? Help wanted. help wanted. We're going to be losing doctors, I think, out here. Most of the school teachers don't live in Navigant where they teach, or East Ant where they teach, or Springs. They live up the island. So that means they don't have a connection to the community.
And it isn't just teachers and emergency workers who are being priced out of the Hamptons. It's the folks in the working class that make a resort community function.
Landscaping, construction, pool maintenance, tennis court maintenance, and so forth.
Maher Mullen is the founder of Hamptons Community Outreach.
Oh, God. It's kind of wild when you think about it. Like when they start listing off all the things that people need in the Hamptons: pool cleaners, tennis court maintainers, the landscapers. You know, you need boathouse. You need somebody to take care of the boathouse. I mean, my God, so many jobs needed in the Hamptons. What are people doing? Well, as it turns out, the Hamptons actually has something of a homeless problem somehow.
According to who?
According to the world.
According to the world. According to the world.
Then it hit me. That was the one thing I kept noticing about these goddamn locals I spoke to. No matter how much people like me were coming in and adding to the traffic, buying up the real estate, and driving up the price of melons, they still loved their community.
We love living here. It's an absolutely beautiful, spectacular place. Many of us don't think that the place is ruined or overrun or anything along those lines. But the challenges are real. We love that people come and visit us. We need people to come here. But there's challenges, and you got to be respectful of that.
No matter what your day is like, no matter what you've been through, you can go down to that ocean and walk along that water. My parents used to drive down to the ocean and Navigation every night and just look at it, make sure it was still there. I mean, look what we're doing. We're trying to keep history alive and trying to remember the past.
But if I was going to get a real sense of how locals felt about the John Hamptons, I had to go to the one place all unfiltered opinions come from: the youth.
People talk about how bad it is with all these people coming out. But I love it. I bring so much excitement out here, and it gives opportunity for the newspaper.
Billy and Harry are a couple of high schoolers that started the Ditch Weekly, a local newspaper in Montauk written by local kids.
I walk on the beach and I see everyone just on their phones. Everyone's coming out here spending so much money to be in the Hamptons. This is where everyone wants to be, and no one's looking up. You know, this is something that brings the community together, it gets kids going.
All right, Billy, well, thank you so much for showing us around. You got any other plans today?
How about you help us with our paper route?
Sure, why not? Let's do it. Just like that, I found myself at the behest of a teenage boy, doing his paper route and running up and down various driveways of local Hamptonites. And it was during our little tour, handing out the ditch, that I realized this was really the summer that changed everything. Billy went on to become editor of the New York Times.
Okay, Dan. You crazy person. But yeah, I think I accidentally skipped over it, but there is actually a portion of this where they talk about people literally living in tents in the Hamptons. I don't know where it was. I don't know. Where was it? God damn it. Oh, it was here.
Or sleeping bags, and then typically you will see some food, laying around. Sometimes they've created a little makeshift kitchen with a piece of wood, something like that. But they're very, very simple.
Maher told us there are dozens of workers in the Hamptons living in these conditions. As the day went on, I drove past lush.
There it was. Okay, here we go. All right, well, full hour has in fact transpired, a little bit more. Since I started the final countdown goal, unfortunately that ended with us at, what was it? Where did we wind up? 7 3/5? 7 3/5. Meaning that we only needed 2.5 more super chats. That's like $12. It's like $12. So close. We almost got through an entire extra half an hour and a half of extra content without ever completing the goal. We've gotten so far that I almost want to I want to continue right now. You know, just maintain the hope, maintain the optimism on this situation. The faith that somehow that goal will be completed. Let me ponder this. I'm going to take an early galactic intermission. Hopefully something happens in this time, and I'm gonna ponder what we do here. I'm not even gonna force you to listen to galactic messaging. Enjoy the break. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal, all good ways to contribute to that goal. Okay, well, here I am. I've been pondering now for the last 10 minutes what to do. We are 2.5 chats short. That's like $12.50 or something like that. The fact is everybody just chipped in like a quarter at this point. Who's currently watching? We'd be set to go. Been weighing my options. I don't want to be the Grinch who stole Sunday Funday. You know, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the one to say, "Oh, I gotta call it," because I'm working for $0 an hour now. Sadly. But I'm not gonna do that. You know, I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit longer. See where it all shakes out at the very end of it all. But we've got a ton of content left for today. It's making me sad that we're not doing it all. Got a whole beautiful show planned for us today. A very beautiful. And we have like half of the content we have not gotten through. I checked again during the break. And we've got a ton of stuff to go. Like seriously, I don't even know what I was thinking today. I was like, I had big dreams. Doing a big long show here, and now I'm very sad. All right, let's talk economics. Just got done talking about how even the rich are being priced out of the Hamptons by the even more super rich.
The controversy over the Fed has sucked up a lot of oxygen. And
Let's talk about the Fed. And also whether or not the United States government will shut down 2 weeks from now, exactly 2 weeks from now, is the deadline, September 22nd.
the controversy over the Fed has sucked up a lot of oxygen and a lot of time, and I wonder how much we ought to be putting to the idea that we could be facing a government shutdown in a couple of days, and I will say, or a couple of weeks. And I say this at a time where globally we're talking about government dysfunction, how much it could be affecting some of the fiscal worries in markets. Are you expecting us to actually shut down again? I mean, is this actually a worry that we have to focus on?
Well, I think that the market is pretty desensitized because there have been so many head fakes around government shutdowns, around debt ceiling fights. And so I think it's sort of understandable that the market's sort of inured to even this discussion. But we do think the risk for a shutdown is higher this time around than it has been in probably several years. And that's because just the friction between the Republicans and the Democrats, the requirement, remember that in order to fund the government, you need at least 60 votes in the Senate. That by definition will require some Democratic cooperation in the Senate. You may even need Democratic cooperation in the House as well. And just given that lack of comity, that friction, maybe an understatement, I do think that the Democrats may very well be willing to take the political risk and shut down the government. Now, what we've seen from an economic...
That's right. Government shutdown looming in the near future. Sasha G, the sweet super sticker, getting us to 8.5, keeping the hope alive. Meaning that we only have 1.5 super chats needed to ensure that we just keep this thing going on into the sunset. Sunrise, really. One and a half chats away. All right, let's keep this going. Talk about another thing that's going to be affecting consumers. I don't know if you're a frequenter of the skies, someone who goes on planes, flies, using our nation's airlines to get places. But the U.S. government's going to make it harder for you and everybody else who does indeed fly, as the White House is abandoning the rules that compensate customers for disrupted flights.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. In our national lead, the Trump administration plans to roll back proposed rules requiring airlines to compensate passengers for some disrupted flights, siding, in effect, with the corporations, not the consumers. The rules were first proposed during the Biden administration, but in a document posted yesterday by the White House, the Secretary of Transportation announced that the Department of Transportation is going to abandon that proposed plan. Pete Buttigieg was, of course, Biden's Secretary of Transportation, and he joins us now. Secretary Buttigieg, I see you there at the gate at an airport. Tell us about these proposed rules and what consumers can expect now that the Trump administration is abandoning them.
So the idea of this proposed rule was to make sure that you could get compensation for your time if you are in one of these extreme delay situations or if your flight gets canceled. This is the norm in a lot of countries, Europe, UK, Canada. Passengers have enjoyed these rights for years, not so much in the United States. And so during the time that I was secretary, we launched a process to get these rules developed. It looks like under President Trump and Secretary Duffy, they are canceling that process. So passengers will not have that protection. And they're also indicating that they might be
terrible. Just terrible. Not a shock, though, that the Trump administration is, not helping your everyday working person and instead continuing to enrich big business, themselves, and other billionaires. You know what I've thought in I cannot look at Pete Buttigieg or hear his name without thinking the same thought, and I've thought it for years. If politics ever goes by the wayside with Pete, and right now he's not in office, so perfect time for him, really, to take advantage of this one. But considering what Pete Buttigieg's name is, he needs to start his own show, like a reality TV show, like a RuPaul's Drag Race type thing, But instead it's just about the butts, right? And it'll be Pete's Buttigieg competition. Get it? Okay, that'll be it. That'll be all of the Buttigieg puns today. All right, let's keep talking finances. The fact is, these days, with AI and everything else, the internet, it can be easy to be scammed, roped into some pyramid scheme.
Hey, you guys, no, leave the dog alone. It doesn't want to be the worm from Dune.
Oh, hey, I meant to say, Jackie loved the play date last Saturday. He came home, he was so happy.
Oh, good.
You guys must have had an amazing time.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, exactly. Lamau, where he judges booties. Correct. That would be the whole show. I mean, I don't expect it to get very high ratings necessarily, or to last a long time. Just saying, it's an opportunity that he's clearly, just missing out on right now.
Ish? Oh, well, he was difficult at points.
Oh, no. Was he not sharing? Because we talk about that at home.
No, he shared plenty.
Okay, that's good. You're whining. We've been trying to cut that out, and it's a real headache.
No, he didn't whine much.
Did he eat it?
No.
Did he bite you?
No. Well, I mean, only when he did his Mike Tyson impression, but that's to be expected. But those
cute.
go hand in hand.
Yeah. Okay. So, what?
Well, Nikki, your kid's a bit of a dick.
Excuse me?
Yeah, sorry.
He's a toddler. How can he be a dick?
Okay, well, for instance, after you left, he asked me when I let myself go.
Oh. When did you say?
Well, I don't think I have. And then he told me later that I looked tired.
Well, I mean, aren't we all?
And then he said that my sad attempt at Gen Z fashion was trying too hard.
Kids can be brutally honest.
Oh, so he says stuff like that at home?
No, but I don't buy Brandy Melville, so.
Right. Okay, then he asked to borrow money. And when I asked him when he was going to pay it back, he just sort of winked at me. I mean, that's dickish.
That one's on you, Camille. I mean, you never lend money without the understanding that you might not get it back.
Oh, and then he asked me if I want to be my own
now?
business owner. I want to make my own schedule. He's got this product he's selling, this supplement tea, and anyone I bring in to sell it, I can get a commission from.
What did you say?
Well, I bought 200 cases. No. He was very persuasive.
Oh, yeah, he gets that from his dad.
So you knew about this?
I am tens of thousands of dollars in the hole because of that supplement tea. Yeah, we had to take out a second mortgage. Like, well, I just filled with the product. He told me that it would fly off the shelves, but I've reached out to everybody that I know, and I'm just sitting on it.
He would do that to his own mom.
Yep.
Your kid is a dick.
I know. I know.
Oh, God, Nikki, what do you do?
I mean, what can you do? You don't get to pick our kids.
Right.
All we can do is love them and do our best to raise them right.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a little difficult given your starting point, but yeah.
There are some perks to him, though.
Really?
Yeah. He gives great financial advice, like ETFs and single stock.
But Nikki, you work in finance and you have a master's degree in economics.
Yeah, but he's got this Reddit thread with a bunch of guys who like really know what they're talking about.
Well, I tell you what, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought your kid was a bit dickish.
That look at the end. Oh my God. See, even toddlers
Trump's family getting
running
even
around
richer.
out there scamming people. I guess it's true that the children have taken over. They're beating up big balls and they're scamming Julie Nolke, Canadian content creator, out of her money. Scamming his own mother. Had to get a second mortgage. That is a horrifying situation. What a little bastard. There's another fail son out there actively scamming the public. Eric Trump, whose wealth is soaring. As a new crypto mining company just made him into a near billionaire.
Trump's family getting even richer. His son, Eric's wealth is soaring, now about $500 million, billion, not million, billion, richer, thanks to a massive stake in a cryptocurrency mining company, which just went public. Its market debut. The amount that Eric made from that is more than any of his family's individual real estate holdings, according to Forbes. And Eric has been touting the importance of crypto ever since his dad went back to the White House. And since Trump's reelection, the price of cryptocurrency, the most valuable one specifically, Bitcoin, has surged up 63% since Trump was elected to his second term. And Trump's been very vocal about backing crypto. Eric Trump has been traveling the world promoting Trump family crypto ventures. This week in Japan, his wealth wasn't the only thing soaring. In sort of a PR stunt, he had a high-ranking sumo wrestler match, carried out of the ring, all of that to promote what's going on with cryptocurrency. And earlier this week, he was in Hong Kong, where he made this prediction.
I really believe in the next several years, Bitcoin hits $1 million. There's no question Bitcoin hits $1 million.
10 times what it is now. It's now $110,000. The more that Eric Trump promotes it, though, the higher it seems to go. He's got friends in powerful places. And Dan Alexander is with us now, senior editor of Forbes. So, Dan, I guess let's start with this very basic thing.
I feel like that should be the opposite, no? Like every time that Eric Trump says something, it should go whatever that thing is. It should it should be the opposite of that. No, I mean, this guy is a complete moron.
Trump is Trump's youngest son, Just how, well, Barron, of course, I mean by his first marriage. How rich is Eric Trump right now, and how much of that wealth is tied to crypto?
Well, he's got about a $500 million stake in this new company, as you just mentioned, and then he has a couple $100 million outside of that, and a lot of that is crypto too. So if you look as a percentage, probably 95% of his wealth is in crypto right now. So this is the key of his fortune. It's not just the core, but it's really almost the whole thing at this point.
Which is pretty stunning, right? You go from real estate to is something so intangible, but it is stunning. How easy was it for him to get all this wealth in crypto?
Well, the idea of a Bitcoin mining company isn't new. What's new is that it's a Trump family member who's leading the show. And so if you combine those two things and you have this trading on the public markets where, public markets, mom and pop shareholders have shown themselves willing to pay extremely high prices for Trump-connected assets, you can get these massive valuations because people are just bidding up shares of these to sort of unreasonable heights. And then if the Trumps hang on to a big chunk of those companies, as Eric has in this case, then it inflates their wealth an incredible amount.
Right, and this is, obviously there's a surge in crypto. A lot of that, maybe in part, we could discuss that because of the president's backing and support for crypto, right? But even within that, there's sort of who wins and who loses and who are the relative winners in that world. So it's a very basic question. Would Eric Trump have gotten this rich if his dad weren't president?
Certainly not. If you rewind a year ago, Donald Trump was worth about $4.3 billion, and most of his fortune was wrapped up in the Trump Media and Technology Group, the parent company to Truth Social. That company had few followers, wasn't making any money. Its relevance really seemed to depend on whether or not Trump was reelected. Once he was, though, then the Trump families essentially copied that formula that they used with that company. Create an asset, who cares if it makes money or not? Let's put it on the public markets and hold on to a big chunk of it. And that's exactly what they've done in this case. Just following that formula, none of that would have been possible.
There we go. Crypto mining company going public turns Eric Trump, a man who's never worked a day in his life, into a billionaire. Or a near billionaire. I think, what did he say, 700 millionaire? Close enough. But while the Trumps are enriching themselves to ridiculous levels, they're also crashing the economy. Here's the majority report.
I just laughed because I just saw an IM to say, back to hear how everything is worse today. Love you, Sam. The news is bleak, folks, and it's going to be that way for a while, but we're, it's Friday, trying to have a little bit of fun. I took some inspiration, I have to say. I think it was Mamdani's interview with... I've had it. Yes, where he was talking about the scavenger hunt and saying, we got to have some fun, too, which is... I'm not going to lie, it's hard to do in the face of a lot of the horrors that are going on around the world, but you need to have a little bit of fun so that you maintain the energy for pushing for some...
Hey, that's what we're trying to do right now. Sunday Fun Day.
And positive change. And otherwise, you're just going to go batty. Did I mention it?
You might still go batty.
I was just about to say, did I mention Emma's out today? And I can't remember anything. We've been told for a while from economists that it's going to take a while to start to see the job losses and the hit the economy is going to take and the inflation as the tariffs sort of work their way through the system. This past month, we got data, I think it was 2 days ago, saying that our imports and exports were up a little bit. And that suggests that the stuff that U.S. retailers, wholesalers had bought, importers essentially, had bought in the early months of the Trump administration in anticipation of a possible tariff regime and had been stored in warehouses, has started to run out. And now they're having to import more stuff. And so we're going to see the impact on inflation I'm convinced, over the next couple of weeks, next couple of months. And now we're also seeing the impact of the tariffs on job losses and even all the deportations. It's counterintuitive. The deportation regime has also inhibited hiring of native-born Americans because businesses can't operate, in many instances, because they've lost a significant amount of their trained workforce, whether it's construction or other services. They've also lost a considerable amount of their customer base in many instances. And so we're looking at all sorts of job losses. The youth unemployment is up, and Black unemployment is up 7.5%. It's the highest since October of 2021. And it both shows that, supposedly the immigration roundup is not going to help young people and Black people in the workforce. But Black job numbers, they tend to be sort of the canary in the coal mine, if you will. It's always Black people, and I'm sure it's not because there's any systemic racism in this country or that Black people are in any way structurally disadvantaged in our workforce, but Black people always tend to be on the front edge of job losses.
Repeat of the financial crisis.
Yeah, exactly. Here is Fox Business News actually having to admit that. Now, remember, the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was fired because of the last month's job numbers. So these are the good ones. Good.
Go through them, Lauren. I sure do. 22,000 jobs added in the month of August. That was much less than the expectation of 75,000, guys. The July number was revised. I will get to revisions in a moment. Unemployment rate
revised
coming
down
as expected, 4.3%. So that would be higher than July's 4.2%. Again, 22,000 jobs added in August. Let me get you the revisions because this is what everybody is focused on. For June and July together, combined 21,000 jobs lower than previously reported. I'll categorize that now. So you see for June, it was revised down by 27,000, getting you to negative 13,000, and the change for July up by 6,000, getting you to 79,000.
Negative jobs.
Awful. Weak.
Over the last 3 months, job growth has averaged 29,000. Again, way below what you need to keep up just with population. And outside of healthcare, all of these jobs have taken place in healthcare. Outside of healthcare, the economy has lost 26,000 jobs since May. Of course, healthcare is very much helped by tariffs because you get people who lose their businesses and then they get ill, and then there's people who get hired to take care of them. I'm being facetious. But we have an aging population, and so healthcare numbers are going to go up. The average hourly wage has increased 3.7% year over year. That's down from 4.0% rate in 2023 and 24. And it has grown just 3.5% if you annualize the last 3 months. The rate of wage growth for low-paid, non-supervisory restaurant workers has been just 3.2%, inflation rising more rapidly than that.
Yeah, and that would be bad.
Rate for Black teens.
I mean, let's point this out. But 1.2% growth, GTB, would be less than 50% of what it was last year, which would be a huge contraction on an annual basis. There was already a negative month in GDP. It's not good. It's not good at all. Last year, during the Biden presidency, GDP grew 2.8%, almost 3%. Now, the first year of the Trump presidency, we're looking at 2%?
As I said, Black people in general, 7.5%, rose 0.3% to 7.5%. The unemployment rate for Black teens rose to 24.8%. That's the highest since May of 2020. May of 2020, well, we were locked down.
Remember that?
Job leavers were only 10.7% of the unemployed in August. And that's compared to 13.2% in 2018 and 2019 when the unemployment rate was comparable. These numbers are put together by Dean Baker. And so what that means is people are afraid. People have a sense that the job market is really soft and they're not going to willingly leave.
Yeah, we
the
were
share of
talking about
unemployed who have been unemployed for 27 weeks or more rose to 25.7%.
We were talking about that trend. They were calling it job hugging. People refusing to leave their jobs because they're not getting good raises. The raises are the percentage of raises for those leaving one job to go to another has come down drastically, which is not a good sign for the economy. Blue Tomato with another half of a super chat. Another half bites the dust. I think. Coffee telescope, rocket ship, Blue Heart. Thank you, Blue Tomato. Yes, that is another half. That is another half. Gets us to nine. Gets us to 9 of 10. So incredibly close.
Soft, and they're not going to willingly leave. The share of unemployed who have been unemployed for 27 weeks or more rose to 25.7%. That's the highest since February of 2022. Again, that's in the wake of COVID. The manufacturing sector, remember, this is a big thing of the tariffs. We're gonna build things in America again.
Look at this poster.
We just need time.
We just need time. 12,000 jobs lost in August. Auto manufacturing, 7,300 jobs lost in August. Jobs in auto manufacturing are down almost 23,000 over the last year. But things that we're building.
How many concentration camp guard jobs did we create, though?
That's coming in. We haven't seen those numbers yet, but we're building. Lost 7,000 construction jobs in August. And jobs in scientific research and development fell by 3,600 in August.
Yeah, and the day before the jobs report, Donald Trump came out and said that most of the numbers are going to be in construction. I guess he must not know very much about building because those numbers never came in, did they? Negative construction jobs, as it turns out.
In scientific research and development fell by 3,600 in August.
Sasha G with a super sticker. Cute little lime with some purple pom-poms. That's another half-ish, slightly more than half, 3/5. 3/5 chat. Oh, God.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Sorry to diminish you, not intentional. Oh, gosh. Wow. We are so close. We are so close. Only took 3 halves to get this far. We are now 9.6 of 10 chats needed. All right, let's move on from the terrible, failing U.S. economy. Compromise? No. Nope, there will be no 3/5 compromise. We still need that 2/5 chat. This stream could still end at any time. So could at any time. But I'm going to keep it going because, wow, 2/5 of a chat seems very doable. within the next 4 hours. I mean, this is going to take a while, if not longer. Although I can't go any longer than 6, because can't do 12-hour streams. Okay, so if we are going to continue, which I think we are going to continue, I guess I'll wait. No, fuck it. This is going to throw me off, though. That's the problem. No, I think it just makes more sense for me to do this now. It's just going to break my brain if I don't do this right now. All right, I'm going to grab myself a snack in anticipation of us completing the goal. Since we are so close. I mean, what is 2/5 of a chat? That's $2. I think we can do $2. So yeah, I'm gonna grab myself a snack because I have not. I didn't eat today. I woke up super late, and rather than make myself food, I prepared for the Sunday Funday stream. And I've been operating on, like, 0 energy this whole time. So since it's 6 hours in, and it's just going to throw me off if I don't take a break now, I'm going to take a quick break. Really, really quick break. So very quick, I promise. Well, there's Sasha G with the $2 super chat, which does, in fact, complete the goal. That gets us a confetti party. Okay, bask in the glory. It took us 6 hours, but we did it. We completed the goal. We completed 3 halves. We've completed the Earth, the U.S. news, the North American news. And are now prepared to move on to the environmental half. So take this moment to think about what you're going to need to do for the rest of this stream. We still got the entire environmental portion of the stream as well as the Earth news, of which there's plenty to cover in nearly as many videos in the environmental and Earth news section as there was in the U.S. news section. I should tell you some idea of how much content there is for us to get through, and thanks to everyone who contributed anything, $1, to this goddamn goal. Thank them, because that means you're going to get all that content. You're going to get it. Okay. Take one last moment to bask in the glory of this confetti party, because this is coming to an end. The official break between the 3rd and 4th halves is about to begin. Before we move, I'm going to switch the confetti color again. I'm always doing this, but I don't know. I just want to change it again. What do we think? Ooh, that's fun. Let's do that. Look at that one. Damn. It's I'm feeling very, this is very space-like for some reason. I'm very much enjoying this confetti. Make it a little more translucent. Not quite enough translucence. Just go down like like 2%. Yeah, that looks good. I'm liking that. Okay. All right, confetti party over. Gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, unless you want to go missing one of the galactic spacecasts. Of course, you probably wouldn't want to do that, so hopefully you've already hit the bell icon. Now, while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just $3 US a month will get you access to a truly staggering number of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back with the rest of the show, the fourth half. Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means that I finally got myself a snack. The break is over, and it's time for the beginning of the rest of the show. The true second half. Okay. I managed to put together something. Should be able to keep me fed with enough energy to get through this stream. Let's start the environmental half. What was that sound? Okay, let's go to Hawaii. We've been following Hurricane Kiko as it barrels towards the island state, the only state that is an island. NBC News 6 hours ago. This thing looks huge.
Tonight, slow many.
It is a Category 4.
Much of Hurricane Kiko currently churning through the Pacific, putting Hawaii on high alert.
Have a plan. Think this thing through. Don't wait until that storm is approaching us.
Kiko intensified to a Category 4 over the last few days before weakening to a Cat 2. The path has it lumbering northwest at about 13 miles per hour, packing more than 100-mile-an-hour winds, but it's expected to slide just north of the Hawaiian Islands by Monday, avoiding landfall and weakening to a tropical storm. Meanwhile, parts of the Northeast cleaning up after a sucker punch of rain and wind from a series of late summer storms.
Okay. There we go. Hawaii bracing for Hurricane Kiko. Not going to make landfall, it doesn't look like, as the storm continues on its path. It does seem to be trending towards the high side of the island. Let's go now to British Columbia, where one bear has decided to make themselves very much at home in a picnic area. Hey, boo-boo. That's a mighty fine-looking picnic basket over there.
Not big on social graces, with no qualms about crashing the party or helping itself, the black bear has become a regular at the lunch table.
Several days in a row, I knew how it was in the park accessing picnics, yeah.
Spotted several times now around Burnaby Mountain, the park and neighborhood, the bear is a concern for conservation officers. They advise keeping away until it's caught.
It's certainly not a place I would want to take my family, knowing that there's a bear that's habituated to humans and showing no fear, so find another spot to go for a picnic.
A live trap has been set up after another picnic feast over the weekend, but so far the bear will not be duped. It's not clear how it became so bold. The animal may have been fed or found garbage.
We do have a number of calls in the area outside the park of bears accessing garbage as well, so it's likely the same bear where they lose all fear of humans and will approach humans literally just to get the food immediately beside them.
And there you have it. One bear going after everyone's picnic baskets in this park in British Columbia. They have figured out a source of food, and it is us. Well, thankfully not us, but our food. Certainly low-hanging fruit. And, of course, right now, bears are very hungry. Especially in BC. Because they know one thing that perhaps you're not thinking about.
Winter is coming.
That's right, winter is coming.
Winter is coming.
All right, now let's go south. Off the coast of California, the La Jolla Shores, where a oceanic wonder spotted.
Many of us have picked up sand dollars off of the beach, but this video that a snorkeler captured changes everything. What looks like a field of sand dollars off La Jolla shores is actually a protected ecosystem that could cost you big if you disturb it. 20 feet beneath La Jolla shores, snorkeler Allison Wylot discovered something extraordinary.
They were there by the millions. I mean, just as far as you could see and then beyond.
Her viral video captured thousands of living sand dollars stretching a quarter mile across the ocean floor, their deep purple color and moving hair-like spines proving they're very much alive.
And they're this deep purple, and they've got all these hairs on them moving around, and they're so cool.
But here's what most people may not know. Sand dollars are not made of sand at all. They're sea urchins that plant themselves vertically in the seafloor.
So the eccentric sand dollar is what they're called because this petal-shaped structure is a little bit off-center, and these animals will put their heads in the sand. They'll intentionally stand upright a bit to get access to flowing particles for feeding.
Dr. Charlotte Seed says that they're ecosystem engineers. Kelp bass use them as scratching posts to remove parasites, and they provide habitat for other marine life.
So if you're a snorkeler or a scuba diver and you have the chance to observe, you'll see all kinds of small, also wonderful overlooked life among these sand dollars.
Here's the key takeaway. If you find live sand dollars, leave them alone. Taking anything from protected areas like La Jolla shores, dead or alive, can result in serious fines.
But when you see live animals, they don't really want to be picked up. They're not souvenirs. They're not made of sand.
So how do you tell if they're alive?
If they're smooth and white, then that's the dead.
You know, I've got a few sand dollars. No, I don't think I can't remember. I'm fairly certain I wasn't taking them from protected areas. Like when I was a little kid. I mean little. Like when my family would go on vacation, I would bother the hell out of them by waking them up at ungodly times. I would set an alarm, sometimes without telling them, at like 4 in the morning, and pop out of bed, grab a bucket, and be like, all right, it's time to go. Time to go looking for shells. And we would go out when the tide was way out and walk around on the beach. My parents half asleep. Me just running like a animal all over the goddamn beach. Oh, if I recall correctly, it was never both of them. It was one of them. Only one of them would be willing to entertain that at a time. Okay. Let's go inland. Still in California, KTLA 5 Los Angeles from 3 days ago. Pumas spotted making themselves at home in Ojai. You know, the more we encroach on, on the land, the more this happens. You know, wildlife is just going to make themselves home on the land, whether we think it's ours or not.
Some scary moments in Ojai. A couple woke up to find not one, but 2 mountain lions just outside their home. Therese Cornelius says she and her husband were heading out around 5 this morning when they spotted the big cats on their patio. She says the male was attacking a raccoon while the female stood guard just a few feet away. The male eventually wandered into the backyard, but the female locked eyes with the couple and refused to move. After several tense minutes, the lions finally did leave. Fortunately, the couple escaped unharmed. But what a story they have.
What a story.
Nice pictures as well. Thank you.
And beautiful animals. But I love one guards, one, it's a team.
They're wild animals.
Well, yeah, but they've got a coordination going on.
They have a...
Sorry. I'm eating my food. No. What was I saying? Oh yeah. There we go. One feline couple hunting together in an Ojai neighborhood. Now, let's talk about the anatomy of cats. I was recommended this video this week, and when I saw it, I was forced to click it. I don't know what reason led me to click this, but I did. And now you get to enjoy it as well. Yes, how does a cat work? This is from the Cat Lovers Forum YouTube page.
How a cat works. Let's take a look inside to explore the intricate systems that keep this marvelous creature functioning. As you can see, the feline body houses 6 main rooms, each operating at an extraordinary level of precision. Let's zoom in and examine each subsystem more closely. Starting at the top right is the acoustically tuned meow production room. Here, 2 dedicated sound engineers work non-stop to fine-tune each meow, adjusting pitch, volume, and tone based on real-time external conditions. Their goal is to craft just the right vocalization to influence their human into giving them exactly what they want, whether that's food, attention, or just annoying you until a door is opened. Directly beneath, we find the purr generator. This room is powered by a single, focused operator who manually spins the crank, activating the gear system that generates the iconic feline purr. These purring frequencies are carefully calibrated to calm humans, encourage cuddles, and reinforce the cat's position as the most adored creature in the room. Back on the upper floor to the left is the Object Dropping Lab. Here, a team of 4 feline engineers conduct non-stop testing, dropping everyday objects from elevated surfaces. These objects, mugs, eggs, bottles, are carefully analyzed for impact, noise, and reaction value. Each test is repeated and refined to discover the ideal speed, angle, and push force for maximum effect. Just next door is the laser tracking room. This department is tasked with solving one of the greatest challenges in feline history, catching the red dot. Despite significant technological advancements and the ability to track the dot in real time with near-perfect precision, they have yet to capture the red dot. Progress is steady, but success remains just out of reach. Now we arrive at a less understood room, the panic room. No one truly understands what triggers it. Sometimes it's a sudden movement. Sometimes it seems totally random. The operator stands ever ready, one paw hovering over a giant red button, which, when pressed, launches the cat into sprint mode. We also don't know what exactly makes the operator stop it again. And finally, the most mysterious room of all. No one knows what goes on in here. Objects that enter never return. Scientists theorize it's a portal to another dimension, a black hole from which no mass, light, or food can escape. Maybe this is why a cat is always hungry, but we can't say for sure. So there you have it, a cat, a truly marvelous biological machine. Mysterious, precise, yet somehow still chaotic. And
well, there you go. The chaotic, mysterious inner workings of your average feline. Who knew? Shocking. Shocking. I assumed they had like organs. But no. Bunch of just smaller cats inside of what appears to be some sort of laboratory style it's like an underground, but an inner cat building of some kind. Very strange. Now, maybe cats aren't your thing. Maybe dogs are your thing. And guess what? This next clip's filled with dogs because dogs have been making a splash in a Canadian pool for charity.
Well, dogs made a splash while raising money.
What happened? I lost it.
Well, dogs made a splash while raising money for charity yesterday. Grosvenor Outdoor Pool was transformed to a doggy pool on Monday. Only dogs were permitted in the pool and owners were able to supervise from the sidelines. Admission to the event was a donation to the Second Chance Animal Rescue Society through cash or new or gently used pet-related items.
St. Albert's a huge community that supports dogs. We see it in our trails, parks every day. And for 2 hours for them to bring it out, it's really great. You know, it's exciting to see the dogs' faces, and the owners as well.
The dog gets to burn some energy, and he loves swimming, and so it's kind of like a win-win.
This is an annual event that started back in 2012, and it always happened.
Wow. A decade-long dog swimming event in Canada. That looks fun. That looks fun for everyone. All right, let's talk about a different kind of creature. One with many more legs, or, well, honestly, they vary. But certainly, most insects have more legs than dogs and cats. ABC News did a piece earlier this week on the mysterious world of insects.
Bugs. Some people love them, others not so much. But whether you are a fan or not, they are essential to life on Earth. There's a lot to learn about bugs, so we came here to the Insectarium at the American Museum of Natural History, where we are learning that even though they might feel like you got plenty of them around your summer cookout, the population of insects overall is declining, and some are at alarming rates. I recently came across this comment. Why the bleep isn't the news of the rapid collapse of insects everywhere being blasted by every single media outlet? If the insects die, we die. It is that simple. So yes, insects are a critical building block of our environment, but are we really that close to collapse?
I would say we're getting there for sure. So there's over 1 million species of insects described on Earth, and they've been incredibly successful in adapting to every habitat you can imagine for hundreds of millions of years. So humans have only been around for about 2 million years, and we've greatly altered the environment to the point where it's hard for them to adapt.
Several studies in the last decade show a 1 to 2% decline in all sorts of different bug populations. Many of the entomologists that we spoke with, they referenced this study from 2021. It was called Insect Decline in the Anthropocene, Death by 1,000 Cuts. And that really focuses on how it isn't just one stressor or one culprit, but many that come together.
Some of the main drivers of insect decline include habitat destruction, which can involve deforestation, agricultural expansion, urbanization, or water diversion, and also pesticide use. Pesticides, I would say, are like one of the worst things in herbicides to biodiversity and maintaining biodiversity on our planet.
Because they're just indiscriminate killers.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the big problems is we just don't have enough data from all types of insects, because most of the studies are focused on the beautiful and charismatic pollinators, the butterflies, the bees. I've even done stories on cicadas. So what can you do? Well, the entomologist that we spoke with said it's pretty easy. You can stop using fertilizers, definitely not want to use pesticides in your lawn. Switch from grass to natural and native plants to give them some habitat. And also, when you're looking at insects, it's surprising to know that your road salt that has chemicals, or even just the salt itself, can kill off bug populations, even in the water. Also add...
Yeah, that's an interesting but good point. I mean, the fact is all that road salt just gets washed into the water table and into the dirt where bugs tend to live.
Biodegradable soap if you're washing your car outside. And finally, we always talk about this, leave the leaves. We can love bugs, even from afar.
If insects were removed from the earth, if all insects go extinct, then essentially humans will follow within a couple of months.
There you go, people. Bugs, an incredibly important part of our ecosystem, one which is often like neglected to be talked about, but their populations have been dwindling recently. Butterflies, bees, really all sorts of different populations of insect species have been struggling in recent years as climate changes. Humans continue to expand their territory. Okay. You know what we wouldn't have if we didn't have bugs? We wouldn't have orchards. We would not have delicious fruits and things of that nature to eat. Let's talk about orchards with CBS Philadelphia. They posted this story yesterday. Lynn Villa Orchards, Pumpkin Land. Pick your own apples. Start Saturday. Which means it was yesterday that they started. God, it really is fall, isn't it? Pumpkins and apple season. I can smell the pumpkin spice already now.
Fall favorite.
What is happening? What are you doing to me right now?
A fall favorite for families all across the Delaware Valley is back for yet another year. We are talking about Pumpkin Land this morning, happening at Lynn Villa Orchards. It is back open for business. Our Ross DeMattei is live for us in media this morning and has more on how you can pick your own apples as well while you're out there at the farm. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning, Jan. That's right. We're talking about everyone's favorite fall activity, apple picking for yourself and the whole family. And there's really no better place to do it than Lynn Villa Orchards. Let's bring back in Farmer Norm Schultz, the farm manager here at Lynn Villa Orchards. So you were telling me that last year was far from your ideal yield in terms of the apple crop. This year, though, a lot better. Talk to me about what makes the difference. What were the factors that went into that?
Well, the big thing is they bloom in early May, late April, and the weather's been so unpredictable that time of year. So last year when flowers were open, the frost hit, took off the flowers. This year, very variety sensitive, but as you'll see, many of our trees are just full
really quickly
of apples.
Before I let this guy keep going here, that is exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about insect loss, right? The erraticness of weather causing blossoms to die off, which of course blossoms eventually turn into flowers before they turn into fruit. And those flowers are what get pollinated by the bees, by the butterflies, by, the other pollinating insects. And when those die, suddenly, they don't have a source of food. And the bees starve to death.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Very variety sensitive, but as you'll see, many of our trees are just full of apples, and all of our trees have some apples, so we're really excited.
Take a walk with me, because I was going to say, where we are here in the orchard, I mean, it looks picturesque in terms of how great the yield is. This is like ideal, right? It doesn't get much better than this.
Oh, this is it. You can see every inch of the tree has fruit on it, and what helps, the tree doesn't grow too much, so now I won't have to do much pruning. And like you can see, these things with the cool nights we've had have great color.
Look at that color.
The thing just shines. It has like a natural bloom on it, which is, just as the apple protecting itself. This is the variety we use for our candy apples.
Yeah, what variety is this one?
This is Crimson Crisp. This is my favorite. We use this for our caramel apples.
Look at that.
You can hear the crunch.
Oh.
No mealy apples here.
Thank you.
So
that looks delicious.
People will come out. We also have peaches available today. Cut your own zinnias today.
So you can do peaches, apples, and zinnias all on the same day. That sounds like a full family day to me. And you showed us the crunch there, too. I mean,
people in chat are telling me that honeybees are an invasive species in the United States. Yes, I know, but we still need them. Our entire food system is dependent on them. But I get what you're saying, and you're right, and we have to protect our native bee species. as best as we can. But the native bee species don't like the erratic weather either. So at least on that, those two species are aligned. If we have erratic frosts and or extreme hot periods and things in the wrong times, they're still being affected, both equally. Just generally.
Fall. Our Ross DeMattei is live for us in media this morning with yet another look at all the fall fun to be had there. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning, Jan. Listen, it wouldn't be a trip to Linville Orchards without some great food and how about a great beverage as well? I'm going to make one in just a second, but first let me bring in the expert when it comes to food and beverage here at Linville Orchards, Jamie Steenson, food service director. So you guys are unveiling a drink specifically for Pumpkin Land, is that correct?
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
This is our signature item. It's our Harvest Float. We launched it about 4 years ago. This will be our 5th year. And it's our favorite thing to do in the fall because it celebrates the apples that we're growing.
I've seen it blow up on social media. This is what keeps the people coming back for more. And you want me to make it. Last time you made the drink for me. We're ramping things up. I'm going to earn my paycheck today.
I believe in you.
Okay, so we'll start with the cup, right?
Yeah. So this is our souvenir mason jar.
Okay. We're going to add a little vanilla ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Oh,
hold on down. There you go.
Couldn't get it down.
What's
That's
about to
not a good first
happen
step,
right now?
How about that?
Looks good. Looks good.
Okay, there we go. We stop it right below the apple, I was told. She says every teenager in Delco can make one of these, so I kind of have to be able to do this, right?
So that's our apple cider slushy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Right on top.
Good.
Cut it off at the top.
What are they
A
doing?
little extra room for the ice cream. A little more ice cream, right?
Yep, another round of ice cream.
Oh,
Top
God.
it off. There we go. And finally, last but not least, it wouldn't be complete without one of your famous apple cider donuts.
Oh, no.
Look at that. Am I hired?
Illegal. You're hired.
I got to take a drink. Tell me about, what is it? Is it the combination of all the fall flavors that just makes it such a staple?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a fun cup to take the souvenir mug.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Illegal.
Oh, no. That is dangerous. That is dangerous. Where is Michael Reich? Mad Lefty thinks he was timed out. I also think he was timed out. I believe he was timed out by Mo and Noab. He was also pushing. He was pushing it. He was pushing the edge. He was pushing the envelope. He was probably going too far.
That's too much, man!
I'm not sure. I didn't see all of it. I was also trying to do the stream. But seriously, cider donuts, if that doesn't get you smelling pumpkin spice right now in your little nostrils over there, Chad, I don't know what does. Fall is here, people. You gotta get ready. I'm going to start adding this week. I think I'm going to, for the fall. The fall's here. You might as well embrace it. Summer's over. Fall's here. I'm gonna start putting up the fall decorations. I'm doing it. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say, chat. All right, let's go here. Talk about the severe weather that's been seen this weekend. Millions of people affected. NBC News from yesterday. We gotta do a few serious stories around here.
Tonight, pounding rain and howling winds laying siege to parts of the eastern seaboard, causing power outages and downed trees. In Massachusetts, this street completely underwater. 33 million Americans from New England to Baltimore caught up in scattered thunderstorms, spawning 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with bouts of hail and heavy rain. The brief deluge in New York causing tennis fans outside the U.S. Open to run for cover. Out west, hundreds of firefighters back on the front lines. Overnight, the fast-moving pyrite fire sparked evacuations in California's Europa Valley, about 60 miles east of Los Angeles. The fire, driven by high winds and heavy vegetation, swept over more than 400 acres before crews were able to contain the spread. Firefighters dousing the flames from above, while below, sheriff deputies going door to door.
For your safety,
Evacuate the area now.
California's now year-long fire season, so far scorching more than 425,000 acres this year. Right now, a series of more than 20 fires in Northern California still burning after the region was blasted by more than 10,000 lightning strikes earlier this week.
It's gone. This is what you have. I just don't have the words for it.
Meanwhile, Hawaii bracing for the impacts of the newly looming Hurricane Kiko, a Category 3 currently crawling toward the islands.
Of course, we hope for the best, but the worst thing is to not be prepared and have regrets after.
The acting governor declaring a state of emergency with possible tropical storm force winds, heavy rainfall, and high surf as early as Monday.
Still got to go get oil, gas, propane, toilet papers. We've been through this before, so just making sure that everybody's safe.
There you have it. Bad weather, hurricane, fires, all happening across the country. All right, now let's do this story one last time until we forget about it for a little bit longer. But this is something we've been monitoring for quite a while. I don't know when the first time we talked about it, but I've been aware of this for longer than I've been doing this stream. And that is A23A, the world's largest iceberg, which of course left Antarctica last year, I believe, started leaving it last year, collided with the South Falklands originally, and then has been moving. It's now been moving South Atlantic, but is we do have an update on this. Associated Press. This is from 3 days ago.
The largest floating object on Earth, the Iceberg A23A, is drifting near South Georgia Island. That's an island between Africa and South America near the southern tip of both those continents. And it's beginning to break apart. It's an area that icebergs often visit just before they break apart. It's on a drift track from the Antarctic. Iceberg A23A actually broke off of the Antarctic many decades ago, nearly 40 years ago. But it has been stuck off the coast of Antarctica for most of that time. And only recently did it come ungrounded and begin to drift northward. So right now, the iceberg is breaking apart into big pieces, and it's still quite cold because it's still winter. But as summer in the southern hemisphere comes on, November, December, January, we're going to see more and more melting on this iceberg. And what happens is the berg will upper part will saturate with water and then shatter because the water drives through the iceberg and cracks it into thousands of pieces, so that very suddenly it would just sort of collapse onto the ocean surface.
So very suddenly, within the next 3 or 4 months, it would seem, as things get warmer in the South Arctic, or the South Atlantic, really, this iceberg is going to collapse, melt into the Atlantic, and raise the ocean levels, add fresh water into a system that is delicately balanced, a state of Rhode Island-sized amount of fresh water. To be, I don't know about exact, but close enough. Probably bad. And we should probably keep that in mind as winter approaches. Because what will that mean? I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. Jesus. Because we'll be getting colder, right? We'll be getting further away from the sun. And the addition of all that fresh water may slow the Atlantic current. May cause it to get very cold this winter. I don't know. I'm not saying day after tomorrow level cold, but it could be a factor.
This morning,
All
a
right,
globetrotting...
now let's talk about this story. We have an update to a story that we talked about 3 weeks ago. A teen influencer who is attempting to do a bunch of flights on a little prop plane was stranded in Antarctica 3 weeks ago after his flight was deemed illegal.
Illegal?
To remind you of that, here is the original story. This is the one that we watched last
This
month.
morning, a globe-trotting teenage activist is speaking out after his arrest during a fundraising trip around the world.
Attempting to become the first person ever to fly to all 7 continents solo.
Ethan Guo is 1 year into his flight against cancer, flying from the U.S. to Europe to the Middle East and beyond in hopes of raising $1 million for St. Jude's.
We're officially in Singapore!
But his trip was derailed when his flight from Chile to Argentina took an unexpected turn. Guo telling our Danny New an in-flight emergency forced him to make an unexpected landing on King George Island, a remote area with strict regulations for incoming air traffic.
Everything was good for like an hour. Then they came up to me and then they just told me to follow them. They didn't say a single word. Then they told me I was under arrest. I asked them, what am I under arrest for?
On the ground, Chilean authorities
right to jail, right away.
Accused him of falsifying flight plans, which could cost him his pilot's license.
It was an international flight plan. It was approved by the Chilean government. I had the official Chilean government stamps. I paid the international fees. I cleared international customs. This was all documented.
Guo was barred from leaving until a judge weighed in on the charges. After more than 40 days of waiting, he struck a deal this week with the Chilean government. Officials agreed to drop the charges if he donated $30,000 to Chile's childhood cancer research program. Guo says he's willing to pay the fine because donating to cancer research was his goal in the first place.
And he is still waiting for a...
There we have it. That was the original story talking about this young man's adventurous debacle here. Now, he has finally left this Chilean airbase in the Antarctic as of yesterday. Here's the AP.
Hola.
I mean, Antarctica was just a very interesting experience is the best way to say it because it's very different. But my day-to-day life was pretty mundane. I spent 90% of my time reading books. They allowed another pilot to fly the plane back. And once the plane is, either in Chile or Argentina or another country, I will fly the plane and continue on the journey and hopefully be able to finish it. I think the Chilean people have been incredibly hospitable. They've been fantastic people. They've taken care of me. They've taught me Spanish, and they've treated me like family. It's like mi casa tu casa in that sort of way.
There we go, Ethan Guo. Finally leaving Chile with nothing but good things to say about the Chilean people after this unfortunate circumstance caused him to be stuck in the same place for over 2 months, apparently. I guess we must have caught it in the middle. But that's just wild. It's just a wild situation. But of course, if you're going to fly around the world for charity, a few weird things are probably going to happen. That's the thing about adventures. Okay, now let's go to the other poll. Where a fascinating discovery in the Arctic. Beneath the Waves is filmed in great detail for the first time ever. Here's BBC News from 4 days ago.
Now, the wreck of one of the most famous ships to take part in a polar expedition has been filmed underwater for the first time. The Terra Nova carried Captain Scott and his team on their ill-fated expedition of Antarctica in 1912. The ship carried on in service for many years later, but was eventually sunk during the Second World War. Rebecca Morel has more.
An expedition to the South Pole, captured on camera more than a century ago, but one that ended in tragedy, with the death of Captain Scott and his 4 men. It was the Terra Nova that brought them to Antarctica, a ship now forever entwined in their polar story.
Incredible. That's incredible! Oh my God, I've got shivers.
Now it's been revealed beneath the waves. The 57-metre long wooden ship filmed in detail for the first time. Lying off the coast of Greenland, its final resting place after a lifetime of service. It sank in 1943 while carrying supplies during the Second World War, but the Terra Nova will always be linked with Captain Scott.
To be able to see these significant parts of the wreck, it was truly awe-inspiring. At the aft section on the stern is the big wheel. When you think of the people who have stood there and, maneuvered the Terra Nova through ice and various things like Captain Scott, and it was sat there perfectly intact amongst the debris of the aft section of the wreck, and it was like, wow, if that ship's wheel could talk, it could tell an amazing history.
There we go. An old wooden ship. Filmed for the first time in great detail, excuse me. Beneath the polar ice caps. I've heard that another word for an old wooden ship is diversity. Okay, no more Anchorman jokes for the rest of the stream. All right, now let's stay in the ocean and talk about a problem that is facing sharks. The acidification of the oceans. Apparently causing sharks dental problems. Oh, right. I forgot about this one. It's like 5 minutes of just shark footage and then like 1 minute of this one guy talking. And you know what? I'm just gonna scoop ahead to this guy real quick. Here, say the words. Say words. Honestly, I've always thought these things are super cool. These underwater tunnels, these see-through tunnels are just, I don't know what it is about it. It is just cool. Oh, God damn it. Okay, I don't have time to, I can't even remember the spots where it was now. I'll just tell you what's going to happen. As the oceans acidify, sharks' teeth are going to start having serious problems. You know, just like your mouth needs to be a certain pH level, so do sharks. And as the oceans warm and acidify, that's giving sharks dental problems. Now, sharks can regrow teeth throughout their entire lives, unlike human beings, but apparently it takes them like a year per tooth, so not exactly great news for sharks. Now, while we're talking about sharks, there was a crazy piece of shark news clip that surfaced on the internet of an orange shark.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A neon orange shark has caught our sight. Not brown, not gray, not the usual hue. This nurse shark is orange. Yes, that's true. This story seems like it would be something out of a Dr. Seuss book. Anglers off Costa Rica's Tortuguero National Park reeled in a 6-foot nurse shark with bright orange skin and white eyes, a combination never before recorded in Caribbean waters. Scientists say it carries 2 rare genetic traits, xanthism and albinism, known together as albino xanthrochromism. The only other known case, a homeland ray caught in the Irish Sea in 1910. Lead researcher Mariosis Macias of Brazil's Federal University of Rio Grande said that xanthism alone does not impair health. In this case, neither did the dual pigmentation anomaly. Normally, nurse sharks rely on muted colors to hide in reefs, but this neon marvel survived to adulthood, leaving scientists wondering, fluke, environmental trigger, or new genetic trend. So you could say it swims with...
There you have it. An orange shark. How much do you think Donald Trump would pay for an orange shark so that he could put it in the pool at Mar-a-Lago? An albino xanthropomorphic? Xanthropic? What was it again? A crazy orange shark, whatever we're calling it. A ginger shark. Gingivitis. Haha. While we're talking about freaky things in the water, one man in the U.S. Senate was taking things very seriously as usual, doing his job, keeping America safe. You know, Senator John Kennedy. Okay, so yeah, Senator John Kennedy, sure he's stealing children's health care and food assistance, but he's doing this. This is productive. Come on.
Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries. And let me tell you what I'm talking about. In late August, the FDA found that raw frozen shrimp from Indonesia was being sold in Walmart, specifically in Walmart stores in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Mississippi, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Texas, and West Virginia.
Aww. They were selling alien embryos instead of shrimp. My God.
Illegal.
No, as it turns out, they were not selling alien embryos. They were selling radioactive shrimp. Which is also kind of terrifying when you think about it. Less terrifying than this photo, though. I mean, this is too much.
That's too much, man!
Also, why does John Kennedy have time to do this, but doesn't have time to show up for, you know, other important things? Like, why is this John Kennedy's sole focus here? Okay. Let's continue to talk about ocean creatures. And this is the portion of the environmental stream today on this Sunday Fun Day. And I try to do this lately. I haven't been doing a very good job of this, mostly because I know what we're up against right now. But Sunday Fun Days, oftentimes in the past, I have tried to get us to watch clips during the environmental half that are upbeat, in the sense that they present possible solutions for different environmental problems. And sure, Trump's EPA is actively dismantling all of the things intended to protect the environment. You're thinking to yourself, right, okay, StreamLord, that's going to happen. But you know what? We got to keep talking about this stuff.
Basically, every component of oyster farming, both on and off the water, involve plastic. We are cultivating oysters which have a positive effect on our local waters, but we're doing so using a material that has a negative effect on our waters. We know that the ingestion of large amounts of microplastic has negative health effects on the animal. And so, being an oyster farmer and wearing my scientist hat, I see that we really need to reimagine what the future of our food systems, in this case, aquaculture, could look like without plastic.
By the way, I just want to remind everybody where this is coming from. In case you missed that very quick little banner there. Where was it? It's so fast that I go right past it right there. PBS Terra are the ones who are bringing us this beautiful content. And of course, PBS Terra used to be brought to you by viewers like you from public funding from the United States government. Oh, we live in the worst time.
My name's Abby Barrows, and I am the owner and operator of Deer Isle Oyster Company. I am also a microplastics research scientist and work as a freelance researcher.
It's science.
My mission is to produce sustainable seafood that is not doing harm, but actively doing good to the environment. Our impact of plastic pollution from aquaculture is fairly high. So here at Deer Isle Oyster Company, we are working on developing plastic-free gear that would replace the conventional plastic. So microplastics are a pollutant that has emerged as a pollutant of international concern, and it's not going away. Plastic and microplastic has been documented in all of the world's oceans, also all of our continents. It's one of the largest pollution problems that you can't see. I think it is important to say that basically every single piece of plastic that has ever been created still exists in some form or another. So that's pretty crazy to think about. Plastics are a climate change issue. I mean, every step of plastic production, from the oil extraction to transport to facilities, the refineries, every step is emitting huge amounts of greenhouse gases. And even once it's landfilled, it's still producing greenhouse gases. So that plastic pollution and climate change are intrinsically connected is really important for me, for people to understand, because I think they're often siloed, but they are one and the same. Everything's like in desperate need of attention, so I'm gonna pull these bags in, and then I dump them onto this tray, sort through them, and slide the oysters into a fresh bag. And repeat. This is like factory work with a really pretty backdrop. We're just de-winterizing the farm right now. So these bags, we zip tied them in November and put probably 3 bags worth of oysters in one. So not only am I harvesting, but I'm splitting 1 bag into 2 or 3 bags. So now they'll have more space to eat and grow. Look! Little baby urchin. I'd like to cultivate urchins. Hold on to him for a while. So we are in Long Cove, Deer Isle, Maine, and we are on my 3.5-acre lease, which is a standard lease, so I have it for 20 years. Oysters are cultivated in a lot of different ways, but here in Maine, we mostly do surface cultivation, which means oysters are in bags or in a ranch-type culture that floats on the surface attached to a line, and you pull up a boat alongside the line to work the oysters. Oysters can provide a range of ecosystem services, and that's one of the reasons why I was attracted to farming them. One individual adult oyster can filter up to 50 gallons of water in a day, and that can take out impurities, high levels of different minerals, and things that can increase the water quality and the water clarity. And when the light can penetrate through the water, it allows for a diverse range of marine plants to thrive. Oysters also historically have created reefs. Those oyster reefs not only provide habitat for thousands of different animals, invertebrates, to live and thrive, but it also provides a natural breakwater, which results in decreased coastal erosion. And preliminary studies are also showing that surface cultivation farms, like the one I have, also can provide protection for shoreline erosion through just having the material on the surface of the water. Oyster shells themselves are made out of calcium carbonate, and that combats ocean acidification. So acidification is really, really harmful to all things that live in the ocean, particularly shellfish, because if the water is really acidic, that can impact the growth of that shell. And so by having oyster shells put back into the water, that can reduce the acidification locally.
Now, if you didn't notice, there's another problem. That is the plastic part. And while oysters help with filtering microplastics in the environment, if you're adding them back in with harvesting, with the farming of the oysters, what are you doing exactly? I mean, sure, we get delicious oysters, but...
It came with plastic gear, all HDPE plastic gear, and it was pretty disheartening when I purchased the farm, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go load all the gear that came with the farm. It was just like, oh, this is all plastic. And I'm like, there's really no alternative. It was clear to me that something needed to change, and I was hoping that someone else would figure this out. I was born and raised here in Deer Isle, here in this house. And I never, ever once in my entire childhood or even young adult years thought, I'm gonna be an oyster farmer. That was never was even a blip in my brain. The community here was always water focused. I mean, we're on an island, right? But I think I didn't appreciate how much that had sort of become a part of me until I left. This community and the New England grit and love of work shaped me in ways that I've only begun to understand as I've gotten older. So these are some culls. There's nothing wrong with these oysters. They taste delicious. It's just more that they are a little wild looking for selling to a restaurant to plate. And so these oysters, we do a variety of different things with them. These in particular.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I went to the right spot. I did not. God, I'm trying to remember where it was when she starts talking about it. But she is working on finding a different way to do this, to stop using plastic in these oyster, I don't know what you would call them, nets? What are we, bags? I think she was calling them oyster bags.
So why can't our infrastructure for cultivating them be that as well? So here's a prototype. This type of gear is still surface gear, but this is generally called an oyster ranch or an oyster grow system. We call them ranches here. And the frame, plastic free, this is welded aluminum rod. Also infinitely repairable. To hold it in, we're using a natural rubber bungee, and we use it to hold the bags in the framework here. And for flotation, we have these micro buoys, which are holding up, but you can actually really see the hemp chaff here. See it coming through. And this is just not going to be durable enough. It might last a season, but probably not very gracefully. One of the things that you have to realize is anything you put in the marine environment is going to sort of get destroyed. And so with the plastic-free gear, it was finding materials that can withstand everything from UV rays, extreme temperatures, ice is over here in the winter, and it can be 80, 90 degrees here on the surface in the summer. So when designing plastic-free gear and thinking about this project, it was clear to me that it needed to hit a number of things. First and foremost, it has to be financially accessible for people. If it's way out of the ballpark in terms of price point, it's not going to be adopted. It's not realistic to ask people to do that. It's already a really expensive business to get into in terms of gear and everything marine. That's a big point. The others are that it is durable, repairable, non-toxic, and ecologically friendly, so it doesn't leave a toxic legacy. And
well, there you have it. One woman taking it upon herself to make the oyster farming industry more green and to remove plastics from the environment. It's brilliant. It's great. I love it. I love her. Thank you, ma'am, for dedicating yourself to this task, even if you didn't want it. You've done it. Okay, let's talk about a different interesting construction. This one also happens to involve hemp, although it was not clear whether or not that's her final product. I think she's still sort of workshopping that. Let's go here, talk about hemp homes being built in Canada. CBC News from yesterday.
So we're here in Frog Lake First Nations, about to show you our show home for the very first time.
Clifton Cross tours the 1,250 square foot space. This 2-bedroom, 2-bath open-style yurt is taking shape. It's made from special bricks. They're blending hemp and other additives into concrete in their own manufacturing plant.
I'm very excited. This is the first step of what we've ventured to do in the community. It only took us a year to actually have the facility operational. The equipment that is processing up to 500 bricks per day is over in L Point, a 45-minute drive from here, so we can build these on a rapid scale.
The band owns a controlling interest in the company. It's called Asinikatimuak. In Cree, it means works with rock. Cross says the lightweight building blocks are resistant to weather and fire. For the past year, they've been experimenting with smaller projects like greenhouses, cabins, and ice fishing shacks. They're also making prefab walls, structural insulated panels, or SIT.
Brilliant.
And other local businesses are contributing to the show home.
The ready mix plant here in Frog Lake provided all the cement. Our plumbing industry, PKP, will be doing the plumbing here for us. It's all homegrown. Our construction team with NRCan Construction have done the assembly here.
The goal is to get the build time down to a matter of months. When it comes to interior design, it's all about maximizing space and keeping the final price low, with homes starting at $150,000.
Because we lack housing, just like most nations do.
That's 150
Probably
Canadian.
short about 100 houses for the.
That's not bad. 150 Canadian? That's reasonable. Very reasonably priced. There you have it. People using hempcrete bricks and other materials, other products, to create new kinds of affordable and green homes. Into it. Let's keep going through some more what are we calling this? Positive and constructive climate change talk. Here's France 24 English from 5 days ago. More eco-friendly homes offering climate resilience in Senegal.
In Agnam Ledoubi in northeastern Senegal, Alou Senou and his family now live in a house built from raw earth using Nubian vault architecture. Their home naturally stays cool in a region where temperature.
That's a lot of money. I mean, yes, it is. In the grand scheme of things, yes, $150,000 is a lot of money. But of course, most people aren't buying homes outright. They get mortgages. And these days, homes are going for so much money. Going for so much money. 150,000 it does sound low comparatively to what's out there on the market these days.
Regularly reach up to 40 degrees Celsius.
I'm very happy with this new house. It's very different from the cement houses we had before. The construction method and architecture are better suited to the high temperatures here and our way of life.
These homes were built with the support of the Association for the Development of Agnam Ledoubi, a community living in France. So far, 29 houses have been constructed for nearly 300 residents of the village. Richard, an entrepreneur specializing in Nubian vaults from Burkina Faso, is the master builder behind these homes.
We have very thick walls that are 60 centimeters thick. This keeps out heat and humidity. When it's hot outside, when you come inside, you feel the coolness. That's the advantage of the Nubian vault. It's also cheaper than cement construction because we have the earth on site.
The project has completely transformed the village.
There you have it, people in Senegal utilizing local resources to reduce costs and environmental impact, while also utilizing building techniques which integrate natural movements of things like air to help cool the homes. The hot, hot African summer. Now, this next story is incredible. I'm not gonna lie. This I am loving this next story. We're not gonna leave Africa. We're just gonna go from Senegal over to Kenya, where one young man. Well, I mean, it's a team effort, but people in Kenya have discovered something truly incredible. A bioplastic made from plants.
About 10,000 About 10,000 families depend on Kenya's Lake Naivasha for fish, which are getting harder to catch. Spreading water hyacinth blocks the fishing boats and starves the water of oxygen. Simon Macharia says it's been getting steadily worse for about 15 or 20 years, contributing to catches of ever fewer and smaller fish.
It can block the engine, which gets damaged from overheating, and we lose nets when it drags them away. It blocks the breeding areas of the fish.
It's native to South America. It was planted in ponds around the world and then spread to more than 50 countries where it's clogging waterways and harming ecosystems.
It's difficult just to wade through it. It's no surprise the fishing boats sometimes get trapped. And it also traps pieces of the world's ever-growing quantity of plastic waste. Here are two huge global problems for which one Kenyan entrepreneur says he has a solution.
Joseph Ngathiru's developed a process to turn the unwanted plants into a biodegradable alternative to plastic. He's supplied thousands of these wrappers to Kenya's government for its tree planting program.
Regular plastics will not decompose, but they will break down into microplastics, and those are really harmful to the soil and to human body, and there's evidence of that all over. But then ours are organic.
Joseph's company, HirePack, pays fishermen to harvest the plants, dry them and send them to its workshop. He's patented the process and he's discussing investment with some multinational companies. He says it's challenging for African startups to raise capital, and he's up against a plastics industry that doesn't want to stop selling.
Cannot be recycled.
Plastics activist James Wakibia says plastic use in Kenya and the piles of waste keep rising, and that it will only stop if governments enforce the solutions.
We need to embrace alternatives. If we do not have laws, we do not have an international legally binding plastics treaty, we are going to be wallowing in plastic and we are going to be poisoning our world.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Joseph and his team are also producing biodegradable food packaging, and they're developing shipping packets in partnership with an international courier. With enough investment and support, he says his products could replace vast quantities of single-use plastics.
Oh my God. This is, I mean, incredible. Incredible work that this man and his team have done. If true, I mean, this would be game-changing for humanity right now. Single-use plastics are absolutely devastating us. And this is made from plants, not made from fossil fuels, and is actually biodegradable too. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible. I need this to take hold. Okay, now let's go to a place you wouldn't expect there to be a huge increase in the production of solar power, but let's head to Iraq, where they are harnessing the sunshine of the Middle East.
Iraq gets nearly 300 days of sunlight every year. It has vast deserts in the west and south. To take advantage of this sun-drenched landscape, solar power projects are now taking shape. A 1,000 megawatt solar plant is being built in Basra, while other projects are gaining momentum nationwide. The goal is to drive energy independence and reduce fuel imports. Near Karbala, a 300 megawatt solar farm with 500,000 panels is being constructed to feed power into the national grid.
Work began on the Karbala solar power plant in August 2024. It spans an area of 4 square kilometers and is part of a larger project. This is Iraq's first operational solar facility, fully built by local companies.
Experts stress that connecting solar power to Iraq's aging national grid remains challenging because of fluctuating output requiring specialized systems, unlike those for fossil fuel plants. Iraq's ambitious plan is to reach 12 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030. But the challenge is posed by its aging grid and the need for
That is a shit ton. Okay, 12 gigawatts. Okay, just for some clarity on what that number means, because I think we get lost in some of these figures, some of these what do you call them? Units of measurement. But a gigawatt is a ton. A gigawatt is 1.5 million. Essentially enough power to power 1.5 million homes, right? A megawatt is 150. And a gigawatt is 1,000 times 1,000 megawatts, and so 12 megawatts would be, I'm trying to do the math right, 18 million? I think it's like 18 million homes.
Investment remain. Achieving success will depend on sustained government commitment and strong partnerships with international energy experts to guide Iraq towards a cleaner energy future. Beyond larger plants, smaller scale solar projects.
Wait, no, I'm not doing that math right. No, I'm sorry. It's 1.8 million homes. No, I'm doing because it's 150 per, and there's 1,000 per. I thought 150,000. Yeah. I did that math wrong. 2 million homes, almost 2 million. Still a lot.
Also launching across urban and rural areas, expanding access to clean energy.
The fact is Iraq is a country that has sun like 80, 90% of the days of the year. They are the perfect place to have solar energy keep powering the grid. And it is honestly, this is one of those stories that just made me happy. I was like, oh, thank God. Even if the United States is going in the wrong direction, even places like Iraq are realizing that solar power might actually be a good idea. Okay, one more environmental story before we take another break. Although maybe I might do space news too before the break. Take that back. Let me see. Yeah, we'll probably do space news too. But let's well, I guess we'll see. It depends on how long this next one takes. Let's go here to this YouTube channel. Not very familiar with. A guy by the name of Matt Farrell. This was from months ago, but I have not seen these yet. Let's talk about a new form of tidal energy generation.
Every crashing wave delivers a pulse of power. Add them all up, and the ocean carries more energy than the roughly 30,000 terawatt hours of electricity that was generated globally in 2023. But for decades, wave power has been a sea of broken dreams, sunk prototypes, busted budgets, and forgotten startups. Until now. In 2023, buoys from a Swedish company called Core Power survived record-breaking 60-foot waves and kept sending clean power to the grid. They don't just ride the waves, they tune into them, using smart engineering to amplify their motion and squeeze out more energy from every swell. With costs plunging and the first full wave farms on the horizon, a decades-old dream might finally be about to break through. So the question is wave energy finally ready for prime time, or will it just be another shipwreck in the history of clean power? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by Ground News. 2024 marked a milestone in global electricity. For the first time, more than 30% came from renewables like hydropower, solar, and wind. We've harnessed the power of the sun, skies, and rivers, but the ocean's immense energy remains largely untapped. According to the U.S. National Renewable Energy Laboratory, or NREL, wave energy converters, or WECs, installed within 10 miles of the U.S. coastline could generate 770 terawatt hours annually. That's enough to power 71 million homes and cover 18% of the country's electricity needs as of 2023. Go further offshore, and wave energy could potentially supply up to a third of US demand. So why aren't we doing it? Well, it turns out we've been trying for decades and have a trail of sunken costs to prove it. Ocean Links, for example, lost 2 floating generators off the coast of Australia. Then there's Palamas, the sea snake WEC that launched the world's first wave farm in Portugal and folded during the 2008 financial crash. Newer concepts like Eel Energy's undulating membrane show promise, but most never make it past the small-scale testing. In the choppy waters of R&D, funding gaps have scuttled more projects than storms ever did. Part of the challenge is that wave motion isn't the steady push of wind, rivers, or even tides. You can't just stick a turbine in the water and let spinning blades do the work. Throw a rubber duck or a floating WEC into a wave, and it follows a looping path, rising and surging forward with the crest, then sinking and drifting back with the trough. After decades of research, we still don't have a single go-to design that can reliably turn those water loop-de-loops into electricity. Whatever design wins out will need to handle more than just the open sea. It has to ride out shifting wave heights and periods that survive violent winter storms and endure decades in harsh, corrosive marine environments. Testing that design, it takes permits, subsea electric cables, and yes, money, and more money. But once a viable solution is locked in, the potential to deliver clean energy in a world of surging electricity demand is too good to ignore. Wave energy shines where other renewables fall short. According to Stanford researchers, offshore wind in California can stall for around 1,000 hours a year, but the ocean only goes still for 200. Combine wind and wave, and that downtime shrinks to just 100 hours annually. Waves also make a great companion to solar. not just because they roll in 24/7, but because they peak in winter, when the sun is low and solar generation drops. Along the US West Coast, wave energy in winter is roughly 4 times higher than in summer. That reliability has real grid-level benefits. Organizations like Australia's Blue Economy Cooperative Research Center argue that
Yeah, that is a very important point. The fact that when wave energy peaks, when winter comes and solar energy slows, right? It means that, you know, if we could properly tap into wave energy, it would be the perfect sort of companion energy to things like solar. Now let's talk about this this interesting new design that could be the one to make it all possible.
happens when a wave startup gets it right. Another wave energy contender has raced ahead towards commercialization. In 2018, Swedish company Ocean tested a prototype at the European Marine Energy Centre in Scotland. Think of EMEC as Europe's version of PacWave, except it launched way back in 2003, decades earlier. After Brexit, CorePower relocated to mainland Europe, taking over the very site of the failed Portuguese wave farm that I mentioned earlier. By 2023, CorePower's latest commercial scale WEC, rated at 300 kilowatts, was already peaking at 600 kilowatts on the grid. With a few design tweaks, the company now believes a single unit could hit 850 kilowatts. CorePower's 9-meter wide, or about 30 feet buoy, doesn't spin like a turbine. It bobs and it pulls. What's known as a point absorber design floats on the surface, tethered to the seafloor by tension mooring line. As waves roll around it, it moves up, down, and side to side, driving a mechanical system inside the buoy that generates electricity. Well, the clever part? A built-in tension system pulls the buoy downward between the crests, letting it harvest energy not just as it rises, but also as it sinks, squeezing more power from every wave cycle. But the real magic is wave spray.
There you go. Truly incredible engineering feat here. If this all works according to plan, this could be maybe one of the best possible options. Because there's already buoys all over the goddamn ocean. And, you know, if you put like the cabling beneath the sand, you could potentially, you know, have it not interrupt too much environment, like, you know, too much of the environment, right? Too much of the ecosystem, the wildlife, things like that. Now, there's still a lot of testing that needs to go into this thing to figure out whether or not it would be in one way or another. Like, all these things create vibrations, and some of those vibrations and other sort of like geomagnetic things that are happening can affect things like sharks and whales. So you got to be wary of that. But I think it's a really cool idea, potentially groundbreaking. All right, I have decided we're gonna take another break. But do not worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, break number 4. Hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you don't miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like yourself. Got a lot of ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, Space Vams? Get even more galactic. Alright, everybody enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back with the 5th half. If you can't tell by the way I'm saying that, there's probably going to be a 6th half today. Whatever it is. Yeah. It's almost a guarantee. We had a ton of vids. All right, space fams, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the fifth half. That's right. Fifth. It's a crazy Sunday fun day. What did I say? I said it at the beginning, and I have stuck to it. Had a ton of content for us to get through today. Fun content, mostly. I think we've achieved a great deal of fun so far today. I don't know about you, but we got into reading at the very beginning. Talking about all sorts of different book-related issues, and that can be fun. Listen to Rainn Wilson and Bryan Cranston talk about their take on America's divide. Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon fighting. Bill Maher's #1 fan. Zoran Mamdani on iHip. And more on the NYC mayoral race in general. Swiftie pop-ups, Cardi B, John Legend, Anna Kasparian going to war with Hasan Piker. Jimmy Dore glazing up Nick Fuentes. Film. Halloween, which is coming up, I guess. My God. Gaming, like chess. Also sporting things like football and also football of the European and American varieties. Donald Trump at the U.S. Open. Festivals. Food. Tiny chefs. Fashion. Economics. Trump and his children enriching themselves while destroying the economy. All sorts of environmental stuff, as well as some positive and thought-provoking potential solutions to some of our climate issues. Now it's time for some space news. Let's start it off with a man who knows perhaps a little bit too much about space. David Duchovny of The X-Files.
So David Duchovny, what is the last book you read that really stuck with you?
You know what? It's so interesting. It's not out yet. I've had to sign an NDA to read it because I'm interviewing the author of it next week at the 92nd Street Y, but it's Charlie Sheen's autobiography, his memoir.
Who's your favorite poet?
You know, it changes from time to time, but John Berryman, Wallace Stevens, Emily Dickinson, Walt Whitman. That's a good top 4 of the batting order.
It's a good mix. A song lyric you wish you'd written?
Different strokes for different folks.
Do you write longhand or straight to the laptop?
I write straight to the laptop, but I'm not a speed typer, so I'm a hunt and peck straight to the laptop, and then I revise on yellow paper, legal pads.
Favorite role you've ever played?
That's like asking to choose a favorite child. I don't know. That would also change from time to time. So I loved, what I just did in Reverse the Curse. I loved playing. That was from a novel that I wrote, and I always thought I would play the son, and we didn't make it for years and years. And when I finally got to make it, I had to play the father. And that was a great kind of switch for me and a surprise, and I enjoyed doing it.
A guilty pleasure TV show.
I love Love on the Spectrum.
Favorite word in the English language.
Intrepid. Yeah, that'll change in the next 10 seconds. So there you go.
Least favorite word.
Game changer. I don't like these phrases. That's not really a word, but I hate game changer. And I hate rock star too.
Extraterrestrial life. Fact or
I think it's probably.
I love Game Changer.
And I hit Rockstar too.
Not specifically the word, but I mean the. I'm sorry, Game Changer, the show. I mean, have you watched it?
Extraterrestrial life. Fact or fiction?
I think it's probably a fact, but I can't prove it.
If you weren't.
There we go. David Duchovny of the X-Files saying, "There is, in fact, alien life out there. I knew it."
What?
I knew it. All right, more space news. How did this get here? I'm just messing with you, chat. Love you. Let's go here to LA, where a Hollywood auction has a legendary galactic weapon. On the auction block. Here we go.
Now, over in Los Angeles, a special auction might catch the attention of movie buffs, at least the wealthy ones. About 1,000 props from some of the most popular movies ever are up for grabs. They include the glasses worn by Daniel Radcliffe in the first Harry Potter, estimated at some $60,000. But the most treasured prop is the lightsaber used by Darth Vader. France 24's correspondent in LA filed this report.
Those auctions take place at the Patterson Automotive Museum right across the Oscars Museum in the west side of Los Angeles, and there's a lot to have all the movie fans excited. There's the bullwhip from Indiana Jones, the suit worn by Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man 2, estimated at $200,000. The neuralizer from Men in Black, a device that makes you forget that maybe you paid $150,000 to buy it. And obviously the big star of the show, the lightsaber from Darth Vader, the one that he holds when he tells Luke Skywalker that he's his dad, with a price estimated between $1 and $3 million.
A lot of people have said, how did you find it? The honest answer to that question is, it found us. The gentleman cold called in, and he said, look, I've had this in my garage for many, many years. It's an original lightsaber from the films. He didn't actually know which specific character had used it, but he brought it in shortly after, and we embarked on our research process. We did a lot of research with it. We even x-rayed it. You can see some of the x-ray images. We're really thrilled to have this one. It's something that I've known about for...
There you go. Darth Vader's lightsaber going on the auction block in LA. You could own it for the low, low price of $1.5 million. Jesus Christ. Or you could spend $3 and become a galactic patron. Lot more affordable, lot more attainable, and some say even more galactic benefits than owning Darth Vader's lightsaber. Because I'm afraid to say that lightsaber isn't real. I know that I'm saying something horrifying right now to you. But that lightsaber is just a prop. It's not a real lightsaber. So you'd be paying $1.5 million for just some metal and plastic. Probably some paint. I mean, sure. It was held by the actor who played Darth Vader. Can't think of the name of that guy. And no, it's not James Earl Jones. guy that was walking around in the suit was... it's right on the tip of my tongue. Whatever, Chad, I'm sorry. I'm not a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. I try, but I fail, too, oftentimes. All right, let's go here. If you didn't know, the blood moon happened during a total lunar eclipse earlier this evening, and footage of that event was seen, filmed, and is now being brought to you by the Galactic News Network. This is apparently filmed from Israel, Jerusalem. Someone out there is predicting the apocalypse over this. I already know it. You know how I know it? Because I searched this event in YouTube and found a bunch of people predicting the apocalypse over this. Oh, this is in Baghdad. So not just footage from Jerusalem. Very eerie. Okay.
The idea that we are
final piece of space news, if I recall correctly. Yes, indeed it is. To the Venice Film Festival. Emma Stone, who was premiering a movie at the Venice Film Festival this week, had this to say. What could Emma Stone possibly have to say about space?
the idea that we are alone in this vast expanse of the universe, truly. Not that we're being watched, but that we're alone out here is a pretty narcissistic thing to think. So yes, I'm coming out with it. I believe in aliens. Thank you.
Yeah! We got Emma. She's on board. Aliens exist. My God. So much incredible space news on this Sunday Fun Day. Let's get to the Earth news. What do you say? Let's talk about Venezuela, where, of course, the United States is now at war. Emily.
This is insane. Look, if it was proven that there were drug dealers on this boat, there is no authority for this. It would be blatantly illegal to summarily execute these people. If it was proven there were drug dealers on this boat en route to the United States to sell drugs, this would be completely illegal and unauthorized.
Illegal.
They were actually going to a different country. If this happened within U.S. waters, it would be completely illegal and unauthorized.
Illegal.
They were not in U.S. waters. Here's the amazing thing. All those MFers with their "Don't Tread on Me" flags, with their "Jade Helm is coming," if you have the authority to blow up a boat with no due process and just the explanation that there were drug dealers on there, what makes you think you don't have authority to do anything else?
Ruby Ridge, man.
We blew up a car on the highway. There were drug dealers in there. And if you can find their body parts, you will see that they are exactly who we say they are. But here's Pete Hegseth, worried, I guess, that his day drinking is going to make his eyes look red. But here he is.
Mr. Secretary, what legal authority did the Pentagon invoke to strike that boat full of drug smugglers?
We have the absolute and complete
Pause it for a second.
Absolutely.
The question is, what authority does the Pentagon have to strike that boat allegedly full of drug dealers? That's the way you say that. Good.
We have the absolute and complete authority to conduct that. First of all, just the defense of the American people alone. 100,000 Americans were killed each year under the previous administration because of an open border and open drug traffic flow. That is an assault on the American people. I said we smoked a drug boat, and there's 11 narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean. And when other people try to do that, they're going to meet the same fate.
Going to try and do what?
Get their product to Don Jr.
It's like, where's that guy from YouTube? Where's Mike Lee? Where's like any of these Republicans with their "Don't tread on me" shit? Do you know what Jade Helm is?
Help!
Do you guys remember Jade Helm?
Yeah. Obama was
when Obama was going to occupy Texas with, if you can believe this, the U.S. military.
Take him over, Sharia time.
The Republicans were up in arms about this for a year and a half.
All I can find is Ron Paul is the only one of those Don't Try Me guys who said this is illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah, I mean, if Obama back in 2012 had gone, so what we're going to do is get the military in D.C. and Chicago. We're going to enact martial law. Everybody enjoy that. Alex Jones would have been like this.
All right, let's go to the IMs. Ion from Exnola.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
In New Orleans, the DSA, FRSO, Indivisible, No Ship, No Cop, and many other local organizations are getting prepped to deal with local occupation. The good thing is we also get to study how things went down in LA and DC so we can be a bit more prepared. We even had some comrades in DC to witness the shenanigans, so we're not backing down. Left is best. I love my Max Left hat. It gets a lot of good reviews. We have someone on Monday to talk about the rebuilding of New Orleans in the wake of Katrina. We have somebody in studio. Gino's in studio right now, who is in DC, and you can tell that it's like reports that it's been a crap show down there. Nobody apparently goes downtown. They're talking about the restaurant.
Toilet. It's true, though. I've been saying it this whole time. From the beginning. Remember? I'm sure you do. We went back, watched some old school Alex Jones clips. Alex Jones talking about martial law. It's coming. Hello. Oh, martial law is coming right now. You don't even get it. It's happening. It's already happening, folks. Barack Hussein Obama has signed an executive order.
Business there is.
All right, let's go here. Reuters, 6 days ago. Let's talk about a positive Venezuelan story. This Venezuelan technician turned scrap into animal and movie character sculptures.
Cuando me mudé acá, yo viví en el frente de mi casa hay una cañada.
When I moved here, there's a ravine in front of my house, and people had the habit of throwing garbage there or dumping it in the ravine. Even twice a year, they would set fire to that garbage, and everyone living around it was affected.
Y los afectados éramos todos los que vivíamos o vivimos alrededor de él. Entonces yo dije, no, yo tengo que hacer algo con esto. O sea,
So I said, no, I have to do something about this. I took on that responsibility as a direct victim and as a citizen to raise awareness so people would stop dumping garbage.
Crear conciencia y que la gente no siguiera botando basura.
Ventura wants to raise awareness of recycling.
En el transformer usé materiales.
For the transformer, I used recycled materials from refrigeration and mechanical workshops and from air conditioning repairs. For the macaw, I used zinc sheets.
There we go. One man using the things around him to create things of beauty. Look at that iguana. Pretty crazy. Talented individual. Turning trash into treasure. Let's go down south even further to Argentina and talk about a heist, which we talked about, I think, last week, or maybe the week before it. But a formerly looted Nazi painting, or a painting of formerly looted painting by the Nazis, which had turned up at an and I think it was a real estate ad, which then disappeared, then reappeared, but then the owners of that painting disappeared. It caused quite a stir. Has now been officially recovered. France 24 English, 3 days ago.
She'd been missing for more than 80 years. Looted by Nazis during World War II, the painting, Portrait of a Lady, was tracked down with the help of Dutch journalists from AD newspaper.
Simply put, it is thanks to the community in part that we owe the discovery of this work, because as we know, it was ordinary citizens, specifically journalists, who undertook the investigation.
The piece was one of more than 1,100 artworks stolen from Dutch Jewish art collector Jack Goodsticker during World War II, whose entire collection was bought in a forced sale by Hermann Goering. Documents show the artwork was passed to Friedrich Kagin, a Nazi official and aide to Goering, who fled to Argentina after the collapse of the Third Reich. It was spotted by journalists in an advertisement for his daughter Patricia Kagin's property. An initial search of the house by police came up empty-handed. But Patricia Kagin and her husband handed over the artwork via their lawyer to authorities earlier on Wednesday. The valuable painting is by the Italian artist Giuseppe Gislandi and dates to the 18th century.
The cheapest painting by Gislandi was put into auction for a starting value of $30,000 US, and the most expensive for $70,000 US.
Argentine authorities have raided further properties belonging to Patricia Kagin and her sister this week, seizing more paintings and drawings suspected of being stolen during World War II.
Okay, now...
It's a daring smash and grab. Burglars...
Hey, ma'am, you shut up. Thank you. We're gonna go from an Argentinian heist to a French heist. That's right. Double heist stories on this here Sunday Funday stream, which has been going for almost 8.5 hours. All right, let's go here. France 24 English once again from 2 days ago. French museum hit in a €9.5 million heist.
It's a daring smash.
What just happened?
Grab. Burglars broke into the National Porcelain Museum through a simple window, stealing 3 national treasures shortly after 3 a.m. on Thursday. 2 Chinese porcelain dishes dating back to the 14th and 15th century, and this vase. An alarm was triggered, but the thieves had already fled when police arrived on the scene.
Things happened so quickly. We were stunned and then frustrated.
The break-in occurred through this ground floor window which overlooks the gallery displaying Chinese porcelain. Experts believe the thieves had pre-selected the works, knowing precisely where to find them.
These are really special pieces. They must have been identified before the theft and required a great deal of care when they were wrapped up before they were stolen.
The stolen items are valued at over €6 million, but because they are catalogued and traceable, they cannot be sold on the open market.
The Central Office for Combating the Trafficking of Cultural Objects is quickly disseminating photographs of...
There we go. The authorities getting on it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But we got a bunch of missing porcelain out there. Worth millions of dollars. So it was Catwoman? Could have been. Might have been Catwoman. It's possible. While we're in France, let's go here. Talk about something enjoyable.
Now it's time for perspective on the programme. And being a Parisian, one thing you have to love is food, because the city, of course, is full of bistro cafes and also a series of rather special restaurants that perhaps really stand out. But how to track them down? Well, the one source of material is my guest today, Chris Newens. He's author of this new book. It's called Movable Feast, Paris in 20 Meals, and he joins us here on set. Thanks very much for coming in and talking to us about it. I mean, so much is written about Paris, so much is written about Paris's food. What's different about your book, would you say?
Well, thank you very much for having me here. I think what's different about my book, or what I tried to do with this book, is it's partly a guidebook to Paris, but really it's trying to build a portrait of the city through, well, all of its different types of food. So while I do talk about the bistros, absolutely, and kind of traditional French food, I'm also, well, looking in kind of like broader arrondissement and things like that, and looking at, say, the Vietnamese food and the kind of the kebabs, for example. So really it's a book about how ordinary Parisians eat from wherever they come from in the city.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious.
Cool. New book, Movable Feast by Chris Newens. Book about French eating. And perhaps slightly off the beaten pathway. Now let's go up to the United Kingdom really quickly and talk about a royal tragedy. The death of the Duchess of Kent.
We're going to take a break from the political news now, because let me show you the outside of Buckingham Palace, where the flag is lowered, as it's been announced that the Duchess of Kent, the cousin of Queen Elizabeth and wife of the Duke of Kent, has died. She was 92. The Duchess of Kent has died. That news has been released.
Okay, and that's all the Duchess of Kent is going to be getting from us here, the Galactic News Network, as we really do not pay attention to the royals almost at all, and that's the most she's going to get from me. 30 seconds on a Sunday fun day. GG, Duchess, GG. Lived a long life. 92 years is pretty good. All right, now let's go over to Italy. Talk about the Venice Film Festival, where the stars were out in force this week. AP Archive. Who's here? Oh, Emma Stone to start us off. Launching her film, Bugonia. Bugonia! No, I said Bugonia. Does sound similar, though, doesn't it?
Jesse! Emma! Emma!
All right, let's see what other stars are hanging out on the red carpet. Oh, the stars. I can't tell who that is, and I've already lost interest. Goodbye, ma'am. All the stars in their tuxes, their fancy outfits. So good and so great. Oh, yeah. The house music. You can feel the energy. Even Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, seen here in Venice. In a still? He has taken pictures? Can't even get a video going? Pathetic. That was ScarJo? I couldn't tell. Scarlett Johansson, you're saying. Okay. Amanda Seyfried, the meanest girl. I think many of our first introduction to Amanda Seyfried was in Mean Girls, where she played the titular character as... Really, it was just the meanest girl. I can't remember her name. But there we go. Stunning dress. Let's see what Amanda had to say about the historical musical, which they are debuting, The Testament of Ann Lee. Ann Lee, of course, the founder of the Shakers movement, not to be confused with the Quakers, although similar aspects. I believe the Shakers believed in celibacy, whereas the Quakers were down to pound.
It's so funny because there's so many things that I can say because it was such a joyous experience, especially the way it was led by Mona and the way we all felt almost like in the Shaker movement. We all had a job to do and we all felt it felt very equal, it felt very community driven. The experience was so incredible, and I think the reason I was able to face these challenges as an artist, which there were many, as you say, was because I felt completely protected and held up and surrounded by people, loving artists, and in a place where everybody knew the value of making this and understood Mona's vision. And it's just very rare. I have to say it. This was incredibly rare and might never happen again. So I think, yes, it was hard. What? I hope so. I mean, maybe with Mona and Brady, but I don't know. I know that it's special, and I know that portraying a woman that's been through so much trauma and seeing her overcome that and have this vision and this devotion to God, and also portraying a woman at the end of the day, someone who felt like I have space in this world too as a woman and a child of God to serve people, and in a world where women did not lead, was just...
There you go, Amanda Seyfried talking about her experience playing Ann Lee in The Testament of Ann Lee. Could be a very interesting movie. Sounds like it was transformational for Amanda. It is a somewhat interesting story, just like historically speaking, so I wonder how it's done. Could be good. Felt like a Sunday Funday thing to talk about, and we have more to talk about at the Venice Film Festival anyway, so why not talk about a couple of things? Let's go here to Middle East Eye and talk about a film which received standing ovations. You may know where I'm headed. Let's go and talk about the film, The Story of Hind Rajab.
Why did this film break the record for the longest standing ovation at nearly 24 minutes? And who is it about? The film, The Voice of Hind Rajab, premiered at the Venice Film Festival on Wednesday. It tells the story of Hind Rajab, the 5-year-old Palestinian child who became a symbol of Israel's atrocities in Gaza. Her story began on January 29, 2024, when Israel's military told residents of Gaza City to evacuate immediately. So Hind's family got in a car and began to drive north. But a few hundred meters later, they stopped. Hind's 15-year-old cousin Leanne called her uncle to tell him they were surrounded and Israel's army had opened fire on the car, killing everyone inside apart from her and Hind. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society, or PRCS, made contact with Leanne that afternoon.
الو مرحبا. ايوه بدخل علينا. الدبابة جنبك. انتم متخبيين؟ في السيارة احنا جنبين الدبابة. انتوا جوا السيارة؟ الو
62 gunshots could be heard over just 6 seconds as Leanne screamed for her life, and the call ended in just under a minute. The PRCS called back immediately and Hind picked up.
ميتين؟ وهم هلا معك بالسيارة؟ هي جاية عليكي من قدام السيارة الدبابة؟ قريب كتير؟ كتير وعم تمشي؟ طيب ما بدنا نخاف؟
نحكي معي.
أنا معك يا عمري.
The Red Crescent got permission from Israel's defense ministry to send an ambulance to try rescue Hind, but as the ambulance turned onto Hind Street, explosions were heard and the line dropped. The paramedics were no longer responding. Hind was still on the call, alone and surrounded by the dead bodies of her family members. It was beginning to get dark. The Red Crescent had gotten her mother on the phone. They all did what they could to get her to keep talking, but she began to fall silent for long periods of time. When they asked why she wasn't speaking, she said, "Every time I talk, blood comes out of my mouth and makes my clothes dirty, and I don't want my mum to have to clean it." They told her to stay in the car where they could find her, and that if night comes and they still haven't arrived, she should close her eyes so she doesn't see the tanks.
حبيبتي والله لو بإيدي لأجيكي.
The call broke off shortly after. They tried to call again and again, but no one answered. No one could reach the area for nearly 2 weeks. Once they did, they saw the Red Crescent ambulance that had come to try rescue her was a burned-out shell, with almost nothing remaining of the paramedics' bodies. Further up the street, the door and parts of the hood from Hind's car had been torn off. The windows were blown out, and it was covered in bullet holes. A total of 335 bullets had been fired at the car. The body of Hind's uncle was still dangling from the driver's seat. The car smelled of decomposing corpses from the dead bodies of the 5 children piled together in the back seat. The family was buried together outside Al-Shifa Hospital, and their murder became a rallying cry for activists around the world. Students raised awareness about Hind on university campuses worldwide, and the Hind Rajab Foundation was set up to prosecute Israeli soldiers accused of war crimes internationally. When Tunisian film Kauthar Ben-Hania heard the audio recording of Hind, she decided to drop everything and make the film, saying, "I cannot accept a world where a child calls for help and no one comes." She got the full 70-minute audio from the Red Crescent and testimonies from Hind's mother and others who had been over the phone, reconstructing the story. Once it was underway, names like Brad Pitt, Joaquin Phoenix, Rooney Mara, Jonathan Glazer, and Alfonso Cuarón signed on as executive producers.
They even got Brad Pitt on there. Wow.
Was then nominated for the Golden Lion, the highest prize given to films at the Venice Film Festival to mark important contributions to cinema. In a time where people are constantly exposed to short bursts of violence and suffering online, Ben-Hania focused on the retelling of violence through Hind's voice rather than video. In this way, she said, cinema can preserve a memory and cinema can resist amnesia. The movie, a simple story about a child being trapped alone and no one coming to rescue her, may do exactly.
There we go. That was Middle East Eye with a recap of both the movie and of the reception at the Venice Film Festival. You know, it felt like a good way to mix both the news and fun. You know, the first half of the Venice Film Festival was fun. Second half, important. And we're not quite done. I want to go here to Hasan, who also had some stuff to say about this reception at the Venice Film Festival yesterday.
Voice of Hind Rajab has been produced by, I think, like Joaquin Phoenix and a bunch of other people, and it's making its rounds through the awards circuit. Okay? And as a part of this, it was at the Venice Film Festival, and in the aftermath of the Venice Film Festival showing, there was a 23-minute standing ovation. Okay? There's a 23-minute standing ovation. It's being produced by like Hollywood legends, right? And on the one hand, I feel like this is offering some semblance of justice for Hind Rajab.
Yeah, no, I agree. I see people asking about the flotilla. We're going to get to the flotilla. We're not really in the Middle East portion of the stream right now. That's a little while later. We're still technically, I want you to imagine that we're in Italy right now, okay? Because we're going west to east around the globe for the Earth half. And, I mean, that's what we do every stream, right? So technically right now, we're not even doing Middle East stuff. I do actually have some, I do have at least one update to that, which we'll watch in a little bit.
Who was assassinated by Israel in her parents' car. And then the Palestinian Red Crescent medical team that tried to reach her were also killed in the process. And there's a 23-minute phone call that took place between Hind Rajab and the Palestinian Red Crescent. And now Hollywood has made this movie. And on the one hand, I think this kind of tearjerker is good for broad awareness, I suspect.
Yeah.
But I feel conflicted. It was a 3-hour phone call. 23 minutes was a standing ovation length. Yeah. Anyway, I think there is something about this process that I feel very icky about. There's something about this process that I feel conflicted on. I said conflicted on the Hind Rajab movie standing ovation. It feels like a socialist German filmmaker making a movie about Auschwitz while the gas chambers are still running. Important for awareness, but Israel still genociding children like Hind with impunity every day. We must stop it. And I don't.
Yeah, he makes a good point. And I guess my thinking about this is just hopefully something like this is enough to wake some of those sleeping people up out there. That maybe be enough. Maybe it'll be enough to stop it. I mean, but I do understand. It's a totally fair analysis.
I don't want to be the friend who's too woke, because I do see the benefit of this, right? I do see the silver lining, because after all, what do? I mean, I try to do awareness every single day. And and this is supposed to be a multifaceted approach, you know? If you're an artist, you use your art to try to get people on board. If you're a movie maker, you use your movie to try to get people on board. But at the same time, I feel like this is still ongoing. This is still ongoing. The people in that room, the people who played a role in making this, they could be making a bigger fuss, I feel like, you know?
Yeah, and he makes a point. You know, people like Brad Pitt could be out there at Free Palestine rallies. But I think this is at least a good step. This is the step in the right direction. I know it doesn't feel like enough. Nothing feels like enough, aside from a permanent ceasefire and restoration of aid to Gaza. I mean, yeah, nothing's gonna feel like enough. We got to make steps in that direction, especially considering the tides that we're up against right now. Donald Trump demanding I mean, we talked about earlier. He has a plan. There's like a leaked plan that we talked about earlier that he's talking about getting involved in the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians personally for his own real estate empire's benefit. It's fucking insane. With an Elon Musk manufacturing zone and like all this other nonsense. All right, we're gonna stay in Italy. Talk about a different story. Another death, unfortunately. The death of Giorgio Armani, the king of Italian fashion.
It's time now for a look through the day's newspapers, and Deeptika Laurent joins me on set. Deepti, you're starting in Portugal, where there's a lot of focus on that streetcar accident that killed at least 16 people on Wednesday.
Well, a lot of questions being asked in the newspapers.
Sorry, I forgot that this one has like a bunch of stories, and I meant to take this out of here. I have a second one, real quick clip. This one. Here it is. Okay.
He was known all over the world, his name instantly recognizable. In Giorgio Armani, the world of fashion has lost one of its icons. Fashion designer Donatella Versace reacted to his passing, saying, "The world has lost a giant today. He made history and will be remembered forever." Some of Hollywood's biggest stars are also paying tribute to Armani. Actress Julia Roberts said simply, "A true friend, a legend." The actor Russell Crowe said, "Mr. Armani has made a deep contribution to fashion, to design, to popular culture. His energy, vision, and finesse has made a mark acknowledged around the globe." On the streets of Rome, Italians expressed their pride.
His name will be remembered forever in the design and fashion world as a symbol of Italy and the world, for sure.
The Italian Prime Minister also recognized Armani's national importance, saying, "Giorgio Armani left us at 91 years old. With his elegance, simplicity, and creativity, he knew how to give luxury to Italian fashion and has inspired the entire world." A sentiment shared by shoppers all around the world.
I'm very sad because he had a great talent and I loved his clothes. It makes me...
There we go. The end of a fashion era. Can't say I have a whole lot of Armani clothes hitting around. But some people very much appreciated them. A little expensive, you know? Not necessarily in my galactic budget. Is this for real? Is what for real? Look, this is Sunday Fun Day. We talk about a whole bunch of random shit. That's literally what Sunday Fun Day is about. Is to talk about literally anything but. We'll try to both incorporate the real news and a bunch of just randomness. Stuff that's happened throughout the week. Sorry if it offends you that we are covering the death of Giorgio Armani. But that's what we're doing right now. All right, let's go here to global news, not leaving Italy quite yet, to talk about what's happened with one millennial and the Catholic Church. And no, it's not what you're expecting.
Illegal.
È una festa bellissima.
Sunday, tens of thousands flocked to St. Peter's Square in Rome as Pope Leo XIV officially declared 15-year-old Carlo Acutis, nicknamed God's influencer, a saint during a canonization mass that also welcomed Pier Giorgio Frassati, who died of polio in the 1920s, to sainthood.
Entrambi, Pier Giorgio e Carlo,
During the mass given in Italian, Pope Leo said Acutis and Frassati cultivated their love of God through simple acts like daily mass, prayer, and Eucharistic adoration. He told the crowd, Carlo used to say, in front of the sun you get a tan, in front of the Eucharist you become a saint.
Well, there we go. World's first millennial saint. Some guy. All right, let's now go up to, where was this? Denmark? I think this was Denmark. I could be wrong. Let's talk about a fruity artwork that just sold for big money, considering. Reuters from 5 days ago. Banana artwork sells for $13,000. Banana artwork resembling a vulva is sold for $12,869 in
Me and the
Denmark.
gallerist have set the price to 10% of the original price of the banana with the duct tape on the wall, very famous piece.
Maurizio Catalan's a comedian sold for $120,000 in 2019 and later fetched $6.2 million at auction in 2024.
And the 10% come from that in the big auction houses, Sotheby's and Christie's and so, it's still only 10% of the turnover that goes to female artists. So it's also a way to open that discussion.
Aha! See, artwork with a message. Oh man, well played. We covered that bananas, the auction last year, where that banana sold for that much money. And she's like, well, it's 10% of the original price of that other banana, highlighting that women in art make a lot less money than men. Apparently 10%. That sounds insane. That's hard to believe. Really, 10% of what men make in art. That is awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
You thought the regular workplace was bad. All right. Let's stay in the Mediterranean, but head to Gaza. This is Reuters from 3 days ago. Fancy footwork amid the ruins. Teaching Gaza's children to break dance?
A what now?
Maman Suki is carrying a heavy sack of debris up a muddy slope at this mine in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. She is one of a small group of Congolese women to turn to mining in order to survive, having fled violence. In April, she escaped a deadly attack on her village by the Islamic State-affiliated Allied Democratic Forces, one of several militias in Congo's mineral-rich and restive east. The attack killed her daughter and her sister.
What is this? Oh shit, I forgot. Somehow I missed. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. How did I look over this just now? I meant to go from talking about women in art to women in the Congo who have turned to mining for survival. Jesus Christ. I'm a big dummy. I'm sorry, people. We'll get to Gaza right after this one, okay?
Is carrying a heavy sack of debris up a muddy slope at this mine in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. She is one of a small group of Congolese women to turn to mining in order to survive, having fled violence. In April, she escaped a deadly attack on her village by the Islamic State-affiliated Allied Democratic Forces, one of several militias in Congo's mineral-rich and restive east. The attack killed her daughter and her sister. She says the ADF burned their homes and everything they owned. Soki takes care of her sister's 2 small children as well as her orphaned grandson. In Congo, mining is traditionally dominated by men, but the conflict has forced women like Soki to undertake the backbreaking work to survive.
There we go. Continued violence in the Congo, leading to the displacement of more people. Women there taking to mining, as they've been displaced from their homes to make ends meet. If you can even call it that. All right, now let's go to Gaza for some strange Sunday fun. Fancy footwork amid the rubble.
Children in the Gaza Strip's Nusayrat camp show off their moves amid the rubble of a devastating war. They're part of Camp Breakers, a breakdance academy that continues to operate despite nearly 2 years of an Israeli onslaught that has displaced more than 2 million residents. Among them is 14-year-old Lynn Al-Khor. She says dance offers a respite from the atmosphere of war.
I feel different. I feel so much better. When I come to the center, I feel so happy. I finish everything I need to do in the morning, and I prepare myself and head to the center.
There's something incredible about this, like truly incredible. Like it's a testament to humanity. How people in Gaza are still trying to live a normal life amidst everything. Little kids still trying to have fun, breakdancing. I mean, my God.
Ayaz al-Siraj is on the academy's management team. He says the benefits of the program have to be balanced with the inherent dangers of bringing kids together inside a war zone.
We are working with children. You are responsible for a lot of children who you need to deal with, especially that the targeting is random. So every time, every second you want to organize an activity, you're scared for the safety of the souls who are with you.
On Thursday, Gaza health authorities said Israeli forces had killed at least 28 people, most of them in Gaza City. According to the local health officials, over 63,000 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli military since the war started in October 2023. Returning to her tent after practice, Lynn Al-Khor helps her family with chores. Her mother said the academy has become a lifeline to her teenage daughter, giving her a break from the drumbeat of death and dispossession. Coach Ahmed Al-Awadi said the goal of the center was simple.
That our children deserve to live. Our children deserve to play safely. Our children deserve to live like every other child in the world. And in the end, all we hope for is that this war ends and that we stay safe.
Oh, God. That one's rough. It's a rough watch. It's so tough. Like it makes me so like I don't know, like I'm like tearing up over here. Like it's so beautiful that these kids are still like people are still trying to give kids something to do right now. They're taking to something like this. It's truly beautiful to me. All right, now to the update on the Gaza on the flotilla, the Samud flotilla, which is this most recent iteration of the Gaza flotilla, has been named. And just in case you're not familiar, not caught up on the story, we'll go back in time a few days to the launching of the flotilla in Spain. See Greta Thunberg over here in a football jersey and a fanny pack. It's so neurospicy with that outfit. You see the size of that fucking yacht, that mega yacht behind them? That was insane. You looking at this boat, and then all of a sudden this thing comes out. Why doesn't this asshole fill it with fucking aid and drive it to Gaza?
Come on!
You can certainly get more aid on this ship than you could on this ship. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, let's go here now. This was 2 days ago. Boats rejoin Global Samud Flotilla, heading to Tunisia after repairs.
This is day 5 of the Global Samud Flotilla, and as I'm speaking now, we are sailing towards Tunis. Also, some of the boats that had repairs in the past few days are rejoining us, so the fleet is coming back together. Organizers have been leading safety drills and checks to get everyone ready for the next stages. Also, on the 7th September, a dozen more boats are expected to join us from Tunis and Sicily, making this the largest flotilla to Gaza in years. Despite the storms, delays and threats, the energy here is very strong. Everyone's focused on one goal, breaking the siege and delivering aid to Gaza.
We are now going with all of our fleet together in a single formation to prepare to break the siege and to create a people's humanitarian corridor. The Palestinian people in Gaza have been suffering the most horrific moments of the last stage of the ethnic cleansing with the full invasion of Gaza City. Meanwhile, we see that the siege intensifies, that starvation and famine cost every day more and more lives.
Absolutely. And these brave people and these small boats are all trying to do whatever they can. Here's the latest video I could find on the Aid Flotilla, which I have been trying to keep my eye on every single freaking day. France 24 English. This is from yesterday.
In Tunis,
we sailed to Gaza to break the siege, quote unquote. Activists and celebrities set to join the Samud Flotilla.
In Tunis, dozens of activists are attending their last training session on how to break the Israeli blockade. They are set to join the Samud Flotilla and sail for Gaza, among them some familiar faces.
Has been a duty for us as the Mandela family to continue to be the voice of oppressed nations and the most vulnerable across the globe. And this is why I am here.
Mandla Mandela joins a number of international personalities, politicians and activists, including Greta Thunberg, American actor Susan Sarandon, French actress Adèle Haenel, and French politician Thomas Porte, to name but a few. Despite Israeli threats to treat flotilla participants as terrorists, they are all determined to get their message heard and reach the people of Gaza.
Dozens of people are dying of hunger. It's absolutely unacceptable. Our aim is to reach Gaza. The Israeli government threatens to imprison us, but it's no surprise from a government behaving like terrorists.
More than 45 ships are now part of the mission, with delegations from 44 countries across the world. In order to increase their diplomatic protection, nationalities are spread across the boats, ensuring that each crew will get equal treatment.
Well, there we go. As you can see here, this is where Tunisia is. That's, I think that's Cyprus right there. Wait, no, that's Sicily. So they're between Spain and Italy right now. Or at least were, as of yesterday. We could look it up on the Global Samud Flotilla tracker. I think we get the point. For now, it would seem that they are still en route, still undeterred, still pushing forward to break this illegal blockade of aid. Now, one man wants to stop the illegal flow of aid from the United States to Israel. You might have heard of him, Bernie Sanders. This is him from 2 days ago.
What's going on in Gaza right now is literally unspeakable. We're talking about some 62,000 people minimum who've already been killed, the majority of whom are women, children, and the elderly. We're talking about not just about 140,000 people who have been injured. Again, that's probably an undercount. We're talking not just about the complete destruction of the infrastructure in Gaza, that is housing, water systems, wastewater plants, schools, universities, you name it. I mean, it's all been destroyed. Now what we're talking about is a blockade on the part of the Israeli military, which is preventing food from coming in, and hundreds of people are starving to death. So we're now at a level of barbarism, of starving of children. I have worked for the last many months in trying to prevent any more U.S. military aid going through the Netanyahu government to continue this destruction of the Palestinian people.
There we go, Bernie continuing to try and fight for Palestinians and to stop the flow of aid to Israel as it continues to commit a genocide. Unfortunately, Bernie still isn't using the word genocide, but he still continues to fight for the right things. For that, I appreciate him. Now, let's go to the latest. Bunch of shit happened today, right before the stream. Donald Trump called for the immediate release of all hostages. Apparently just dictating now to Hamas.
We begin with this breaking news on a hostage and ceasefire proposal in Gaza, which President Trump says is his last warning to Hamas to accept. CNN's Jeremy Diamond joins me right now. This is the first proposal since negotiations broke off in July, right? So what's different about this plan?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Fred. And in addition to that, this new U.S. proposal is no longer looking at a temporary ceasefire deal or a partial release of the Israeli hostages. Instead, this new U.S. proposal aims to get all of the hostages home and ultimately end the war. This proposal, which has now been relayed to Hamas by the United States Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, calls for Hamas to release all of the remaining 48 hostages on day one of this agreement. In exchange, Israel would halt its new offensive on Gaza City and agree to a ceasefire. That ceasefire, the duration of which would last as long as there are negotiations ongoing between.
That's not what the fucking Chevron says. It says immediate negotiations for a comprehensive end to the war and a pause in fighting, as long as talks continue. So, no, that's not what it says, you dumb piece of shit. Here's Donald Trump. Everyone wants the capital H hostages, all caps, home. Everyone wants this capital W war to end. The Israelis have accepted my capital T terms. It is time for Hamas to accept as well. I have warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting. This is my last warning. There will not be another one. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All caps, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America.
Well, I have warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting. This is my last warning. There will not be another one. The Israeli Prime Minister's office, for its part, has not confirmed that Israel has accepted these latest terms, but did say that Israel is, quote, seriously considering President Trump's proposal. They also...
You're telling us the president lied? He told us that Israel had already accepted the terms.
That it appears Hamas will continue in its refusal. We have not heard from Hamas directly on this, but that is ultimately going to be...
Okay, that's enough from these assholes. Let's go here. This is, I think Donald Trump on the tarmac. This was during the stream, so I actually haven't seen this yet, but I figured we had to watch this. Yeah, here we go. Donald Trump on the tarmac. Asked about Gaza.
Thank you very much. I meant to go back and see you on the plane, but some things came up having to do with Hamas, etc., and we're working on a solution that maybe could be very good.
Can you tell us what that solution is?
No, but you'll be hearing about it pretty soon. We're trying to get it ended, get the hostages back, get it ended. We got them all back, but 20, and as you know, we have 20, plus there are a lot of, unfortunately, dead bodies involved, and they want them back. The parents want them back. So we had some very good discussions. Good things could happen. I think we're going to have a deal on Gaza very soon. It's a hell of a problem.
What gives you
Again,
that
it's a
optimism?
problem we want to solve for the Middle East, for Israel, for everybody. But it's a problem we're going to get done. So they have hostages. It could be a little bit less than 20 because some, they tend to die, right? They tend to die, even though they're young people largely. They're dying. Young people don't die. Young people stay alive.
Young people don't die. Usually they live.
It's science.
There we go. There's the President of the United States once again saying we're very close to a deal in Gaza. Where have I heard that before? Speaking of Trump and Gaza and ending wars, let's go to here. To watch a debate between Mehdi Hasan and Michael Gove. Michael Gove, of course, I believe, famous Brexiteer from the UK, debating whether or not Donald Trump is going to make the world safer. I feel very safe right now, don't you?
I said it's not a good thing if Germany or South Korea or Poland get nuclear weapons, and another one of my many arguments you didn't actually address and are now misrepresenting. We're getting more countries going for nukes because they're saying it. The Polish government is a pro-American government. They're saying we can't trust the US anymore. We're going to have to invest in our own nuclear defense. I don't think nuclear proliferation is a good thing, and I think Trump is encouraging it by abandoning allies. That was the point I was making.
And what about more NATO spending? Good thing,
Well,
bad thing?
it's a great question. I don't know what I think about that, to be honest, because on the one hand, I'm a good old lefty who's not a fan of military spending. On the other hand, I'm not a lefty who pretends that Vladimir Putin isn't a threat to Ukraine. And therefore, it's an interesting dilemma there. I do agree with Michael that European governments should be doing more to take care of their own neighborhood, both out of moral reasons and strategic reasons, because America can't be relied upon. But again, take a step back. What deal for 5%? They just announced a piece of paper. It's Donald Trump. Show me the results, to quote Michael. Hasn't happened. The Spanish government, multiple other governments have already said, we're not really going to do that. This is all just to suck up to Trump, right? This is all because he wants a Nobel Prize. Every government now realizes you just tell Trump what he wants to hear and he'll leave you alone. The Senegalese prime minister turned up at the White House last week and said, you're great at golf, Mr. President. Why don't you open a golf course in Senegal? They all know how to play this man. It's embarrassing as an American to see your president be so mocked on the international stage.
Do you think that no European country has increased defense
No, I think some will, but let's see the actual 5%.
Well, have any so far?
Again, I'll put it on the record right now. Right now, you can tell, this is on YouTube, watch it wherever you want to watch it. If there is a permanent, enduring ceasefire and peace deal in the Congo, and if there is 5% by NATO, I'll put out a public statement saying, credit to Donald Trump, I was wrong. I don't think either's going to happen, sadly. This is the problem,
That
right?
wasn't the question that I asked, or indeed the lady in the audience
No, I
asked.
already said I don't know what my position on that is. I'm torn. I'm genuinely torn. I'm giving an honest answer.
But
As a lefty, I'm not a fan of
has
more
Britain
military spending.
increased defense spending? Has France? Has Germany?
Yes.
Good.
Is that only because of Donald Trump?
Yes.
Really?
So Mark Rutte says.
No, but you were in the British government. Do you only do what the US tells you to do? Are you that much of a lapdog?
Well, funnily enough, when I was in the British government, we didn't increase defense spending when an American president said that we should. But now that an American president in the shape of Donald Trump has said that we should, as a country, we have.
Can I deal with
the
question for the
it's not a judgment of whether or not Donald Trump is right or wrong, good or bad. It is a judgment that Donald Trump, having asked us to do something, that even you, Mehdi, says is probably maybe just likely to make us safer, that it's happened as a result of Donald
Hasn't happened.
Trump.
That's the whole point.
Okay.
It hasn't happened.
I'm going to
Yes, it has.
a question that was
But
addressed
you
to
can't
you
deny your
tonight,
own
just
words
for a
of
moment.
90
all NATO
seconds ago. Mehdi,
All
you said you
NATO
want to have
members-
your cake and
hold
eat
on,
it.
NATO
Now
as a
you are
whole-
eating your
Well,
own
Michael,
words, not a
NATO
cake.
well, first of all, let's go on words. NATO has not, as a whole, reached 5%, as you well know. That people have made pledges and promises. You're a politician, you know you lie. You politicians, not you personally. But you personally, by the way, you personally did just lie and said that I acknowledge Iran's nuclear weapons program. The very opposite. Everyone heard me quote the US Director of National Intelligence, who said they were not building nuclear weapons. You can keep saying Iraq
What
war
were they
style,
enriching
that
the
they were having
uranium for?
WMDs. You tell me.
No. In what world do you imagine they're enriching
For a negotiating posture. They were trying to get back in a deal. You know there was a deal. You know there was a
But
negotiation.
if it's not going to be a weapon, how can you use it to negotiate?
Michael,
Why were they enriching it? Was this a chemistry set?
Yes,
Was this
hold on,
some
Michael,
random scientific
Well, I
curiosity?
can answer your
of
question
course
if you let me
they're
speak.
enriching it because they want to create
All right, let-
missiles.
so- let
and
me
the
answer.
reason that they have all these rockets
Okay.
aimed at Israel is because they wanted to destroy Israel.
Even though Israel's a country that just bombed
a
Iran.
country
But okay.
bent on genocide
Let's see.
is staring you
So-
in the face.
So hold on.
From
Is this a speech?
Okay,
and you refuse
Is
to
this another
acknowledge
speech,
it.
or do we get to
Michael,
respond?
Michael, let
All right,
Mehdi
so
respond.
a lot there in that little mini speech that you got before you left. Let me ask you this, very quickly. Every intelligence agency in the world says Iran was not building nuclear weapons, including the British intelligence, including US intelligence, including German intelligence. They all said there were no nuclear weapons programs. The IEA said it wasn't a nuclear weapons program. Iran, I can answer your great line about chemistry set. Iran calls itself a nuclear threshold state. It's very open about the fact that it is enriching nuclear energy for a program, but that they have the option to go for a bomb. The point Tulsi Gabbard made, and every predecessor says, is that they weren't going for a bomb. They were engaged in negotiations in Muscat, Oman with Trump. The irony
right
is, if
back.
Trump had gotten that deal with Iran, I'd be on your side.
I'll be right back, chat. Gotta deal with a space station related issue.
Table. He decided to blow up that deal, undermine it. You have spent 45 minutes avoiding the fact that William Hague, the former foreign secretary, your former leader, has said what I'm saying, which is that they're more likely to go for a weapon now because we bombed them, blew up the IEA negotiations. You don't want to address that, probably because it's easier to call me an Iranian stooge rather than William Hague. I wonder why. We can speculate as to why, to borrow a line. And I'm sorry,
Well,
you keep quoting NATO. No, you gave a very long answer. You keep quoting NATO.
Yeah.
The IAEA was right about Iraq. You were wrong. They're right about Iran. You are wrong.
Simply saying I am right and you are wrong.
You quoted Mark Rutte, a guy who sends sycophantic texts to
No.
Trump. I'm quoting the IAEA.
I absolutely stand by that. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm going to invite people to draw certain
What about William Hague?
Hang on.
I disagree with William on this.
But why? Why do you think he said what he said?
I don't know. Sometimes people of goodwill can disagree. But what I do know is that you don't enrich uranium as a hobby. It's not like
so why
growing,
did US intelligence say
it's
they're
not
not
like
building a
growing
weapon?
geraniums
No,
on
hold on.
nasturtiums.
Why did US intelligence say they're not building a weapon?
Also,
why were they
you
coming to
don't-
Muscat?
You don't pay for Hamas to launch an attack. You don't support Hezbollah in its murderous attempts to kill people in Israel and worldwide. You don't subsidize the Houthis in trying to destroy world trade because you are actually a peace-loving people. You don't have your supreme leader say that their mission is to destroy Israel forever.
Hold on, you said
if
you are merely acquiring this
30
uranium
seconds.
Only 30
for
seconds. I want to take some more
of
questions.
disinterested scientific
I just find it a bit
curiosity.
He's not stopping.
What I find curious is that you
just
have all
filibustering to
this
get to
uranium
7:30
in
so
front
we
of
can
you,
walk out.
and many
Michael,
really says,
Michael, I want
it's a diplomatic
tool. You've said the G word plenty of times.
Very briefly.
Very briefly.
Come on, Mehdi.
You wrote an op-ed last year saying the Israeli military should be given a Nobel Peace Prize. A military that killed 6 kids lining up for water yesterday, killed 9 kids lining up for nutritional supplements last Thursday, a military that's being investigated at the ICJ for genocide and at the ICC for war crimes. So it's a bit rich for you to lecture anyone else on human rights or war crimes when you're supporting a genocide in Gaza.
I want to take some more questions.
I merely wish to say that for the avoidance of doubt, and I don't think there is any, Israel is not carrying out a
Most genocide scholars disagree with you. Most genocide scholars disagree with you, Michael. The people who study genocide disagree with you.
That is a very big statement, and I want to discuss it.
Let me state it again for the avoidance of any doubt.
Okay, we've heard you say it. It's a really big point.
I want to take the killing of 6 kids yesterday lining up for water by the Israeli military.
I condemn the loss of all innocent
all lives matter. He can't do it. He can't condemn the Israeli military.
I want to take a couple more questions, Michael.
I think
just
that
wait.
it is the
just
right of the
wait.
Israeli Defense Force to defend
to kill 6
the
kids.
only democracy.
To kill 6 kids lining up for water.
Can we take a couple of questions? And we're going to, I promise, come back to this. We have to. Couple of questions up there.
So I'm sorry to change gear and move away from Israel-Gaza, but it's a question about, it's probably a question to Michael, which is, were you tempted to take the approach with this question that the US, before Trump, was kind of focused towards a kind of alliance-based, us against them, two poles world, and actually the Trump world is a bit more transactional and a bit more ambiguous, and it's much less clear if there was a nuclear war, who would be on the two sides, and perhaps that might be a safer place.
Okay, and there's a hand up just there upstairs to your right, to your, I can't do this, yes, there.
Mr. Gove, may I ask how you exactly define terrorism, and do you think that according to definition that you're going to give, one kind is worse than the other depending on who?
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. I had to deal with something over here. But I thought this was a great debate. Many fucking plastered the walls with Michael Gove here. I see somebody in chat asking who this is. This is Michael Gove. He has been in British government for a very long time, has served under numerous conservative leaders, David Cameron, Theresa May, Rishi Sunak. He might have even been in the Liz Truss government. I can't remember, but he's been in most of them in the last, 20 years. And was also, I think, very much involved in the Brexit debacle.
To your, I can't do this, yes, there.
Mr. Gove, may I ask how you exactly define terrorism, and do you think that according to definition that you're going to give, one kind is worse than the other depending on who carries it out?
Okay. So let's go with the first question first, which is this idea of has this presidency moved away from the government of alliances and allies to a more transactional way of doing things, which actually has perhaps made the world a less safe place. Would you accept that as a thesis, Michael?
I think it is the case that Donald Trump places less faith and confidence in some of the post-war multilateral organizations than some of his predecessors. I don't myself altogether think that that is necessarily a good thing. But I think that it's important, and this is the reason why I chose to participate in this debate, to seek to look at the Trump presidency in the round. It is very easy to find 1,000,001 reasons to dislike Trump. But what it's important for all of us to do is to look clear-eyed at all of his actions in the round. And I don't say with enthusiasm or with a light heart that the world is safer, because some of the things that Trump has done challenge some of my own preconceptions. But I have, I hope, the ability to recognize that even as I disapprove of some of his starting points, I can also look at the effect of some of his actions, and that I have the humility to be able to acknowledge that actually the net effect of those actions is to make the world a safer place than it was under his predecessor, President Biden, and than under most, though not all, Democrat presidents who preceded him.
And that question of terrorism, and then I will come back to genocide.
Again, we could spend forever debating terrorism. On the whole, I take the unconventional view that it's a bad thing. But again, behind that question, there may lie other questions which I'm sure we might explore.
Fair enough. I want to come back, Mehdi, you can come back to that, or I'd like to come back to this conversation that we began. I'm keen to get more questions in, but I would like to come back to this question of genocide. It's clearly one that is very important to this audience. Michael was very clear. He doesn't think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. You said, I think genocide experts disagree with you. What would be your main line of, how would you counter his statement?
I would say, have you been asleep since October 2023 as we've watched on social media the extermination of a people, the ethnic cleansing of a people, the killing of a people? If you have to only listen to Israeli politicians say the most outrageous things about burning down Gaza, about Amalek, about all of the people being responsible. Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister of Israel, said recently, we are conquering, cleansing, and remaining in Gaza. It will be totally destroyed. We are disassembling Gaza. We'll leave it in ruins without any global precedent. That's the kind of stuff that Michael's come to defend tonight. And look, some of the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars, Michael, Omar Bartov of Brown, Amos Goldberg at the Hebrew University, Raz Siegel, Dr. Shmuel Liederman here in the UK, Israeli Holocaust scholars have come out and said, we didn't think this at the beginning, but we do now think it meets the definition of genocide, what is going on there. And even if you don't want to call it a genocide, Ehud Olmert, on the front page of today's Guardian, former right-wing Prime Minister of Israel, says the plan to concentrate everyone in one place is a concentration camp, his words, not mine, and it would be ethnic cleansing, his words, not mine. So I think at this point, I think it's insane to still be saying Israel has a right to defend itself when they are killing and ethnic cleansing. I mean, the problem, just one last point. Illegal. The problem for people like Michael, and I debate a lot of people in the West defending Israel, the problem for people like Michael is they make this very, I want to say, good faith defense of Israel, its right to defend itself, but then you just have to listen to what Israeli politicians are saying, and they are throwing Michael under the bus. They're like, no, we do want to kill everyone. We do want to get rid of everyone. We do want to conquer Gaza. This isn't about self-defense. Just listen to what Israeli politicians and ministers themselves are saying. Listen to Israel Katz, listen to Bezalel Smotrich, listen to Ben Gvir, listen to Netanyahu. It's on the record. Yeah, listen to Donald Trump and his ethnic cleansing.
Michael, do any of
Do you
these,
support Donald
the
Trump's ethnic
arguments
cleansing
made?
plan, Michael?
Okay.
No answer there. I love how Michael's like, his face is getting red. He's just like looking away from Mehdi as Mehdi's like, Michael, give me an answer. Do you support ethnic cleansing?
Illegal.
The first thing that I would say.
Let Michael speak. Let's hear what he has to say.
No, it is emphatically not a genocide. I have to go in just a second, but I've stayed longer. I would have stayed longer than I was due to, just because I wanted to say a few words about that. Israel is involved in a conflict, in a war that it did not seek.
Bullshit.
That conflict began on the 7th of October.
Give me a joke.
When Hamas unleashed an attack on young people who were celebrating.
Oh, the dreaded Hamas. I love how all like the most like bigoted British people like this guy and Piers Morgan always calling Hamas Hamas. Hamas is out there doing atrocities. October 7th. Condemn Hamas.
Okay.
The one thing I know about history is that over the last 2 millennia, there have been persistent attempts to wipe out the Jewish people. Those persistent attempts have been relativized. Those persistent attempts have been overlooked. Those persistent attempts have been justified at different times. And now what we have is a country, the only democracy in the Middle East, one in which human rights, the rule of law,
Michael, you're a smart
and the
guy.
rights,
You're
and
a
the
smart
rights.
guy. Why can't
Mehdi,
you-
I chose not to interrupt while you were outlining
interrupted a few times.
your case.
How rude.
And a belief that every life is precious is defended.
What about the kids killed yesterday?
And
what about all the kids
and
being
it is
killed?
a country.
Come on, engage with the
It is a
facts.
country which all of its neighbors at different times have tried to crush and destroy. But the spirit of the Jewish people and the example of Israel
But Michael, genuine question. What about the kids who are
will
being killed in
not
Gaza? Do you defend that or
be
not?
crushed either by the views of people in this room or the malevolence of those who directed that assault. All I can say is, Am Yisrael Chai, Israel lives, and I celebrate that fact. And the fact that Donald Trump...
Look, I could address all these dead kids you keep bringing up, Mehdi, but I'm busy celebrating Israel. Quit making things awkward.
Don't be creepy.
for all of his faults, is on Israel's side, is, in my view, despite the many black marks against him, a point in his favor. Now, there is a black mark against me, which is that I must leave, and I must hand over to a more eloquent spectator contributor than I, Freddie Gray. Freddie doesn't share all of my views, so however angry you are with the views that I've expressed, please don't take them out on Freddie. He's a much more moderate and thoughtful person than I am. But the one thing that I'm very glad that Parallax have allowed me to do today is not...
Now that is bravery, okay? Standing up in the face of adversity and blaming someone else for all of your views. That is, oh, what a brave knight. Mighty man of valor. Look, don't blame me for all the things I said. I'm just repeating someone else's words.
But the one thing that I'm very glad that Parallax have allowed me to do today is not just to reflect on the complexity, the moral complexity of foreign affairs, but also to say that the one moral position that I'm proud to take in foreign affairs is my support for the State of Israel. Thank you.
Michael Gove, thank you very much.
A lot of boos.
Mike, thank you very much.
Hello. Do you have a microphone? Does he need a
Oh,
microphone?
you're not mic'd up.
Turn it on,
They will... No, you do, actually. There's one here. Look, here we go. Here we go. You can have that one.
Hello.
Thank you very much to Michael Gove, who gamely took on your points. Mehdi, Michael makes the point that this question of timelines, when do you begin this conflict, the sense of difference from, is it 19?
Certainly not October 7th.
October the 7th. And for many people, that's a critical point, and the defense of the State of Israel.
But the fact is, even if you started on October 7th, it doesn't matter. It's still a fucking atrocity. It's still a genocide. It's still war crime after war crime every day. But of course it doesn't start on October 7th. You have to be a fucking simpleton to think that.
And for many people, that's a critical point, and the defense of the State of Israel.
So
it is something which is discussed, overlooked, disagreed upon. Where would you land?
So normally I would make a very strong argument for why we should talk about 1948, 1967. I would talk about what happened before October the 7th. For example, in 2023, even before October the 7th, a record number of Palestinians were killed in the West Bank. There was not a ceasefire on October the 7th, as is nonsensically peddled. But for the purpose of tonight's debate, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter when it started. It doesn't matter who started it.
Exactly.
Just from a purely, what's the motion? Make the world a safer place. And as I said in my opening remarks, it is not safer for the Palestinians right now. And Michael, for all his wonderful rhetoric, would not engage with that specific point. I could sit and bat away everything Michael just said about the history of Israel and only democracy in the Middle East nonsense, but it's all really irrelevant. You'll notice, everyone here notices, everyone watching at home, that he would not engage with the specific war crimes that Israel is committing. When UNICEF and Médecins Sans Frontières and UN and everyone's coming out saying, this is bad, they are killing kids, they are attacking aid workers, to not be able to engage with those specifics. I don't care if you're pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, white, black, blue, I don't care what your politics are. Surely we can all agree that killing kids lining up for water or nutritional supplements is wrong, should be stopped, is a war crime, and is evidence that Trump is not making a safer world for Palestinians. Okay. That is my argument tonight.
Okay, I think that's a good place to stop it as any. I just thought that was a good one to watch here today. Watching Mehdi debate is really quite an experience, I think. Let's go now up to the Baltics, where in Croatia a colorful hot air balloon extravaganza. Balloonists taking to the sky happened earlier this week. AP archive from yesterday.
No, I'm satisfied.
You're happy, I'm happy. But the higher we go, the more right we get, and I don't want too much right. This direction we've got at the moment is almost nearly perfect.
Structure to them, and providing they're maintained and looked after is the safest form of aviation. It's the oldest. 1783 was the first flight. They're incredibly well engineered. They might look like bags of hot air, but there's a big structure to them, and providing they're maintained and looked after through a maintenance organisation, you won't have any issues at all. The main costs of flight are your cost of vehicles, equipment, crew, and then the gas you use. Croatia.
Hold on, I think at the end, yeah, a bunch of these all take off at the same time. There you go, a bunch of hot air balloons taking to the sky. It looks fun, I'm not gonna lie. It really does. One of those things. Always wanted to do that. Like a dirigible or something. Hot airship. Okay. Well, let's go from Croatia to talking about Donald Trump and Ukraine. As there is some news on that, before we get to the newest news, let's go here to I've Had It once again. These ladies are fun. So that's why they're going to tell us some stuff about this on Sunday Funday.
Pro-crime and pro-pedophilia President Donald John Trump, who I will refer to as Kanks because of the muffin top cankles.
Yes.
His feelings are very, very, very much hurt because all of the Globe's strongmen had a big rally and military parade and all the stuff that he aspires to do. And he wasn't invited. He was left out, so he puts out this banger on Lie Social. The big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi...
Okay, I love Jennifer, but she's stealing my job. The big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and quote-unquote blood that the United States of America gave to China in order to help it secure its all caps freedom.
China!
From a very unfriendly foreign invader. Many Americans died in China's quest for capital V and capital G victory and glory. I hope that they are rightfully capital H and capital R honored and remembered for their capital B and capital S bravery and sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great and lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire nastily against the United States of America. President Donald J. Trump. I'm not even going to thank you for your attention to this matter.
The United States of America gave to
That's how much I don't care that I'm not there.
China in order to help it to secure its caps lock freedom from a very unfriendly foreign invader. Many Americans died in China's quest for victory and glory. I hope that they are rightful. of celebration, party of one. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. In a normal news cycle, if an American president sent something over social media that said, give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin, who is conducting a provocative, illegal war against Ukraine, and then also said, give my warmest regards to Kim Jong-un. And we forget about that during Trump 1.0, he said on national television that he was in love with Kim Jong-un and they write each other love letters. It's completely lost on him that this is psychological warfare, that smart people said, here's how you dog walk this guy. And this will just completely disappear in this Trumpian news cycle, and it will be washed over by corporate media, by Jake Tapper, and all of the other propagandists involved in delivering America to an autocracy.
Here's the thing. Donald Trump is like the little girl in middle school that didn't get invited to the birthday party. And she gets so mad and she has her feelings hurt. That's the level of hurt feelings that we've got in emotional maturity. But what he also failed.
So true. This is so true. No! That is actual audio of Donald Trump crying about not getting invited.
Realize is China is kicking our ass in everything. They're consolidating with Europe. They're consolidating with everybody economically, and they don't need the United States as much as we need them. And they are going to bend him over like Vladimir Putin does, like Kim Jong-un does. And the United States of America will lose because Donald Trump is a horrible, horrible businessman.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer's right. We do have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America. That is actually true. That's true facts. Let's go here to CNN. Oh, shit. We are getting deep into this. How far? Can we finish this in the rest of the half? Nah, I think I can do it. Just want to remind everybody that we are, of course, funded by viewers like you. Lots of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, which grant you 18 sweet space emotes, which you can spread through the community. Also, a feeling of galacticness, some secret content out there, too. Patreon as well, and a great way to support the stream and get some sweet space benefits. $3 a month. That's all it costs. All right, let's go here. CNN from 11 hours ago. Trump says he is ready to move on the second phase of sanctions against Russia.
For the first time ever, a government building in Kyiv was hit by a Russian aerial attack overnight. This, as President Trump said moments ago, that he's ready to move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia. The Ukrainian military says more than 800 Russian drones were deployed against cities across the country. At least 4 people, including an infant, were killed. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is calling the attacks vile. And President Trump's Ukraine envoy says Russia appears to be now escalating the war. I want to bring in CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, great to see you. I mean, the building that houses the Ukrainian Prime Minister's office was also struck in this assault. What do you read in this kind of targeting?
It is hard to know whether Russia has tried to hit these buildings before, but was not able to make it through the anti-missile and anti-aircraft protection around it, or if this was intentional. Previously, they've hit other parts of the city, but this attack was 800 drones and missiles. Some of the drones were what's called dummy drones.
Okay, hold on. We don't need this whole thing. Just want to get to this, what Donald Trump was saying. The fuck did the Orange Menace say?
that event. Listen to what he had to say.
I think that President Trump gave Putin what he wanted. He wanted very much to meet with President Trump, with the President of the United States. And I think that Putin got it, and it's a pity.
And how do you suppose?
Sorry, that wasn't. Oh, wait.
Those comments are going to be interpreted, because Zelensky has tried to be really complimentary of this White House, especially after the debacle of that,
Okay, that's enough. That's enough from that. Donald Trump ready to move in on the second phase of sanctions, whatever that means. Does that mean he's going to sanction China? He's going to tariff China's the same way he tariffed India over the oil imports? Who knows? No way to say for sure. Now, people in China, we're trying to have some fun.
I have to have my China.
But things became chaotic out on the roller rink floor earlier this week. South China Morning Post. Some shocking footage. These roller skaters crashed into each other after a woman fell in the middle of the rink. A man headed towards her to help. But others could not stop in time, causing a pileup. Everyone was able to leave under their own power. Thank God. Thank God. That was a near tragedy. Oh. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that amounted to a news story and why China, South China Morning Post decided to put that on their YouTube channel. But when I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's a Sunday video, a Sunday Fun Day video if I've ever seen it. Okay, now let's move it along. Go here to South Korea. I actually wanted to do a quick amendment to what I had said about this. Is a correction, otherwise known as a...
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny mistake. Let's talk about the supposed Donald Trump visit to South Korea, which is being planned for next month.
Officials tell CNN President Trump and his top advisors are quietly preparing a trip to South Korea next month for the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Gathering. It is seen as a key opportunity for Trump to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Let's bring in CNN White House reporter Elena Treen. Elena, this is your new reporting. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, there had been questions of when and if President Donald Trump would meet with China's president, and now we are learning, and this is according to my conversations with 3 Trump administration officials, that the president is preparing to go to South Korea next month for this APEC summit, and that the White House is viewing this as a key opportunity for him to sit down face to face with the Chinese leader. I'm told that there have been serious conversations around setting up a bilateral meeting between the two on the sidelines of APEC. I should note that the details are not yet finalized and such a meeting is not yet confirmed, but that is...
Okay, so yeah, there's a potential big meeting in South Korea. Donald Trump is somewhat quietly planning this meeting, supposedly. Well, yesterday I alleged that he wouldn't be able to meet with the South Korean president because he had stepped down. I don't know how, probably because we talk about South Korea and Japan around the same time every stream. And around this time, when we get to East Asia, I'm pretty tired. Usually 6, 8, 10 hours in already. And I confused the new Prime Minister of South Korea with the current Prime Minister of Japan, who is, in fact, the guy yesterday I meant to... I mistook. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is the one who lost both the upper and lower houses of Japanese Congress and is stepping down. Actually, take that back. Stepped down. Because I have the latest. This is 5 hours ago, South China Morning Post. Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba resigns. I have decided to resign from the position of President of the Liberal Democratic Party. Now that negotiations on U.S. tariff measures have reached a conclusion, I believe this is the appropriate moment to step aside and make way for the next generation. I am extremely sorry for the people of Japan that I have had to resign from my position in this way. I am truly sorry. In the time remaining, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to tackling the issues that the people have asked me to address. I sincerely ask for your understanding. The other day, there was a military parade in China, where I saw the leaders of China, Russia, and North Korea standing side by side. I could not help but fear that the security environment will become even more severe moving forward. There we go. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba stepping down as Prime Minister, making way for the future. What that future holds for Japan is unclear at this time. But I'm sure that will be something we talk about in the near future with this development going on. Now let's go south to Hong Kong for some more hot air balloon frickin' action. Oh wait, I forgot. I have one more story. I take it back. One more story in Japan. One story where people's fun may have caused a calamity, disaster. This is from like 2 weeks ago. McDonald's Japan causes Pokemon food waste frenzy.
Why are there so many uneaten Happy Meals left on the sidewalk in Japan? Because people aren't buying them to eat them. McDonald's Japan launched a limited edition Pokemon card promo, and it caused a frenzy. People lined up for hours just to get their hands on a rare Pikachu card. Some bought multiple meals, took the cards, and dumped the food. I think it'll cost about 500 yen or $3.5 US. But now some of these cards are being resold online for hundreds, up to 10 times the cost of the original Happy Meal. McDonald's had to ask customers to please stop wasting food and enjoy the whole meal, not just the cards. The promo was supposed to...
God damn it. God damn it. Oh, Megastar with the sweet, sweet super sticker. Look at this thing. That is a glorious super sticker. A lemon of greatness and love. And I see some flowers going back there, flowering in the bushes. I'm loving it. That's incredibly generous of Megastar. I really appreciate you. Have you been watching this whole time, or have you been sleeping? Either way, glad to have you back, even if it's near the end of the stream. Could have used you earlier. We were having struggles with completing the content goal for tonight. We almost didn't even finish the stream because of it, thankfully. We did, in fact, complete the goal after an extended goal period. But that really helps us out on the old Sunday Funday stream. Much appreciated. Really and truly. All right, now let's go from Japan down to a different island, Hong Kong, for some more sweet, sweet hot air balloon action in Hong Kong's Victoria Harbor. That's right. Hot air balloons, what can I say? I said it already. I love them. And apparently there's a bunch of hot air balloon festivals happening across the planet. And due to that, we're watching them. Do you have a problem? Pretty sure homeless Japanese people would have appreciated the meal. I wouldn't have appreciated the meal. I mean, shit. That is a waste of food. I just don't like that at all. I try to waste as little food in my life as possible. I'm very frugal about, that's just terrible. It's bad form. I get it. Pokemon cards, they're collectible. Just eat the food. Give it to somebody. Don't just throw it just on the ground. That's terrible. That's a terrible thing to do. Okay, hold on. We're not just going to watch them fill up these balloons. I want to see these things take off already. Oh, panda balloon and a strawberry balloon and a tiger balloon. Hong Kong's getting serious with these goddamn balloons over here. A wolf balloon. Okay, Hong Kong's doing it right on these balloons. These things are sweet. Get me one of these frickin' balloons, huh? Okay, let's get into when these things actually take off. They're doing this in the dark. Look at Hong Kong lighting up. This is quite the spectacle. Is that a kitty cat in a barrel? Oh, come on. The Chinese are out of control.
China!
Are they going to launch these things or what? They're not going to launch... The live stream, I didn't even watch it. The live stream doesn't even cover the launch. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
I am highly offended. I was prepared for some goddamn balloon launches. All we get is balloons on the ground. That's not where they belong. Okay, perhaps this will be a good way for us to recover from being stiffed on those balloons.
In recent weeks,
let's do this. I have no idea if this guy's going to copyright me or not, but fuck it. It's a classic.
Do you wanna ride in my blimp, girl? Do you wanna ride in my blimp? See the night sky in my blimp, girl. What? Do you wanna ride in my blimp? Do you wanna dine in my blimp, girl? Do you wanna dine in my blimp? What you talking about? Red wine and some shrimp, girl. Do you wanna dine in my blimp? Do you wanna love in my blimp, girl? Do you wanna love in my blimp? I own an entire fucking blimp, girl. So do you wanna ride in my blimp?
So, musical phenomenon. Lewis Cole. There's some sweet, sweet tunes about blimps. Omega Star getting in on the blimpy action. The sweet, sweet super sticker once again a dancing lemon with some maracas. Keeping time. That blimpy musical action. Just felt right. With all the blimp stuff we've been doing today, there was no better time for us to listen to that song. So I popped it in there. Let's now move on from Hong Kong, a little further south, to Indonesia. Where, oh my God, where we come to our second to last video. My God, how have we made it this far, people? 9 hours and 53 freaking minutes. Incredible that you've all made it this long. A little bit of applause for you, much deserved applause. To the penultimate video, PPS. Violence sweeps across Indonesia amid protests over a worsening economy and political corruption.
In recent weeks, Indonesia has been rocked by massive anti-government protests that have spread across the nation. Demonstrators torched vehicles and government buildings. The protests are led by students, workers, and women's rights groups, angry over the yawning gap between Indonesia's elites and the shrinking middle class. Things turned violent after a delivery driver was killed amid a police crackdown. In all, at least 10 people have died. Earlier, I spoke with Aaron Connolly, Asia diplomatic editor at The Economist. I asked him about the current situation.
It remains to be seen what will happen this week. The protesters set a deadline of Friday for some of their demands to be met, the first 17 of the 25 demands. Most of those demands were not met, and I think the president is hoping that everything will just calm down, that it takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of the protesters, that to promise that there would be an investigation of the motorbike delivery rider's death, and that the allowances would be withdrawn, and that they don't go back down onto the streets, or at least not in the same numbers.
We have a little bit of sound from a protester talking about some of their demands.
Tetapi kita ingin ada langkah-langkah yang konkret. We want concrete steps that they continue to take for all the people of Indonesia. We still feel unsatisfied. We still feel that there are still many changes that must be made, because we believe that when our voices have not been heard, then we must continue to move. Then we must continue to speak out to convey our aspirations.
What else are they looking for? What else do they want?
The initial demands focused on this incident that took place on August 28th when the motorbike driver was run over, that there be an investigation into his death, and then also that the military retreat to the barracks, that it not be involved in enforcing in domestic law enforcement. But then the demands broadened, and some of them go so far as to require revisions to the law authorizing the military or authorizing the police, and a reform of the legislature to make it more democratic.
That accident may have...
And just to be clear, the one man was run over, but 9 other people have died. 10 people, at least the last time that I checked, had died in these protests. That number may have increased at this point. It's not clear. The protests were ongoing throughout the weekend still. They've been going on for over 2 weeks now.
The spark that started this, but was there already sort of kindling laid down unhappiness over issues?
Yeah, quite a bit. You know, on paper, the economy looks like it's doing pretty well, so growing at about 5.1%, if those numbers are accurate. But beneath the surface, there are all sorts of economic indicators that suggest that people aren't doing okay. So, you know, the price of key staples like a kilo of rice, that's up 34% since 3 years ago. And then there just aren't very many jobs. And so youth unemployment, particularly the unemployment rate of young graduates of university, that's gone up considerably over the last couple of years. And so people really feel like they're doing it tough. We talked to one teacher in Central Java who said that, you know, she's struggling to make ends meet. And then she sees these legislators enriching themselves with things like housing allowances. But more than that, I think the underlying cause is the president's effort to try to squelch Democratic opposition in the legislature. He said that he wants a coalition of all the parties in the legislature, and that he then wants to make that permanent, implying that there would be no Democratic opposition in the legislature going forward. And that really limits the avenues that people have for opposing him.
Now, the fact is, it's not just high prices in Indonesia that's causing people a great deal of discontent. There's a great deal of inequality in Indonesia as well. 4 people in Indonesia own more than the bottom 100 million in a country of 200 million people, which basically means the top 4 people, the richest 4 richest people in Indonesia own more than the bottom 50%. Now I sound like goddamn Bernie Sanders over here. The Indonesian Bernie Sanders. Although I'm not Indonesian, but the point is that it's not even just that, right? Like massive inequality, higher prices, and then you have the government enriching themselves, just in just a completely blatant way, paying themselves already much more than the median income of people in Indonesia in salary, and now they're adding on top of that an even bigger benefit that would pay them once again the median salary, higher than the median salary in housing benefit. So the government would be paying for all of the people, essentially, the tax dollars would be paying for all of the, people in government's homes.
Policies, and they find their voice only on the street now.
So is the concern that Indonesia may be going back to authoritarianism under this way?
That's been the concern since President Prabowo Subianto was elected last year, because he has himself a history in the dictatorship of his former father-in-law, Suharto, who ruled from 1967 to 1998. He was a special forces general during that period. And then in the protests that brought down Suharto in 1998, he was quite active, and there have been allegations that he was involved in some, sponsoring some agents provocateurs in an attempt to try and justify Suharto remaining in office under emergency rule. And so there's a real fear that, some of the more violent protests that we saw over the last couple of weeks, that was actually not protesters who were doing that. And of course, the protest leaders have said that wasn't their people, but that he was seeking to justify really a power grab, a consolidation of power.
Okay. Well, people in Indonesia very much upset, and rightfully so, for all the things that are happening to them there. Now, before we go to the final video, I just want to recap all of the things we've done on this Sunday Fun Day. It's been an epic stream, 10 full hours now. We covered reading in a fun way, reading anti-Trump signs on the side of a home, causing debate, fun Marjorie Taylor Greene books, discussion of the, the book bans happening in North America, not just the United States, but Canada. Epstein files, Bryan Cranston and Rainn Wilson talking America. Chicago being invaded, probably starting now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Joe Rogan and Tim Dillon getting into it. Zoran Mamdani on the iHip podcast. Donald Trump calling for Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo to drop out of the race. Cardi B found not guilty. Hasan and, not Hasan and Anna. Anna warring against Hasan. I don't think I've heard a peep from Hasan about this yet. But certainly Anna is upset at Hasan for being too mean to Janker. Oh, Unc. Oh, being too mean to Unc.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
That's way too loud. I need to limit that. I need to limit the shit out of that sound. Hold on. Jesus Christ. That is way... I need to do something to that. That sound shot's way too loud. It's been bothering me for a while now. But yeah, Hasan, we talked movies, film, TV, sports, festivals, food. tiny food influencers, the Hamptons, and how they're getting too expensive even for the rich. Environmental issues, green architecture, green energy, aliens, Venezuela, the Venice Film Festival, whole shitload of hot air balloons, the Gaza Aid Flotilla, art, culture, debate, Russia, Ukraine. I mean, we basically covered every possible topic, okay? But we have one left. One left in New Zealand. The New Zealand All Blacks versus the Springboks in a rugby match for the ages. NewZealandHerald.co.nz from yesterday.
Who do you think is going to win tonight?
Oh, of course, the All Blacks, the mighty All Blacks. You know, there's a lot of
Springboks,
stuff.
go Springboks,
A lot of those nonsense. It's all nonsense over here. All of the green guys, all nonsense here.
How do you think the game's going to go tonight?
I think it'll be close.
Yeah.
All Blacks will prevail.
Are you confident?
Very.
I'm a bit nervy, but yeah, I think we'll pull through in the end.
The Springboks! Springboks? Of course!
Because we're the best.
World champs!
Have you seen the size of our boykies? The big boys, eh?
Do you think it's going to be close tonight?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Any guesses?
Yes. 27-25 for the box.
We'll see. We'll see.
Definitely.
How close do you think it'll be?
I think it'll be very close. I've come all the way from Australia to watch this. She's come all the way from Papakura.
I think I've got the box at 26-24. I think the All Blacks are going to score in the 78th minute, but Bowden isn't going to convert from the sideline. And then we'll scrum them at another 40-metre line in the All
The Nostradamus of rugby over here, predicting the exact play that wins the game. I have no idea what happened. I have no idea how that game turned out. Hopefully everybody had fun. Although those All Blacks, I mean, the black uniforms, I'm into it. Not gonna lie. And that haka, I mean, if I had to pick New Zealand or South Africa, I would have to go New Zealand. I'm sorry. Now that I've thought it through. Okay. Wow. Well, there you have it. Well, we've made it through another stream. Quite long. Also a little difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That is going to be it tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there's more. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, and HBX. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright, we got a lot of ones in the chat, so I guess that means we better get the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream started. And we're gonna make this one extra quick because of how long this went.
Baby, no money. I'm like, whoa, whoa, let me go. Hey, got you standing on your stack some dope. I need me more. Slowly watching Henny Poe. Your girl told me I'm a one pump man. Damn, think she tryna be a fan. My nerve told me I'm a one pump man. Scram, think you best not call me blind. 2 cups, no fucks, you're a crush. You look hella sus, skirting in, no loves. Yeah, cause I'm G'd up, cold like I need ya. Yeah, think I see ya. Who told you that I'm taking a new crew? Nah, shoot. And go cop yourself new shoes. You be stuck, and you think it's some bad luck. Sorry, bud. Free hands like time is up. Wait up, freeze. Have you seen the ice that I got on my knees? Rap supermarket, yeah, I'm searching for that cheese. Slow down, baby. I'm a thritic, maybe. Whoa, let me go. Hey, got you standing on your toe. Screw a hose. Check the flow, you want some more? I got Allen. Bitch, I'm trying to stack some dough. I need me more. Slowly watching Henny Poe. Your girl told me I'm a one pump man. Damn, think she tryna be a fan. My nerve told me I'm a one pump man. Scram, think you best not call me blind.
She a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak.
She a little freak, she for the streets. 6 digits on the check, took it to the bank. Commas after commas, make it boil. Got a 10 coming over, only need a thing. Shooting blanks on a blank, make a girl. My wrist ain't peasy, pros can't please me, sounding too easy. I'm a stay creamy, pocket so dreamy. Shawty wanna freak me, okay. She freak, she a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak, she a little freak, she for the streets. She freak, she a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak, she a little freak, she for the streets. Neck got green rocks, Frankenstein. Makes sense and none at the same time. You MC squared, I'm Einstein. I'm the new Johnny Cash, well, waterline. Course my boys gon' stay this rich. Miami chillin', got a Will like Smith. Visa card maxed out, brand new fish. And my dick got her cheesing cause I'm semi-Swiss. Out the aphrodisiac, rhino. Head game crazy, she a goddamn psycho. No FaceTime sex, it's a slideshow. 10 toes down, got me dodging all the 5-0. She fit like Cinderella pumpkin. Come on over, baby, home alone at Mr. Coking. King Cobra wearing bulking. Popping out the sweat at the gym, got your shawty convulsing. She a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak. She a little freak, she for the streets. She freak. She a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak. She a little freak, she for the streets. Blow me down like a wind for scale. Her ship left, boy, that shit sail. Don't talk money, I read it braille. Baby so krill like I'm no whale. She aching on my clay with her hands like it's pottery. I'm freaky, think I love her, yeah, I might need a lobotomy. Swallow me, gobble me, all of me. Poseidon in a pussy got me feeling like the oddest. Feeling like I'm 50 Cent in a candy shop. Now she tryna lick my lollipop. Got pussy on my tongue and it costs a lot. You might talk the talk, but I walk the walk. Come on, pink coupe like Anderson. 35 mil this year, West Banderson. Room skipping on these hoes, got Adam. She a F-R-E-A-K, I'm abstinent.
My equilibrium's all thrown off.
She a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak. She a little freak, she for the streets. She freak. She a little freak, she on me. Yeah, she freak. She a little freak, she for the streets. She for the streets.
Wow! That just rolled them all.
All right, everyone. I'm about to raid the discourse with Brandon Sutton. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Till next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
Touch screen.